Hey, it's Ben Humble. So listen, this event's going to be powerful. We're going to have some amazing guest speakers from all around North America. We've got some of the top investors in North America. And without dropping any real names, I think you know who one of these guys is going to be. It's going to be absolutely epic. A lot of people are making money in real estate. A lot of people are developing themselves, their mind, their body, their spirit, and they're becoming better and better at this game. So the question is, are you? You need to be at this event. We've got limited seating. We've only got about 400 seats available. And I promise you don't want to miss this one. This is the one that's going to help you level up, take your game to the next level. And I'm sure you've been to other events. I'm sure you've been to other things, but not like this. We've got special guests. We've got music. We've got fun. We've got entertainment. We've got tons and tons of useful value, information, and tactical steps. I'm going to show you exactly how you can position yourself to win right now. That's what you need to do. So come on, whatever you got to do, get with me. Come be here. Come join us. All right, so on April 18th and 19th, it goes down. Be prepared to get excited because we bring the heat, and be prepared to come and learn, invest in yourself, meet tons of great people, and really focus on your personal development, your growth. This is your year, 2020, and this is the event. You need to be there. Come on, let's go.
Good evening and thanks for joining us. We begin tonight with drastic measures being taken to try to contain the outbreak of a mysterious pneumonia-like virus.
A mysterious respiratory illness.
Chinese health authorities are still working to identify the virus behind a pneumonia outbreak in the central city of Wuhan.
Well, we continue to learn more about Canada's first presumptive case of the coronavirus. And here's...
As you know, we've got one confirmed case in Ontario now.
Breaking news in Ontario. The province has confirmed 3 new cases.
It's another day with a record-breaking number of new cases. 462 cases confirmed by
Canada and the United States will temporarily restrict all non-essential travel.
Today, I'm ordering the mandatory closure of all non-essential workplaces in the province of Ontario.
Then 1/5 of the world's population is stuck within the 4 walls of their homes.
On the coronavirus impact on the real estate market.
The for sale signs may be out, but most open houses are closed.
The real estate market is slowing in a big way now.
Some realtors are turning to virtual tours to lure buyers.
Impact to the economy is so... The impact could be good news for home buyers, depending on how you look at it.
It seems like there's a lot of pent-up demand where people who are sitting on the sidelines the last couple of years, since 2017, there's sort of a fear of missing out now, where they believe that if they don't buy now, that house might be worth more in another couple of months.
All right, so the Virtual Tribal Summit is all about you leveling up. It's going to be amazing. We're still going to have amazing guest speakers showing up, talking about everything from strategy to how to position yourself in the market and really focusing on going digital. How do you start moving towards the virtual world? How do you start moving towards creating revenue right from the comfort of your home? Listen, it's a lot easier than you think. With the telephone, the internet, and the willpower to go ahead and make it happen, you absolutely can start making money from home. The days of going to an office, the days of running around and looking at real estate deals, the days of trying to do this the old way are at an end. It's time to change, and it's time to join the investors who have been doing this the modern way for the last 2 years. This is what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about strategy. We're going to talk about how to find actual deals. We're going to be talking about how to handle this entire COVID situation and what you can do today to start benefiting from it. We're going to talk about strategically how you can get into wholesaling. We're talking about personal development, where your mindset needs to be at to handle this. We talk about economic update and news and how you can follow the trends properly to grow. And we're going to talk about how to really take all of this stuff and put it into an action plan so that in the next 30 days, you can do a deal. That's what we're covering this weekend. I'm excited for you. It's going to be an amazing journey. So connect with us, stay with us, and let's go for a ride. Welcome to the Tribal Summit.
Hi, and welcome to the Cashflow Tribe Virtual Summit. I'm Cousin Vinny, and I'm going to lay out a few of the ground rules that we need to put in place as we start this summit. For the most part, our chat will be disabled. However, during the beginning and ending portions of certain segments, we will open up the chat so you guys can freely converse with each other. However, if you do end up spamming this chat box, if you include profanity, insults, or just slander and libel within the comments, you will have to be removed from the chat. So this is how it's going to happen. If we know it is somebody spamming the chat, we will shut down the chat, we will kick that person, and then we will re-enable the chat. Once you are removed, you will not be able to return to the summit. So just be cautioned and warned that if you are to spam, you will be gone. Likewise, during the speaking segments, although chat will be disabled, you will still be able to go ahead and ask questions to our speakers. To do so, you're going to want to hover over your window and then go down to the Q&A icon here at the bottom. Click that icon and you'll see this window pop up. You want to go ahead and type your question. You'll see here that there's this little thumbs up icon. For those of you who are in the summit, you'll be able actually to thumbs up the comment. And what that'll do is it'll let us know which questions actually a lot of you want answered. So for example, if one question has 100 thumbs up because 100 people want that question answered, we're more likely to answer it live on air. Once it's answered, it's either going to be answered live or via a response from one of our moderators. This will look like so. And that's it. Just plug in your questions and we'll try to get to all of them on air. So without further ado, let's jump into it.
Hey, good afternoon, and welcome to Cashflow Tribe Virtual Summit. We're really excited here to have you with us. I'm here with my partner, Matt McKeever.
Welcome, everyone. We're just so excited to be doing this event, one-of-a-kind event. I think this is the first time anything like this has happened here in Canada.
Yeah, we're very excited. So what we were going to do originally, we're going to put together a physical event, call it the Summit. And obviously with all the stuff going on with COVID, we had some issues. So we had to change and pivot. And we decided, wouldn't it be cool to put on Canada's largest virtual summit? So that's what we've done. We've come together. We put this thing on for you guys. We're jacked up because the next 2 days are going to be powerful. We're going to be covering a lot of information. We've got some amazing guest speakers really to help you guys. We're going to be covering stuff like wholesaling and off-market deals. We're going to be focusing on contracts and paperwork and mindset, and there's so many things. So some of you guys don't really know who we are. So let's just quickly start off with that. Matt McKeever, talk about yourself, man.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with myself or my backstory, I originally quit the rat race at age 31, was working as a CPA, a chartered accountant here in Canada, and built up a small real estate portfolio that was able to supplement my day-to-day income. So at 31, dropped out of the rat race and actually started a YouTube channel just trying to teach and share, my experiences as a real estate investor and try and document for other people how they could get control of their financial futures by investing in real estate and drop out of the rat race, ideally in under 5 years. And so it's been so rewarding to create that community and just really be able to share my experience with everyone on my YouTube channel. And we're approaching now 60,000 viewers. We've had over, or 60,000 subscribers, I should say, over 3 million viewers to date. And on any given day now, there's 4,000 to 5,000 people joining me on YouTube and just checking out what we're talking about in regards to real estate investing.
Yeah, I love it. And here's the cool part. So both of us, we kind of had a different path in life, but we went on a similar journey. We ended up in kind of a similar destination. So at the age of 31, we both quit the rat race financially. We saved money. We were frugal. We invested in real estate, and we were the beneficiaries of a rising real estate market. Back in 2008, we got invested in the market. And then after we met, we realized, hey, man, you're financially independent. I'm financially independent. This is pretty cool. How do we now take that to another level and help other folks do the same? We love community. Both of where we come from, we're very focused on community and family. And we love the idea of creating something that didn't exist in Canada. So that's why we got together, created Cashflow Tribe. So if you guys don't know us yet, here's the scoop. I'll tell you right now, I'm the crazy energetic one. I got a lot of energy. Some people don't like it. Some people love it. Matt is the tame, kind of methodical one. So you might like his energy. You might like my energy, but this is who we are in real life. And listen, I'll be honest with you guys. We're just two regular folks. We're two regular guys. We're Canadians. How's she going? I've got my Timmies here. Timmies and Timmies. There you go. And, we're just two regular dudes who started doing real estate. We recognized that there was a cool opportunity to bring people together because, when I was doing this business, really going, because I've been at this 12 years now, I couldn't find a community like this, like Cashflow Tribe. So there's other kind of education companies out there that will sell you education or, sell you information, but nobody's truly creating a community that's focused on building relationships. Because the truth is, any real investor will tell you that relationships are one of the core fundamental things that will help drive your business. Because when the economy goes bad or it changes like COVID and things happen, who are you going to call? And if you've never built relationships with lenders and buyers and sellers and other investors, the truth is you can't rely on anybody. So we want to get away from the transactional mindset and focus on the relational mindset, because that's really what it takes. So would you touch on that for a second?
Yeah. So I'm a huge believer that you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And I think that that was a real struggle for Ben and myself when we first started investing in real estate. A lot of our friends, family, they didn't necessarily understand why we wanted to get into real estate. They didn't understand that, we saw this as a vehicle to get control of our financial lives so that we could really be in control of, how we spend our time, how we invest it. And so, if we had this back in 2010 when I first started investing in real estate, I can only imagine and daydream about where I would be today, 10 years later. So we want to come together and create that community for Canadians, because as well as Canadians, I think we know that struggle about just getting information from Americans. And there's some amazing free content out there for Americans related to real estate investing. But one of the big struggles is it's not apples to apples in regards to us Canadians and how we implement real estate investing.
Yeah. And, us Canadians, we're different, folks. Like, we don't have the same laws as Americans. We don't have the same access to information. So I know a lot of people here. I can see some folks on the chat. By the way, I see all the chats in the comments. So thanks so much for being here, guys. We've got hundreds of people on right now, and we're going to keep ranking up. We're going to see if we can bust the system. We're going to break it down. We got cousin Vinny in the house running technology, and he's like, don't you dare break the system, because it took a lot of work for him to put this all together. We got people from all over Canada here, so just want to give a couple shout outs. I see Alex in the house from Saskatoon. What's up? I see we got Allison in the house, and David and Ryan and David, and we got all kinds of folks here, folks. So it's great to have you guys here. Let's talk about what Cashflow Tribe really is here. We have kind of 4 main core values, right? When we got together, there was 4 things that were super important to Matt and myself that we recognized that were so instrumental to who we were, that they had to belong to Tribe if we were going to create this thing. So the first one is results. I'm very much a results person, to the point where it drives other people crazy. But I believe if you do something, you should get a result. If you're an investor or you want to become an investor, you have to get results, folks. There's no way around it. So if you've been trying to struggle with real estate and you've been struggling to figure out concepts, or you've been struggling to really see a result or buy your first property, I want this weekend to be a change for you. I want you to come here prepared to say, okay, I'm going to challenge whatever's not working, whatever's broken right now in my process. Maybe it's lack of information, maybe it's lack of confidence, but let's focus on the result. So we're both very much results people. Talk about the YouTube channel, right? Because this is part of it.
Building upon that, I mentioned at the start here that I started a YouTube channel just to teach people for free how to invest in real estate. And one of my biggest frustrations, I've been doing it now for 4 years, is hearing people, hey, I've been watching your channel for a year, 2 years, so on and so forth, and I still haven't done my first deal.
Yeah.
That's so frustrating, because the real reason that I'm creating this content and the reason that Ben creates his content is we want to see that impact. We want to see the fact that our content is generating results for our audience. I've got over 650 videos now on YouTube. And at the same time, that's all pointless if you aren't actually going to take action upon it.
Yeah.
And I think that one of the reasons people really struggle with taking action and getting the results is they don't have that community. They don't have that tribe.
Yeah. And you mentioned impact, which is our second core value. I know Jim Rohn says that, like, help enough other people get what they want and you'll get what you want, right? So in that mindset, we knew that you have to impact and truly help people in a way that's significant, not just selling information or whatever. So, when we wanted to create Cashflow Tribe, it was about personal and corporate impact. And there's so many amazing testimonials and folks in Tribe from all over Canada, and you'll meet some of them this weekend, that have started literally from the bottom, and they've starting to do deals, and they're starting to change their family dynamic. And you know what? They started months ago, even before maybe this COVID thing happened. Right now, though, folks, I think a lot of us are realizing that we don't have the choices we had 3 or 4 weeks ago. We don't have a choice maybe to go back to an employer or to a job that was there, 9 to 5. Maybe the industry or the company that we were a part of may no longer be relevant in the next few weeks coming back into this. So now it's so important to understand, how can you pivot? How can you get started with real estate investing? And as much as a lot of people might think like, oh, I can't do this, or it's not possible for me, the truth is a lot of people think that way. And in the 80-20 rule of life, 20% of the people will do all the business. but it's the 20% of the investors that educate themselves, that show up to these events like this one here. You guys are the 20%, guys and girls. You know, the other 80 are probably, they're not here.
Yeah.
They're probably distracted watching Tiger, Lion, Prince, King, or whatever that thing is called. All right. And, you know, so it's an amazing opportunity to just recognize that you can pivot and you can change. So that's our second core value, is impact. The next one is transparency. And we like this one. Talk about transparency. Why does that matter to us, man?
Yeah, because there's so many people in this space trying to educate other people. And one of the big struggles, I think, for Ben and myself is the lack of transparency that we see from a lot of other operators in the space. We just want to completely be open and honest and just show you. Real estate investing, in our opinion, it's simple, but not easy. There is hard work involved, and we're not going to sugarcoat it. You need to put in the work. You need to level up your mindset, and you need to be committed and put in the consistent, persistent actions necessary in order to get the results and have that impact on your personal financial lives. Yeah. So again, we want to just show you our playbook. So in today's sessions and tomorrow's sessions, you'll see we'll cover high level strategy as well as get deep into the tactics and really share with you, you know, how are we virtually looking at real estate these days? Because going to an open house, a lot more difficult than it was, say, 6 weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah, do me a favor. If you're in the comments and maybe you're brand new to real estate, give me a thumbs up right now. Say, hey, I'm brand new, or give me a thumbs up just so I get an indication how many, because we have hundreds of people on the call here right now. A lot of brand new folks in the audience, which is great. But you're right. So transparency is super important. And listen, there's no reason to hide anything. People who truly live in abundance thinking and recognize that there's enough deal opportunities for everybody, they don't need to live in scarcity. You don't need to hide the best strategies. You don't have to hide the details. A good friend of mine said the other day that a lot of people out there are willing to give you the ingredients, but very few are willing to give you the recipe. See, so it's like, hey, mindset's important. Making offers is important. You know, getting a network is important. Those are all parts of the ingredients. What we want to do this weekend is focus on giving you the recipe, right? And by focusing and positioning on the right things, you can start to see real traction. But listen, nothing in life is free, folks. You know, so you got to understand that if you want to be successful in this, it will cost you time, energy, and money. And if you don't have a lot of money to get started, you're going to have to invest your time and energy. You're going to have to get your level of education up, right? It's super important that you know your local market, that you understand what you're doing, you understand how to apply the strategy. So getting educated is an important part. But then what we want to do is give you the confidence to go ahead and execute on that education and actually start driving to a result. So that brings me to my other core value, which for us is tribal or community. We believe that a growing, prosperous community will outperform and outlast any individual investor. And I think that's probably the most significant thing about Cashflow Tribe, is that we truly are a community of people helping each other grow. And it's very fulfilling as the founders of Council and Cashflow Tribe to actually be here and see people growing, see people doing deals. So maybe touch on some of the community aspects that we have.
Yeah. So we really want to create that sense of community for our tribe members. And one of the key things there is understanding that relationships are so much more valuable than transactions. So for example, myself and Ben, we both operate in similar markets that are adjacent to each other. There's going to be times that we have overlap on deals, but because we don't have that scarcity mindset, because we're focused on abundance, we understand that there truly is more than enough money out there for us to all make it. And so we're never going to compromise over a transaction, our relationship. We're going to always hold that relationship as number one. And that's what we're looking for from our community, our tribe as well. That's what Cashflow Tribe's all about. It's so exciting seeing people in the private Facebook group talk about doing deals together, coming together and using their unique skills and abilities in order to actually have 1 + 1 = 3 rather than simply 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah. And on that, you know, Elena Cardone had this beautiful example at 10X when I was there. And she said that one Clydesdale horse, and if you know what a Clydesdale horse looks like, it's one of these large horse breeds that's used to do work, you know, on a farm or whatever. One Clydesdale horse by itself can pull 8,000 pounds. But if you take two Clydesdale horses and you strap them together, they can actually pull 24,000 pounds because they're strapped together. So what this means is that the collective energy of two Clydesdales, you know, are greater than the sum of their individual parts. When you have a Clydesdale and they get together, there's a lot more productivity, a lot more success, a lot more potential than if you try to do it alone. So what I want to help you understand this weekend is you don't have to do real estate alone. I know everybody's so focused on the money. And when you're focused on the money, sometimes you're thinking that everybody's out there to just grab it and take it. And it's kind of this scarcity driven thing. But the truth is that real investors that do a lot of business, they're not money. They recognize that, hey, I need to get to know this person, because let's just say, for example, you're a private lender and I'm an investor who wants to buy real estate. Well, do you think I only want to do one deal with Matt, or do you think I want to do multiple deals with Matt, perhaps multiple every year? Well, and the only way I'm going to do multiple deals with Matt is that if I create a win-win situation where both of us are on the winning end. Because if I don't do that, then I'm being very short-sighted in my thinking. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to make some concessions or be willing to make sure I put his priorities above mine as a private lender. Because if he feels that I'm taking care of him and I'm building the relationship with him and I'm focused on bringing value to him, then he's more likely to go ahead and do the same back to me. So when he has money, who do you think he's going to call first to invest with? Probably the guy who spent time. So common sense, folks, is that relationships really do matter. There's really no scarcity of deals. I know sometimes it may look like, and we're talking about it this weekend. Hey, man, there's no deals on the MLS. Hey, man, my agent said that there's no more deals. Hey, somebody told me the market's too hot. Somebody told me the market's too crazy. And you know what? A lot of that is true. But what we don't focus on is the whole other side of real estate as well, which is like, just because it's hot doesn't mean you can't or shouldn't be doing deals. Just because the MLS, may be harder to find a deal doesn't mean you should make offers. You have to start asking, if everybody's over here saying it's not possible, where are the few people on this side that are actually making it possible? You see, again, I'm not very articulate conversationalist about this stuff. I'm just the guy who does it. I'm a practitioner, right? So I've closed over 230 deals here in Southwestern Ontario, right? I'm talking Windsor, London, Chatham, Sarnia, all the way up to GTA. I've even got some stuff on West Coast. So I've just physically closed those deals. So I can tell you that I've raised over $23 million of private capital. And I'm telling you, when I started 12 years ago, I didn't have, had a little carpet cleaning business, guys, a little carpet cleaning business. I didn't have great credit. I didn't have job stability. I didn't have any of the metrics that a bank would be looking for to give you a mortgage. So I had to figure out a way to use private capital. And we're going to talk about that this weekend on how you can actually buy real estate, do deals without needing your own money. And I know that may sound like a crazy topic, right? And dude, that has to be a scam, right? Listen, we put a lot of marketing out for this event. We did a lot of marketing. In fact, I heard a stat yesterday that we hit
1% of Canadians.
1% of Canadians saw our ad, which is pretty amazing. But a lot of people, some of them that don't understand much about real estate are like, well, that's not possible. That's a scam. That's a scam. Everything's a scam. Listen, you have to understand that there just might be some things that you don't know, right? A lot of times we just don't know what we don't know about real estate. So it's important to get around practitioners that are doing real life deals that can jump into the mix with you and start talking about how it's possible, how you can do it. So it's not so much about, is it possible? The question is, how do you do it? How do I do marketing? How do I find deals? How do I put deals together? How do I raise capital? A lot of those, if we start focusing on the how, what's going to happen is you're going to be thinking in the right direction so you can truly start benefiting from that. So what I want you to do is do me a favor this week. And if you guys are on the stream here, okay, you got to be glass half full, not glass half empty. If you're extremely pessimist, if you're extremely negative about a lot of this content, even if it's the right information, you probably won't absorb it or do anything with it. So I want you to keep an open mind. I'm going to ask you to probably challenge some of the things that you think about, maybe some of your belief systems about how money actually works. I'm definitely going to challenge the way you think about real estate. So if it's okay with you, I'm going to poke a little bit at the way you think about real estate, especially if you're brand new, because there's a lot of people on here that are brand new. I'm going to poke at you a little bit. And what I want to do is I want you to just have a little bit of conviction and say, hey, is what I think accurate, or maybe it's not accurate? And I'm hoping that by the end of the weekend, what I hope to accomplish is that you have a new way of thinking about investing in real estate, because that way of thinking is going to help you actually do deals and actually make money and actually grow as an investor. So I don't want you to leave the weekend the same way you came in, right?
Yeah. And one of the great ways to explain this, I think, is Ben often talks about, people live in different realities. So my reality is different than the reality, say, of Matt 5 years ago because of the people I surround myself with. So for a lot of people right now that likely have limiting beliefs around how many properties they can buy or how many mortgages, one of the most common limiting beliefs I stumble across is the 5 mortgage limit here in Canada.
Yeah.
You can't get more than 5 mortgages. The big banks won't let you, so it's impossible. At the same time, I know hundreds of real estate investors at this point that have more than 5 mortgages, that have more than 5 properties. And the difference is literally the reality we live in. So that person that thinks that they can only get 5 mortgages, odds are they're not talking to other real estate investors. They're not surrounding themselves with like-minded individuals. They're only going to the big banks and asking the wrong questions to the big banks in regards to trying to get that 5th or 6th mortgage. Whereas myself or Ben, we know to reach out to our network. We know to ask active practitioners that have already busted through that barrier. You know, there's no sense in us having to re-clear the path. If someone's already done it before, the School of Hard Knocks, in my opinion, is probably the most expensive tuition you can ever pay for, because what you pay there is time, not money.
Yeah, you're going to pay in one way or the other, folks. The saddest thing, I think, when I see investors, new investors who have a strong desire to succeed, but the truth is they never do succeed because they never gain the confidence in the information and the confidence in themselves to ever take the appropriate steps or enough action to start seeing progress. There really is a methodical blueprint here of how you can do deals. And I'm telling you, I bought real estate without banks financing because I didn't qualify. So I bought my very first deal at, I was 21 years old. I bought my very first duplex. I moved into the duplex. I was able to move out of my parents' home, and I was able to live in this duplex and pay about $156 a month. That's what worked for me back in 2006 is when I bought that property. So there is a way you can do no money down real estate. There is a way you can do vendor take back financing. A lot of these terms, what you'll hear from some people outside of this community is like, it's not possible. It doesn't work. It only used to work in the 90s. That's only American. Well, folks, people told me that wholesaling was only for Americans. It only worked in America. The truth was that it's not that it didn't work, it's that just nobody could articulate clearly how it worked and nobody figured it out. So when I first learned about wholesaling, I came back here, I sat down with my lawyer, I paid him to walk me through the paperwork. I paid him to come up with the right clauses, and we're going to talk about all that stuff this weekend. And I paid him to teach me a process that was legal, ethical, and that I can apply to my real estate business. So now I've been doing wholesales. In fact, the first year we did 35 wholesales the first year.
That's
coming out of it. Yeah. But we did that because I spent time to learn and I applied enough time and energy and money to really make sure I was doing it the right way. So what I want to do is I want to remove a lot of confusion this week, especially around the topic of wholesaling. I hope you guys are okay with that. Do you guys want to learn wholesaling? Is that something you guys are interested in this weekend? Give me a show of hands if that's you guys. If that's something, yes, 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 a lot of yeses. Okay, cool. Because it really is one of the most powerful things that you can learn as a brand new investor if you really want to start scaling your business. And this weekend, we're focusing on virtual, folks. Virtual. How do you become an investor completely virtually? Because if you have a telephone and you have an internet connection and you have a willingness and ability to make calls and be able to do this, listen, you can make money from anywhere. In fact, some of the best investors, they're virtual investors. They're not, you see, most good investors are not driving around all day looking at properties all day. You think we are because HGTV has taught us that all the flippers are out looking at 3 houses. She works at Starbucks. He works at whatever. And now they qualify for $1 million mortgage. So I think it's the reality TV show has created a non-realistic viewpoint of what it takes to be a successful investor. So I want to get you away from HGTV and I want to just focus on reality. Period. Reality of what works in Canada right now. And by the way, Ontario, British Columbia, Alberta, it doesn't matter what province you're in. This information applies across the board. Now, some of the paperwork will be a little bit different, and some of these things are going to vary, province to province. But the point is, we want to teach you how to fish this weekend. We don't want to just give you a fish. Is that okay, guys? Guys and gals. By the way, when I say guys, it's just a general term. I mean guys and girls. So we got some special guests here this week, which I'm very excited. The mentor who taught me about wholesaling and really helped my personal development is a guy by the name of Chris Rude. And if you don't know Chris Rude, he was a platinum sponsor for Grant Cardone's 10X Growth Con for 2 years in a row. And if you guys have ever watched a video, he's got a couple of very, highly viewed videos on YouTube with Grant Cardone. And Chris is one of the best real estate educators in the United States. So Chris is going to be with us here today, which is going to be powerful. And even with COVID going on, he'll be here to share a lot of value with us here, guys, about how we take it to the next level. Let me ask you a deep question, if it's okay, folks. And listen, I hope I can just be transparent with you all weekend because I have nothing to pull back. How many of you folks are maybe struggling with your mindset a bit, guys? How many of you are maybe struggling with like self-doubt, or you're doubting your ability to take on this information and do anything with it? Maybe you've got family and friends and everybody else around you that may be holding you back from successfully starting your real estate. Maybe there's a lot of naysayers. Maybe there's a lot of people who are criticizing that you even want to become a real estate investor. If that's you, that's okay. Because this weekend, I want to help you in that area of your life. I want to give you some real practical tools because I believe in being a holistic approach to real estate investing, mind, body, spirit, okay? And if you're not scared at all, amazing, great. You just need a little bit of information and you just need a little bit of direction and clarity, and you can go and crush the game. But for those of you that are struggling with confidence, I want you to understand all of us at some point struggle with confidence. And if we're going to be real with ourselves, it's because we lack confidence that we don't actually take action and do the stuff we want to do. So that's one. And the other one is perspective. We're going to be jumping into fundamentals of investing here in a few moments, but I want this whole weekend to give you perspective. So we brought an amazing guest, friend of mine, Mr. Evan Stewart, who's a young 26-year-old, very successful entrepreneur who's already sold, a couple companies already. One is a $35 million real estate company. And he's going to be with us virtually, and we're going to be talking about this whole idea of focusing, growing business, scaling, the idea of obsessions. Evan Stewart's in the house. I've also got my friend of mine, Mr. Dan Crosby, who's also another young serial entrepreneur. He goes by the Lambo Lapdog, if you've never heard of him before. Really, really inspirational guys. So we have some amazing guests this weekend to help you folks crush it. And I see some comments here. Hey, I'm trying to get my mindset on course and boost my confidence. I love it. Gloria, thank you so much. Guys, the mindset really is important. If I sat here with Matt, I'll tell you right now, folks, I'm going to be very honest with you. Most people who start doing real estate, they fail. Most people that go to Rich Dad or Keyspire or whatever else, I don't care who they are. I'm not here to judge or point a finger. I was a Rich Dad student. I paid 40 grand for Rich Dad when I was 23 years old, and I completely blew it. Okay. I wasted $40,000 when I was 23 years old. Okay. The problem is there's no accountability. The problem is I didn't keep myself accountable and they didn't keep me accountable. So I want you to realize it's not just the information. And again, I'm not blaming Rich Dad or I'm not blaming anybody else. It's my fault for not being more accountable at 23. But this is why when we created Tribe, it was more than just information. It's about real accountability. It's about real community. It's about really connecting and getting results. So if that's okay, if that sounds good, that's what we're all about. You want to touch on that?
Yeah, I just think it's really important that people understand that. And I think Ben and myself were here once as well. Back when we first got started, we were all about the nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
Just give me the nuts and bolts. I don't need the mindset. I don't need the woo-woo. The problem is, for 4 years, I've been teaching the nuts and bolts for absolutely free on my YouTube channel. And yet 99% of the people consuming that content, they're still not real estate investors. They still haven't taken action. They still haven't even made a single offer. And that to me is one of the biggest frustrations from my perspective with my YouTube channel. And if you guys didn't know the backstory behind why I started my YouTube channel, originally at age 31, when I quit my day job and retired, you know what? I didn't have a lot of other people to hang out with during the day. All my friends were still working day jobs. And so one of the things I would do is I'd write these really long emails to them explaining step by step by step how they could get control of their financial lives in under 5 years, quit the rat race so they could come play with me in retirement. And the problem was those emails would often be 5,000 words plus long. Not a single person ever responded to those emails. I was laying out all the nuts and bolts. So this weekend, what Ben and I are going to be doing, we're going to be teaching you guys the nuts and bolts plus the mindset, because it's those two things together that really empower you and give you the confidence to go forward and take action. Because even if you know exactly what to do, if you're not confident in it, you're never going to take that first step. You're never going to put yourself outside your comfort zone, and you're never going to become a real estate investor.
Yep. So folks, we're going to definitely dive into the nuts and bolts and get that going. I just want you to come out of this thinking about, okay, I want to be a successful investor. And if you do one deal, that's fine, but I want you to do many deals. I want you to keep taking action. And there's a level of personal development. If we don't understand or agree that there's a level of personal development, like growing your mindset as part of it, every successful investor is focused on their mind, body, spirit. which is why the information is only relevant if you do something with it. So here's what we're going to ask you to do. This week, and if you're getting value, listen, our whole thing is come join us at Cashflow Tribe. It's that simple. We've got a free trial for you guys. So for those of you guys waiting for the hook and, where's the punchline? Where are they making money? It's a free trial. That's what it is. So if you want to come hang out with us, we got a 14-day free trial. If you want to remain a member in Tribe after that, it's like $59 a month. And we'll go over all that stuff later on. And we'll be dropping the links for you guys there. But it's going to be powerful. Let me ask you a quick question before we dive in, because we got 2 minutes left here, or a couple minutes left. How many of you, women are here? We got some women ladies women ladies, listen to me, in the audience. Okay, we got some gals. Cool. Okay, we've also got something for you guys. We've got something called Women of Tribe, and it's a movement within Tribe specifically focused to women. How women can, be empowered, doing deals, women, empowered to take action, and just the community designated for women so that they can really feel comfortable, voice their opinions, and grow together. So we'll be talking about that as well. We've got Andrea from Women of Tribe in the house, and she's going to be, it's going to be awesome to have conversation. So for those of you that are nuts and bolts, where's my nuts and bolts people? My nuts and bolts people are like, come on, bro, hurry up. Stop with all the gabbing. I just want nuts and bolts here, here, here. I see you. Listen, I've been a nuts and bolts guy a long time, and I realized that with nuts and bolts, you'll do a couple deals. But if you're just nuts and bolts, you're probably not going to play big enough to ever truly grow. So I want to help you understand that. And if you don't agree, that's fine. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just here to give you some perspective. Couple things off the bat, okay? No, you don't need a real estate license. If you guys think you need a license to do real estate, you do not. You do need one to become a real estate agent. So you got to figure out, what do you want? Do you want to be an agent or a realtor who represents people? Or do you want to be an investor who buys and sells houses and does wholesaling? There's two very different things, and you don't require any licenses, all right? What you need is just to understand how the game works so that you can play the game the right way. All right, so for those of you guys and girls that want to connect with us, we'll be asking to join Cashflow Tribe. In fact, you should be in Cashflow Tribe anyways. We've already got over 2,000 people in one of our groups, and we've got over 450 people in our active growing group. So if you want to become, I think we're fastest growing online community right now in Canada.
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you're a member of other companies or other groups or whatever, that's great. That's fine. If you're getting value from those, then stay with them. But come check us out. Come hang out with us and just meet some cool people with no pressure. We're not going to give you the COVID. We're not going to make it pressure or whatever. We're just easy going about this. And if you guys want to connect with us, we'd love to have you. So we're going to be here for 2 full days, folks. And we've got a powerful day today, which we're going to start off in about a couple minutes. We're going to jump into a really cool fundamental conversation. Where's my brand new people again here? Let me just see your hands up real quick. The next conversation we're going to get into, we're going to have a PowerPoint, and we're going to be diving into universal real estate fundamentals with Matt McKeever. So how many of you guys follow Matt? Just give me a quick show of hands on his YouTube channel. We got some folks here that follow Matt already. Okay, awesome. Good.
Nice.
Matt, you've been doing like 400 or 500 videos, or is it more than that now?
Yeah, we're at over 650 videos now. We're doing a video a day on YouTube. You can find Ben every Monday on the YouTube channel as well.
Love
and again, that to me is just more is more. So building upon what Ben was saying, if you already belong to a community, that's awesome. Join Tribe as well. Like you said, try us out for 13, 14 days. No hassle, no pressure. You decide it's not the community for you. No harm, no foul. You're not going to hurt our feelings.
There you go. We're far too Canadian to put pressure on people. We're more like, how's she going? Come see you in Tribe, eh? So that's what we're all about here. So we're going to get going here in just a couple seconds, and excited for you guys. Do me a quick favor in the comments. Tell me the one biggest thing you'd love to learn this weekend, because our moderators are in the comments. They're going to be pulling out different comments throughout the day, and we're going to be deep diving some of these topics. Okay, just tell me what they are. If it's how to grow a beard, I absolutely cannot help you in that department, because the only hairs I have stick out of my nose. That's about it. Okay, that's all I got. So we've got some folks in the private lending. We got some folks in the wholesaling. Okay, how to use HELOC. Okay, a lot of good stuff. How to get started. You got a lot of people who want to learn how to get started. How to get started with OPM. All right, so a lot of your questions. Roberto says, how do you buy a Lambo? We can talk about that. I can show you how to buy a Lambo. That's no problem. First of all, become a successful real estate investor and let the real estate pay for the Lambo. That's the short answer to that question. All right, folks, so we're going to dive right into this right now. Hey, so awesome having you guys. So welcome to the Cashflow Tribe, first ever virtual summit We're excited to connect with you guys here today. So stay tuned with us. Don't leave. Don't go away, because we're going to have all this stuff. We're going to be going fast. So we're going to start kind of like this, and then we're going to ramp it up. So make sure you stay connected, and appreciate you guys. So welcome. Let's get going. We're going to dive into this after this quick break.
I'm just starting out. I own one rental property now. People that are here for the first time, you're just growing exponentially, even in a half a day. I haven't had one sale pushed down my throat at all. It's just been all people giving. They're here to help. You can see it's their passion to help. And they really mean they want to help a tribe of people to change their lives forever.
I just haven't had the experience and haven't really had the people around me to really help me through. And frankly, like, it was scary to come, but I was like, if this works out, and honestly, I've gained a lot of insight in boot camp so far, and gears are turning in my head. I really do think that I'm gonna have some breakthroughs.
So I've had one property for a few years, very turnkey, and then now just getting into a lot of different strategies through Cashflow and being in the same room with people who want to do what I want to do or have already done what I want to do. So it's kind of like I'm seeing the vehicle that people are driving. That is the vehicle I actually want to own and be in my day.
A lot of people have fear. No, I may not have limiting beliefs fear, but fear of speaking to people, fear of asking. Sometimes your help is right there.
To these universal real estate fundamentals. I know there's so much drama going on right now in regards to real estate investing. So many people are so concerned. There's so much misinformation, assumptions being made, and things of that nature. For myself and my team, what we're really focused on is just getting dialed in on the data, leaving the drama at the door. Kind of one of the popular sayings here at Cashflow Tribe really is just, let's focus on the data. So in this presentation, we're going to dive right into the data for you guys and really break down what do you need to be looking at and what do you need to be focused on when it comes to your universal real estate fundamentals.
Love it. Let's go.
All right.
Okay, all you data people, let's go. It's time to get into it.
Okay, so here we are, guys. I put this slide presentation together myself, so I hope you guys enjoy the little details on it. But in this session, what we're going to be covering is the 3 pro tips to help you level up your real estate game. So whether you're brand new to real estate investing or whether you've maybe done a few deals already, we're going to really focus on the 3 things that you need to get dialed in on if you want to build a scalable business. I suspect that most of the people on this call, they don't want to create a real estate hobby. They, in fact, want to create a scalable business in regards to their real estate investing. So the first thing we need to do is get importance and understand the importance of clarity of vision. The second is how to always buy the right property. This is really important. Again, a lot of people buy the wrong property and try and fix it afterwards. That's such a struggle as an investor. And once you put yourself behind that 8 ball, you're really going to struggle to ever get ahead of it. And then finally, we're going to cover the 3 rules of thumb to let you analyze cash flow deals faster. That's where we're going to get really into the tactics. So those of you that are nuts and bolts, you can look forward to that. So are you currently struggling to take action in regards to your real estate investing, in regards to building a portfolio, in regards to making that first offer? If you are, I'm going to guess that you're probably struggling from analysis paralysis. In fact, this is what I think that 99% of my YouTube viewers currently struggle from, is they're constantly overanalyzing and overthinking a situation so that a decision or action is never taken. And one of the things that's became really clear with me as I've continued to level up my social circle and the people I surround myself with is you can afford to make more mistakes if you make more decisions faster. And that's actually something that Ben kind of introduced me to probably a couple years ago now, I guess, but just understanding that speed allows you to get under so much more control in regards to where you're headed. If you can make decisions faster, you can afford to actually make a few mistakes and you can survive them. So if you might be suffering from analysis paralysis, if you've been waiting to buy an investment property or the next property, if you're currently an investor, for more than a few months. If you've been waiting for 6 months, if you've been watching my YouTube channel or other content creators for 6 months and you're still sitting on the sidelines, you're probably suffering from analysis paralysis. Same with if you want an investment property, but you've made 0 offers. This is actually probably one of my biggest pet peeves in regards to people that aspire to be an investor, but are still struggling to get into the game. I can tell you with 100% accuracy, if you make 0 offers, you're going to get 0 real estate deals. Now, that might sound like a little oversimplistic, but let's actually take a step back and think about it. If you're not submitting offers, are you really a real estate investor? If you're not transacting in real estate, if you're not willing to put your money, put your reputation, put your time and energy on the line in order to submit that offer, again, right now, you're probably just an armchair quarterback in regards to real estate investing, rather than becoming an active practitioner like myself or Ben. As well, if you want the perfect deal, or
let me just throw into that real quick. So back in 2009, Matt, when I was really getting invested heavily in real estate, I would go to my realtor's office every day because that's the only way I knew how to make offers, and I would be making anywhere from 5 to 15 offers every day. So part of this really is about stepping up to the plate and swinging that bat and trying to hit that ball. And there's a whole bunch of questions typically after that, which is why I think people get stuck. They don't swing at that ball because of all the what ifs. So what if the ball goes this way? What if I miss it, the ball? So what if I get the offer accepted? Then what? Or what if I don't get the offer accepted? Then what do I do? And because of all these other questions, we don't ever step up and swing. So really getting focused on not emotional, but just focus logically on, I have to make an offer to get one accepted. And the truth is, you might have to make 10, 15, or 20 offers to get one accepted. Maybe even in a market like this, even more. So understanding that you have to make the offers is probably a key step. So just wanted to add that component in.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. And another thing I see a lot of investors struggle with is they're looking or waiting for the perfect deal. Now, this is really important to understand. The perfect deal doesn't exist. It's not just out there waiting for you to stumble into it. You're actually going to need to create the perfect deal. Again, we're going to need to be proactive. We're going to have to invest some energy, time, or money in order to create that perfect deal for us as real estate investors. Another sign that you might be suffering from analysis paralysis is if you're worried about something that's going to happen 5 or 10 steps from now. So if you currently own 0 properties or only 1 property, and you haven't gotten into real estate investing because you're scared about the 5 mortgage limit, or you're worried about corporate structure or how to minimize your taxes, and yet you're currently not earning money as a real estate investor, again, you're putting the cart before the horse. You're focused on the wrong things. We need to focus on step 1 and step 2 if we're just getting started. Worry about step 10 or step 100 once you're getting close to those steps. So one of my biggest pet peeves, those of you that know I'm a CPA, I always get asked this question about what's the corporate structure? Do I need the 3-tier system? Should I have an LP-GP structure? Should I just do a partnership? What sort of terms should be my JV agreement? I'm like, whoa, let's take a step back. Do we even know what your business model is? Have you even started submitting offers? Have you lined up a capital partner? And once I start asking those follow-up questions, it becomes apparent that what these people have been focused on is a red herring. So they've just been focused on the wrong thing, in my opinion. And then finally, one of the big struggles I see is a lot of investors suffer from what I call shiny object syndrome. And so they're constantly chasing a new strategy. So one week they see on my YouTube channel, a real estate investor crushing it with the BRRRR investment strategy. The next week they see a flipper. The week after that, it's maybe a rent to own investor or a wholesaler or someone doing Airbnb. And they're constantly wanting to jump between the different strategies in regards to what they should be doing. The key is we need to focus on one thing, become an expert at it, get a competitive advantage, and then execute upon that rather than constantly chasing the next fad, the next idea. So again, it's really important that you get yourself out of analysis paralysis. And the only ways you're really going to do that is by getting clear on why you're trying to invest in real estate in the first place. So tip number 1, you need a clear picture on why you're investing in real estate. Way too often I find people throwing out these really, unstructured goals. They're like, I want to get rich with real estate. Well, that's a great intention, but we need to really dial that in and get into specifics. What are you specifically trying to accomplish? How will you know when you're a successful investor? One of the big problems I see with real estate investors is they don't have a guiding North Star. That guiding North Star is what allows you to know if you're on the right path or not. So if you haven't got clear on your goal as a real estate investor, you're going to always be struggling.
So I'll add to that piece here real quick. For those of you that are very much nuts and bolts driven, and some of those you're here, if you really haven't taken the time and you really are nuts and bolts driven, but you haven't taken the time to write down exactly what you're driving to, the problem is you're not as nuts and bolts driven as you may think you are, because it's not the nuts and bolts really holding you back. The truth is you don't even know where you're really going. So you should really sit down and write, I want to get to $5,000 a month. I want to get to $6,000 a month. When we have a clear, measurable goal, what happens is then we can finally start working towards it. But the truth is, if we go out and make a bunch of offers and we maybe make money or we don't have any way of truly gauging the success of our business or our approach there. So I've got to, I see a lot of folks struggle with this where, hey, if I only had the data, I would do the work. And to a point, that's right. When you have the answer of how to make an offer, you'll go and make one offer. But the real question is, does it actually move you towards your goal? And what is that goal? So there's a whole second question that a lot of folks, they don't go into. And what it leads into this cycle of just, I don't know if I'm winning or not. Like I bought a property. Okay. So do you feel good about it? Well, you're kind of chasing this thing always because we have no definitive goal and we have no way of checking the box and saying today was a good day or wasn't a good day. So simply buying property or simply doing a deal doesn't necessarily mean if you're on track for your goal, because maybe you need to do 3 goals a month, 3 deals a month. And that's probably part of your process. I mean, if you only do 1, well, hey, you need to speed up or do more. But if you only need to do 1 deal a month and then you do it, you need to be able to recognize and validate that goal. So just want to interject with that piece there. I think it's very important for your nuts and bolts people, if you truly are nuts and bolts, to write it down and get nuts and bolts about the nuts and bolts. Because when you're nuts and bolts, it's only usually 1 or 2 things that are holding you back from doing the work. So it's the whole complaints versus objections thing. If I have an objection, like if I only knew how to do this, I would make money. Well, then when you learn it, then I want to see, did you actually apply it and then make money with it? Because if you didn't, you either are not a nuts and bolts person, which is okay, because I don't think anybody truly is ever just nuts and bolts, or you're looking at the wrong nut or the wrong bolt. So we need to write down and isolate what the nut is that you're missing so that we can figure out the right bolt for it there.
Yeah. And building upon that for myself, when I had a very clear goal as a real estate investor, it was really easy to know whether a deal made sense or not for me. In fact, the truth of the matter is there are a lot of opportunities out there when it comes to real estate investing. And the biggest struggle, I think, for investors like myself or Ben is if we don't have a clear vision of our goal, well, which one should we say yes to? So, for example, when I first decided to get into real estate investing back in 2010, my primary goal was I wanted to build up enough monthly cash flow that was spendable that I could quit my day job. So the first thing I had to do was get clear on what am I spending on a given month. Again, that's where writing these things down and tracking the numbers is so important. So I understood that I only spend about $2,000 a month on my living expenses. So what that meant was I wanted to build up about $3,000 or $4,000 a month in monthly cash flow because, one, I just wanted a safety buffer because I'm a risk-averse investor. And secondly, that allowed me to choose real quickly what investments made sense. Back in 2010, the best cash flowing rental properties in London, Ontario were student rentals. So I started buying student rentals, where if I didn't have that clear goal, well, should I be flipping? Should I be doing BRRRRs? Should I be doing rent to owns, or should I do student rentals? And I would have constantly been on a treadmill of analysis paralysis without that clarity in regards to what my primary goal was. So then moving on here, the next thing we need to do past tip number 1, which is get a clear vision of your why, is let's actually show some examples for potential investors. So maybe you want to build your net worth. Well, in that case, a specific goal around that might be, I want to reach $1 million in net worth in 5 years. Okay, well, what sort of investment strategies are going to help you get there? For example, you could implement the BRRRR investing strategy. All you would need to do is build up a portfolio of about $5 million in real estate at an 80% LTV, which stands for loan to value, which would mean you'd have $1 million in equity. That would let you reach that goal. However, for someone that wants to quit their day job, owning $1 million in net worth is great, but can you live off of it? So in their case, it might be more about cash flow. Maybe they want to generate $5,000 a month passively through cash flow. And so in that case, well, we need to find cash flowing rental properties. Here in London, Ontario or Windsor, Ontario, you can easily find properties that will cash flow at $200, $300 a month per unit. So if we use that $200 per month per unit as an example, for that person looking to generate 5K a month, that means they need what? 25 units in order to reach that goal. If we're doing it in 5 years, well, again, now we know we need to get 5 units a year. See how this becomes so much easier once we're getting very clear on why we're trying to accomplish it, what we're trying to accomplish, and then what strategy is going to allow us to actually achieve that investment goal.
So, and let me just add to that piece. If you're in Toronto, right, because a lot of folks are in Toronto market, they say, hey, well, these apply to us. It's not London or Windsor specific or Chatham or Southwestern Ontario specific. These topics apply across the board. You just have to understand how they apply in your market, what strategy is most efficient in your market. So you might be using wholesaling as a strategy. There's a lot of folks in Toronto who are doing wholesaling, right? So you might not get the same kind of cash flow if you're using landlording as your strategy in the Toronto area, GTA. You're going to have to adjust and pivot your strategy in according to where you are. But one clear distinction I want to make is that as a virtual investor, if you have a telephone, whether you're in Toronto or in the Bahamas, you can buy a property anywhere in Canada. So you're not limited to any specific regional area. You can apply the strategy that you're most equipped to use in any given area that's going to work for you. So I know people in Toronto who own properties in Windsor. I know people over here who own properties on the East Coast, right? I know people who own properties up north. I know people who own properties in Alberta. I know people who own properties in BC. So it's not necessarily you're stuck to one or the other. You're only stuck by your lack of creativity and willingness to figure it out. So understanding what your options are, you can kind of dissect and you can reverse engineer based on your actual goal, which is the best and most appropriate strategy to use, like Matt's talking about here.
Yeah, I love it. And so we'll just go through a couple more examples because I really want to try and cover as many avatars as possible in regards to our current audience. So maybe you're not focused on quitting your day job. Maybe you love it and you don't see yourself ever leaving it. Well, maybe you want to save up and pay for a child's tuition to go post-secondary. Or maybe you want to be able to save up that down payment in regards to a cottage. Maybe you want that second vacation home property. Well, in that case, let's say that we're focused on a $100,000 goal for that tuition, or alternatively for that down payment for a cottage. Well, in that case, again, the BRRRR investment strategy may not make a lot of sense. Having passive cash flow every month is great, but it's not necessarily going to let us get that money today so that we can go pay for the tuition or pay the down payment on a cottage. In that case, we might be better served with wholesaling or flipping real estate. So for example, if we're that goal of $100,000, well, we could get dialed in and say, as a flipper, I need to do at least 3 deals and have each of those deals profit at least $30,000. Now, it's very easy for me as a potential flipper to analyze deals. If I don't see a way to at least make $30,000 on that transaction, I don't take that opportunity up and I keep looking for the next one. If there's a way to make 30,000 or more, well, it fits within my business model. So now it's time for me to go take action and make an offer.
Love it. Love it. So very useful, folks, when we're focusing on the data and not the drama. Let's keep going on here. This is good so far. I'm guessing you guys are loving this. I know the chats are disabled, but I know you guys are loving this at home. Very, very useful. So make sure you're taking notes this week and jotting stuff down and save your questions because we'll be able to go into this stuff a little bit later.
Absolutely. So moving on to tip number 2, you guys have probably heard this old adage with real estate investing, you make your money on the buy. Well, this is one of the few times that old adage is 100% correct. So you make your money on the buy. If you're buying real estate without a plan, if you don't know how you're going to make money on that property, you're setting yourself up for failure. You're being a speculator. You're being a gambler. You're not an investor. So it's really important that we get clear that people who fail at real estate, they didn't buy right. They didn't have a business plan. So we're going to go through how to know if you're buying the property right. Step number 1, have a clear exit plan on the property and ideally a plan B and C as well. So how do you make money buying this property? How do you pivot if things go wrong? You need to get really dialed in on this process. You can't simply say, hey, I think that this property is worth more, so I'm going to buy it. Or, hey, I think that 5 years from now, this property is going to go up in value, so I'm going to buy it now. That may seem silly to some of our audience, but I literally hear this daily through my YouTube comments, through DMs on social media. There's so many people that they don't understand that you actually need to put in the work in regards to having a clear plan. No business, no business that grows and scales successfully is just random, haphazardly thrown together. There's always a clear plan, a clear vision, and ideally, you're going to have a plan B or C. So let's use the example of, hey, I want to wholesale 3 deals, make $30,000 per wholesale so I can save up the $90,000 for my daughter's tuition. Well, in that case, what happens if you can't wholesale that deal? Well, I plan on wholetailing it then, or I plan on flipping the property. Having those as alternative options and having ran the numbers on those as well is really important to make sure that you're being effective and that you're going to be buying the property right. If you don't have an exit plan, there's no way that you can buy the property right because you don't have a clear vision.
Yeah, let me add a couple of things to that, because let's dive into this seriously here, folks. There's a lot of smart investors. Like, a lot of this sounds like common sense, but just because it's common sense, people don't take it seriously.
Yeah.
I can't reiterate the point deep enough. There's a lot of smart investors and, people out there who are buying real estate that are paying too much money. It's that simple. They're making offers on the MLS. They're jumping into bidding wars right now, especially in our local market. We had a lot of foreign money coming into our market, especially in the last couple of, few months. And that foreign money is dumb money. I'm sorry. It's dumb money. Like, you're coming in, the property's worth $100,000, but yet the offers are 140, 150, 160. And then the guy who gets it or the girl who gets it is like, oh, I got a property for 160. Yeah, okay, but you overpaid by 60 grand. So you winning the property is not a smart financial advice, because the truth is this. Let's say you need to sell it tomorrow. Now what have you done? You paid 160, and anybody who's buying it from you, if you can't find a greater fool, because that's what that whole theory is based on, well, now you're selling it for 100 grand back to a local person like me. And the greater fool theory is very simple. I buy it, and I hope there's another fool or another person willing to pay more than me. That's driven by speculation. And even though every market has some indicators of speculation, and that's part of the market, the people who only focus on speculative buying are going to get caught. When the tide goes out, we're going to see who's basically sitting there naked. That's how this works. So you cannot afford to overpay. And that might be the most important thing that you start thinking about this weekend. And even though you know this, even though it's common sense, what happens is, this is why nuts and bolts isn't the problem. Even though everybody knows this as nuts and bolts investing, principle number 1, do not overpay. Tons. In fact, most people overpay. And that's why they're afraid during COVID, is because they bought a property a couple months ago or last month, and they were just gambling that the next person was going to show up and pay more. And now they're stuck with the property, which might have potentially negative equity. Because as the market corrects and comes back the other way, what happens is that the supply that's in the market becomes less and less desirable, because people lose confidence. When people lose confidence, they stop buying. When they stop buying, the price of the supply starts dropping to find a potential buyer, because a buyer wants to buy at such a deep enough discount where he's reducing the probability risk. So what happens when the market starts dropping, it starts dropping faster and faster. In fact, the market, in my experience, will always fall faster than it rises. So you cannot afford to pay 100 cents on the dollar, even 95 cents on the dollar, even 90 cents on the dollar. If you're at those kind of margins, it's too razor thin. The biggest problem, let's go nuts and bolts, with HGTV and all these companies or places or investors that are flipping houses, is that they pay 95 cents on the dollar for the property when they bought it. The fact that they invested then $20,000 in the rehab and they're trying to sell it for 140 or 150, the problem is you're still on razor thin margins, because you got to work 3 months to do the flip. You're going to invest $20,000 of capital. You're playing the wrong game. Imagine if you bought that property for, let's say, 75 cents on the dollar. You have a 25% equity gain right at the very beginning. So you have more cushion for error. If you could essentially buy at 75 cents and sell it to every other flipper at 90 cents, and you don't have to do a lick of work. And that's the basis for wholesaling. My point is, whether you want to flip or become a landlord or keep the property for positive cash flow, anything you do, the primary core thing you can focus on is getting a deal on the front end. I know that sounds very basic again, but what's basic isn't obvious. And sometimes I need to hear the same thing 5, 10, 20 times before it resonates with me, or I have to try hard enough and fail and get to a low point to realize that the answer has been in front of me all along. So that's step number 1. Step number 2, a lot of people fall in love with the strategy, right? I'm only a BRRRR investor. I'm only a landlord investor. I'm only this kind of investor. The truth is, the strategy should adapt to you, not the other way around. If the market turns and you've only been a BRRRR investor and now the BRRRR doesn't work because Mr. Ford has decided that we can't get renovations done or whatever, you've got to be willing to pivot. The strategy has to support your business model. So you've got to be able to have that, which leads to my final point. Do you have a backup exit strategy? Most investors do not.
Yeah.
So if you buy a property on the front end and you're like, this is my BRRRR process, you're throwing all your chips on the table here, hoping that you strike it big. Because if one little thing happens, one little catalyst, and it puts a wrench in your plans, now you're stuck as the motivated seller because you didn't have a backup plan. So I would rather see folks do, and what has worked for me in my business is having a backup plan, being able to say, okay, I'm going to wholesale this property. If I don't wholesale it, then I'll close on it with my private partner. Then I'll actually do a rehab and put it up. And if that doesn't work, I'll keep it as a rental. And if that doesn't work, I'll do a VTB. Like, there's a strategic process, but I just wanted to touch on that because what seems normal to folks or what seems common doesn't actually materialize into common application of that knowledge. Otherwise, I wouldn't see everybody overbidding everywhere.
Yeah. And I love that. Building upon that, you know, you guys have probably heard Warren Buffett's #1 rule for investing: don't lose money. And rule number 2 is don't forget rule number 1.
Right.
Literally, again, that's so simple advice. That seems basic, right? And if we were to apply it to real estate, you're like, rule number 1, don't lose money. Well, how can you make sure you don't lose money? It's by buying that property right, by negotiating on the price. And Ben's right. This is something that even experienced real estate investors need to be reminded about. I have to remind my team of wholesalers every single day on our calls, because what can happen as Canadians, I think especially, we start building up drama in our head. Oh, I don't want to offend the seller. I don't want them to get mad at me. If we're focused on the data, if you're just dialed in and this is the number you need to buy the property at in order to profit based upon your business model, there is no drama there. It's just data. You're simply giving them an option. You're presenting them with an offer. They can say yes or no to it. If they say no, we can try and renegotiate and find a win-win there. But again, we need to get out of our head and really get dialed in on that data. So step number 2 I've got here is you've ran the numbers. So you can't buy a property without at least running the basic numbers. That doesn't mean you need a complicated spreadsheet that takes 5 hours to fill out, that calculates IRR, cash on cash returns, ROI, all those different things. But you need to understand the basics, right? You need to understand the theoretical. If we're looking at flipping the property and your business models make $30,000, you need to clearly see a path to make $30,000 or more on that flip opportunity. So again, once we're clear on the exit plan and the property, run the numbers, and then get data to make sure that you're not letting your emotions run wild with you. I think most novice investors, beginner investors, they get emotional about that property. What happens is it sometimes takes a while to find that first deal. And, you know, you make one offer and it gets denied. You make a second offer, it gets denied. You make a third offer, it gets denied. Your real estate agent starts pressuring you like, come on, man, are you ever going to buy a property? The thing is, this isn't HGTV. Your realtor shouldn't be showing you 3 properties and now you choose which one. You should be really focused on the data. So again, right now, there's a lot of drama going on in this market, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility, but that also results in a lot of assumptions and misinformation. In regards to those assumptions and misinformation, the way myself and my team are combating it is simply by getting dialed in on the data. Every single day, I'm requesting from my realtor today's sales. And I need to know exactly where that data is so I can make sure that I understand which way the market's going. A lot of people are making assumptions in my market right now in London that real estate must be plummeting. But when I look at the data, it doesn't show that. And so we're actually going to get deeper into that tomorrow. But again, understand that you need to get dialed in on the data in regards to the numbers. So if you're not pulling comps on the properties, if you don't have at least 3 comps when you're looking at doing a deal, again, you're gambling, you're speculating, you're not a serious investor.
Yeah, and as you go to the next slide, I'll add one point here. The biggest problem I see with investors is they're all guessing. They're all making assumptions. Oh, the seller won't take this price. Or, oh, the market can't. Everybody's become an economist in the last 3 weeks.
Yes.
And, you know, a financial a columnist. It's like everybody knows. But, you know, folks, if everybody knew, everybody would be wealthy in real estate. In fact, the people that actually know are not even out there putting their opinions. They're just busy working, making it happen. So you don't know. People don't know. In fact, nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. But we spend more time gossiping about what might happen, the potential outcomes, instead of actually positioning ourselves to earn and ourselves to actually make money for ourselves and our family. So I just want to throw that piece out there that nobody really knows. But all you can do is prepare, get educated, and get ready to do deals versus talking about what may or may not happen in the future. So don't make an assumption. When we make assumptions, I'm telling you, you think it's your gut instinct, but it's your emotions. Your emotions are driving that assumption, or what you heard has influenced you. And that's where that assumption comes from. But assumption does not mean it's accurate. It may be a feeling, not a fact. Hashtag feeling, not fact.
Yes, I love that. And tip number 3 is you need to be able to analyze deals faster. I come across all these aspiring investors that are like, Matt, you told me to go analyze 100 deals this month. Man, I only got around to doing 5. I'm like, 5? When I asked you to do 100, what's taking so long? And they're like, oh, it takes me hours to analyze a deal. The problem is they're not clear. They're not dialed in on exactly what they're trying to accomplish as an investor. So they're constantly just throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what's going to stick. If you're dialed in, if you understand exactly what you're trying to accomplish, it actually becomes very easy for you to be able to analyze deals fast. And so in this next section, we're actually going to get into some real tactics. So those of you that have been just like, getting antsy in your chair,
give me the nuts and bolts, man.
We will get to those very soon. But first, again, just to summarize, it shouldn't take you days to analyze a deal. Once you know your why for real estate investing, the strategy or strategies that you're willing to implement for real estate investing, and you've got data to make informed decisions, this actually becomes really easy. Then you just need some quick rules of thumb in order to be able to quickly analyze deals. And have you guys ever heard about the 100-10-3-1 rule? Now, this is a rule that myself and my team use on a regular basis to remind ourselves about the level of activity we need to take if we want to get a deal. So this is a rule of thumb we live by. Now, you as an active investor, you may discover that it's actually the 55-2-1 rule for you, or maybe it's the 200-26-1 rule. It's not really important that we get really into the minutia in regards to this, but that you understand the concept so you realize that you likely need to do way more activity if you want to become a successful real estate investor. So what I like to recommend to every one of my mentees, anyone that's looking to grow from me as a real estate investor, is you need to analyze at least 100 opportunities if you want to get one real deal. So again, that doesn't mean that we need to spend 500 hours analyzing those 100 opportunities. I'm going to show you on the next slide 3 rules of thumb that are going to allow you to really speed up the process, especially if you're looking for cash flowing rental properties. But you need to be able to quickly analyze those 100 deals. Of those 100 opportunities, then we need to do due diligence on at least 10 of those properties. So deep dive into those 10 opportunities. For me, what that often looks like is I'm going to my municipal or city website, looking at the zoning, understanding if there's any permits pulled on it, if there's currently any infractions, if the property has a rental license. I'm looking at Google Street View to just get a feel for the curb appeal in the neighbor's property and what are they actually kept in, like what sort of state is it kept in, not what sort of photos were they able to stage for this listing or this one sale. Then moving on from that due diligence process, we're going to get into in-depth negotiations on 3 properties, and we're going to negotiate at length with those 3 motivated sellers. Of those 3 negotiations, we're probably going to have 2 where we can't come to a win-win. And this is where it's important that you get comfortable with understanding that you don't have to close on every deal you negotiate on. You don't have to close on every deal that you quickly analyze. You don't need to close on every deal you do due diligence. The problem is too many investors don't have a process or system in place when they're looking at doing this. So they spend 100 hours analyzing one deal. Now they've allowed their emotions to creep in because they're thinking about the sunk cost fallacy. I spent so much time analyzing this deal. Oh my God, I don't want to go analyze another deal and risk wasting another 100 hours. We need to understand that every time we're analyzing a deal, regardless of whether you decide to buy it or not, you're improving yourselves. You're putting in the reps, you're putting in the practice. And it's important to understand, Ben and I were very clear at the start of this entire session today, real estate investing is simple, but not easy. There is always hard work involved in regards to it. So again, to succeed at real estate, you need a fast way to analyze deals. The faster you can make a decision, the more decisions you can make, which actually means we're allowed to make more failures if we're making decisions faster, because you don't need to hit 100% of your shots if you're taking more than one shot. The problem is way too many real estate investors, they're treating the entire situation as if they've got one shot. This is the buzzer beater shot, and this is their only chance. If we were playing the full game from the start, we would have taken hundreds of shots. We would have missed a bunch of them, but it wouldn't have mattered because we took so many more shots than that one person that invested the entire game into one opportunity.
And a question to kind of focus on is, are you willing to make 100 offers? 10, 3, 1. Like, are you willing to undergo the process? I think sometimes we're looking for shortcuts, the get rich quick ideology. There's nothing get rich quick about real estate. You can get rich for sure,
Yes.
But there's not a get rich quick. It still will take time. It will take offers. It'll take raising capital. It'll take doing deals. Depending how far and fast you want to go, it'll take time. The problem is a lot of people were wasting time. And what happens is like we just keep kicking the can down the road. So you could have done 3 deals in 3 months, but instead you did 3 deals in 3 years because we just didn't apply enough pressure. See, you're going to apply the right deal making anyways. You're already going to make 100 deals. So why spend 3 years to make 100 deals when you can make 100 or 100 offers when you can make 100 offers in 3 months? So speed is such an important critical component. There's this thing about speed to lead. The faster you get to a deal, the higher the probability of that deal coming through. So, but if you're not there right as it happens and you want to sleep in proverbially on the deal and kind of wait for it to materialize on its own without you forcing it, it doesn't work that way. You have to take it. So I don't think you can be a passive, active investor, right? You either one or the other. So if you're an active investor, meaning you want to make money, $5,000 a month, $10,000, which is what we're talking about here virtually, it requires an active involvement in your business. And there's no business in the world where you can actively grow it with 1 hour a week. Like you have to be willing to invest the time. So a question that you might want to write down right now in your book is that, am I willing to invest 5 hours a week in my business?
Yeah.
Are you willing to invest 20 hours a month into your business, into finding deals, into building conversations with the right people, into getting investor partners? If you're willing to do that and you commit to it, the likelihood of you actually doing deals is much, much higher than somebody who doesn't. And I don't mean commit to it verbally. I mean physically commit and do it. A lot of people say they want to do it, but the truth is they don't. There's no big difference. Everybody's looking for the one secret.
Yeah.
The secret is the person who wins is the person who does deals. And the person who does deals is the person who commits and puts in the work. And the person who puts in the work is the one that believes it's possible and actually goes through the motion. So it starts with the belief that it's possible. This is why mindset is so important. It's like, oh, I just need to know the secret and I'll do it. No, you won't. I promise you, you will not be a successful investor if you don't get your mind right. It's impossible because you're going to do 1 deal or 2 or 3. And then you'll come back and say, yeah, but I did 3 deals on my own. But you could have done 30. You could have done way more, folks. So, I know investors that have got 3,600 apartment units when other people have bought 3. What's the difference is a willingness, an understanding, and a mindset that it was possible, and then putting in the level of work and commitment to actually get to that result. So if you're feeling a little convicted, well, that's fine. You need to feel a little convicted because I'd rather you be profitable and pissed off than come in and just say, and then don't do anything out of it. I'm big on results. I don't mind annoying people if you get the results. So that's the trade-off with me. I might annoy you, but there's a higher likelihood you'll get a result with me because I'll be totally blunt with you and honest with you. And I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what's going to help you get that result. So I hope that's cool. And if not, hey, it's all good. So let's keep moving on here. Now that I've offended everybody. Sorry, guys.
So again, 110-3-1 rule, really important that you internalize this. Again, your exact results may not work out to be exactly 110-3-1 rule, but this is just an indicator of the volume of activity we're going to need to take if you want to become a successful real estate investor. So how can you analyze deals faster? Well, I'm going to show you here on this slide 3 rules of thumb for analyzing cash flow deals fast. So you may have heard of the 1% rule, the 50% expense rule, and the 500-100 mortgage rule. But something really cool happens when we combine all these 3 strategies or all these 3 rules of thumb together that allows you to quickly analyze whether a deal or a property has the potential to cash flow. So when we're looking at the 1% rule, for those of you that aren't familiar with it, it's a rule of thumb for determining if a property will cash flow. If monthly gross rents equal 1% of the property's value, it will cash flow. So for example, if you're looking at buying a duplex for $200,000, you're going to want it to get gross rents of $2,000 a month. So again, $2,000 is 1% of $200,000. This is a really easy rule of thumb that you don't need a calculator in order to do. So let's say that we're looking at a $500,000 fourplex. Well, how much does that fourplex need to get in gross rent in order to cash flow? It needs $5,000 a month in gross rent. This is very simple and very easy. But again, I find so often investors will come to me with an opportunity and they're like, hey, here's a property. Does it cash flow? I'm like, well, you're looking at buying it for $500,000 and it gets $2,000 a month in gross rents. Does it meet the 1% rule? No, it's not even the 0.5% rule. It's below that. So the real struggle is way too often people are trying to take shortcuts by just guessing rather than finding some rules of thumb that will allow them to quickly analyze deals and opportunities. Then the next big struggle a lot of beginner investors have is, how do I know what my expenses are going to be? And there's no perfect formula to know what those expenses are unless you can get the data from the existing seller. But sometimes that's not possible, or sometimes it's going to take a while for us to get that information. So what I'm going to recommend to you guys is the 50% expense rule. And this is something myself and Casey Wong have talked about on my YouTube channel as well. So it's a rule of thumb for determining the expected expenses. So we're going to take that $2,000 a month in gross rents, and we're going to assume that we're going to have $1,000 a month in operating expenses. Now, this doesn't include our mortgage payment. This is just focused on the expenses, things like insurance, utilities if you're paying them, property taxes, maintenance, repairs, things of that nature. And again, what we're going to do once we've done our quick analysis is go back and get data so that we can get dialed in and get more accurate. But first, when you first get presented that opportunity, you should be able to make a quick decision in a minute or two in regards to whether you want to execute on this deal or not. So again, we're going to initially assume that 50% of our gross rents equal the total operating expenses for properties. And then finally, we've got the 500-100 rule when it comes to mortgages. So here in Canada, if you're looking at, say, if you're trying to quickly calculate what is my mortgage payment going to be on a property, well, here's a quick, easy rule of thumb. If we assume a 3.5% interest rate and a 25-year amortization, that means every $100,000 we borrow, we're going to be having a payment of approximately $500 a month. So again, we can put all these three rules together to really quickly analyze a deal in under a minute. And when I was looking for BRRRR properties, when I was looking for cash flowing rental properties, this is literally the rule of thumb I use. And I still even use this rule of thumb when I'm looking at buying large apartment buildings. So when Jeff Weibo and I buy our 14 unit, our 17 unit, our 30 unit apartment building, we're literally, the first thing we do is in just mental math in our head using these three rules to get dialed in. Well, where do I need to buy this property at in order to make money? Or where do I need to get the gross rents in order to make money? So let's put this all together on that $200,000 duplex. So $200,000 duplex getting $2,000 a month in gross rents. We know $1,000 a month is going to go to our operating expenses. Then if we use the rule of thumb in regards to the 500-100 rule, what we're going to do is assume an 80% loan to value because that's normally what we're going to get from a lender. So that means we're going to be borrowing approximately $160,000 for this mortgage. That works out to approximately a $750 a month mortgage payment. So right off the bat, I can, in under a minute, know this property is probably going to get me about $200, $250 a month in gross rent or in net cash flow in regards to paying all my operating expenses as well as making my mortgage payment. Now, what this allows me to do is quickly know, is this property worth doing deeper due diligence? Let's say that my goal was to find properties that cash flow between $200 and $400 a month per unit. Well, this property doesn't quite meet it, but that's just based upon my rules of thumb. So what I'm going to do next is just get further dialed in and then reach out to the seller and get more data so I can make my assumptions more accurate. But see how quickly I was able to analyze whether duplex had potential or not, where that $500,000 duplex that's renting for $2,000 a month, I can quickly know, well, in this case, it's not meeting the 1% rule, so it's probably not going to cash flow. In fact, $1,000, again, is going to go to operating expenses, presumably. And then of that, my mortgage payment, if I'm doing an 80% loan to value on $500,000, that's a $400,000 mortgage. That means $2,000 a month in mortgage payments. All of a sudden, I'm now looking at losing $1,000 a month on this rental property rather than cash flowing. I can know quickly, well, do any duplexes in this neighborhood rent for $5,000 a month? If the answer is no, well, let's move on and look at the next opportunity. And I've already analyzed 2 deals in under 2 minutes just on this call here. So I really want to show you guys that this doesn't need to be complicated, but there is hard work involved. You are going to need to go analyze those 100 deals. You're going to have to put in the work, but the work doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't need to be confusing, and you don't need to be scared about taking action.
Love it. Love it. So a lot of granular data right there, folks. And, we'll kind of dive a little bit deeper throughout the next couple of days of how we, kind of analyze. We're going to talk about how to actually wholesale, kind of put it together. What I want you to realize is that it's possible and it's available. So if you're brand new right now, and this is the first time you're hearing this, This is very, very valuable information, and it's accurate, transparent information. If you're already experienced, then you can take these rules that we use and apply it to your own investing structure, and see how they fare against what you're doing right now. The truth is that they do work. Apply it and start using it. So let's keep moving on here.
Yeah. So then I just want to cover next steps. So if you're struggling to find real estate deals, it's because you're not analyzing enough opportunities. You're not getting in front of enough opportunities.
Yeah.
And, you're not making enough offers. When 2020 started, I decided that one of my themes for this year was make more offers, get more deals. And in fact, we even challenged some of our Cashflow Tribe Alpha members to make more offers.
Yeah.
And one of the people that I'm most proud of is Spencer Dam.
Yep.
Spencer literally committed to making 5 offers a day for a month. Think about that. He made 150 offers in 1 month. How much experience did Spencer gain in that single month?
Yeah.
To me, I think that there's some investors or aspiring investors that have been in the game for 10 years that won't have made 150 offers.
Well, and I would challenge you folks real quick. If you're not making offers, you're not in the game. In fact, you're sitting on the sidelines. Making offers is equivalent to swinging that bat. The thing is, you have a choice if you want to swing that bat or not. Now, are you going to hit the ball? Are you going to miss the ball? That's almost irrelevant at this point. What I'm trying to get through is to make that first step, which is swing. Actually, one of our other Cashflow Tribe members, Alan Abbas, he's working his factory job, and Alan completed 3 deals in the last 3 months, 3 wholesale deals by simply getting up and swinging that bat. So it's important to understand that until you get up to the plate, even though it's scary, even though you're brand new, it's okay. So you're going to learn how that ball moves when you swing. Until you get feedback from the offers that you write, you really can't even understand your own local market. So we're all trying to figure this out instead of just asking. And the way we really just ask is by putting an offer. Hey, would you take this price? No, I won't. Okay, great. Now I have a feedback loop, right? Yes, I would, but I'd want $3,000 more. Okay, great. Feedback loop. So we need feedback loops. And the only way to get feedback is to put it out there and swing that bat.
Yeah. And so again, you may have heard the adage, you can only read about riding a bicycle so long, and then you have to get on the bicycle if you want to be able to ride a bicycle.
Yeah.
The same comes true for real estate investing. So those of you that have maybe been following my channel for 4 years, watched every one of my 650 plus videos, that's fantastic. But have you got on a bicycle yet? Have you made an offer? Because Spencer Dam in 1 month rode more bicycles than most investors will likely do in their entire career.
He bought a bike shop.
Right? Yeah. He
listen, I get it. We all have different reasons why we don't do it. And I'm not here to criticize you, and we're not here to point the fingers. I'm just trying to help you understand and investigate with yourself. Why don't we do these things? Why don't we make offers? And if it's simply a matter of we just don't know how, great. We have a resource for that. If it's simply a matter of, well, I just need to figure out what price to offer, great. We can help walk through that. So I'm trying to do is just get to the bottom of whatever that hesitation point is or that objection. Because once we know what the objection is, a lot of times it's a pretty simple answer that we could just apply with a little confidence. And now you're running down the road, or you're on that bicycle in full tilt instead of constantly being afraid to get on even the tricycle with the training wheels, right?
Yeah. And so again, think about what Spencer would have done in that 1 month. He got all the embarrassing things out of the way. And I think the reason a lot of us don't make that first offer, that we don't submit it, is we're scared that we're going to embarrass ourselves.
Yeah.
You're going to embarrass yourself. Just accept it. Lean into it. Understand that that's just a sign that you're growing, that you're outside your comfort zone. And again, Spencer probably knew he needed to make offers before that month, before joining Cashflow Tribe Alpha, but he didn't. And I think it's because, like Ben was saying earlier, that lack of accountability, that lack of a Roger Bannister, someone that's setting that precedent for you. If you guys aren't familiar with Roger Bannister, he was the first person to run a 4-minute mile. Up until that point, people thought it was impossible. And I think for a lot of us, we assume that real estate investing maybe works for other people, but it's impossible for us. But once we start surrounding ourselves with like-minded individuals, they're actually taking action, they're putting themselves outside their comfort zone, that's when they succeed. That's when they're able to really, conquer that fear and get the results they want.
Yeah. And you know what? The truth is, folks, neither of us were born with a silver spoon in our mouths. Matt was born on a farm, and I was born in a communist country, and my parents fought to get over here to Canada and start a new life. So it's not about anybody's more entitled than you. They're not. We're all in this together, but leveling up is part and conditioned to your environment. So sometimes you need to just change your environment and get around other people who are also leveling up. When you get around people in a mastermind or like this event, you have 2 days of just focused, positive, encouraging push and support. And you need that, right? We all need that, that kind of encouragement so that we feel good that we're taking the appropriate actions. When you try doing it on your own, it's tough. I get it. It's challenging. And maybe that's why people don't make offers.
Yeah, 100%. So I kind of went a little long on this session. So I know there was a bunch of great questions came in. We'll try and maybe rapid fire a couple of them, but just a little spoiler alert, guys. At the end of today's session, we're going to show you how to participate in a VIP Q&A. So any questions that we don't get to answer on this call right now, if you stick around to the end of the day, we'll be able to really power through them at that point. So I saw one question was about, with the 110-3-1 rule, am I making offers on the 100 or am I making 100 offers on the ones? Great question. So what specifically we're talking about there is you're actually going to be analyzing 100 opportunities. If you analyze those 100 opportunities, you'll probably find that only 10 are worth negotiating on or having an initial relationship with. And then of those, you're going to make real negotiations and offers on, say, 3 of them. You'll probably find one deal.
Yeah, let me take one here. Another one from a Naheem Naeem says, do you cut out the realtors? And if so, do you save on the commission? There's 2 trains of thoughts. Number one, if there's a property that's on the MLS, which is the multiple listing service, those properties are listed through realtors. That's a service that they provide. So you're going to have to make the offer through a realtor in order to get that offer to the initial seller. So you can either hire your own realtor or you can use the listing agent. The biggest thing to keep in mind, though, is it doesn't matter. I'm not here to cut out the agent if it's on the MLS. I'm just here to get the right price. So regardless if it goes through an agent or it goes direct to seller, I have a price in mind that needs to work for me. Now, when you market and you're actually going to get your own leads that are not on the MLS, there's a whole world of going direct to seller marketing and conversations. In that world, there's no cutting out the agent. They're not even in the picture. So you're having conversations with sellers before they even list the property on the MLS. And yes, you'll get better deals because, number one, the commission doesn't have to come out of anybody's pocket, which is typically 5% of the purchase price. And you can also get the real story from the seller, build a real bond and connection, and find a win-win scenario there.
Yeah.
We'll take a couple more and then we'll move on here.
We can. Okay. I just didn't want,
Sure.
I didn't know if we were running long. So what about borrowing for down payment if you don't have the cash? Thanks. Yeah. Great question. In fact, tomorrow we're going to have an entire 45-minute training on OPM. So we're really going to dive into how you can get access to OPM and how you can structure your deals so that you can, in fact, say potentially borrow the down payment. Now, again, like a lot of things, it's a relatively simple concept, but it is still going to take some negotiation. We're going to have to put some effort in because that is a little bit more of a complex deal than, say, your off-the-shelf bank financing 80% loan to value.
Yeah. And then the last question is, how do I get investing? How do I start as a student? Well, just like any other student has a job, make this your job. Get into the right community. Come join us at Cashflow Tribe. Get around other people that are doing deals. Listen, I started my first property when I was 21 years old. So it doesn't matter how old you are. I know people who are 18 years old buying real estate.
Yep.
It does not matter your age. It doesn't matter if you're a student or if you're retired or if you're working for a living. It's about raising your level of education when it comes to real estate. And it's about really applying the information properly. You do not need money. We'll talk about this today and tomorrow. You don't need your own money. You don't need your own credit. You don't need to qualify for mortgages to do real estate. I'm living proof of it. If you did, I would tell you honestly, hey, half of you are screwed because you can't do it if you can't get a mortgage. I guarantee you, you do not need it. But there's 2 things you got to keep in mind. You'll need more money when you have more ignorance. This is how this game works.
Yeah.
The less ignorance you have, the more you understand the game, the less money you'll need. A lot of people are playing checkers with real estate when the people at the top are playing chess. So this weekend is about learning how to play chess. So this is a powerful segment. We'll get to some of these questions a little bit later. I know we have a lot of great questions. Guys, wasn't this an amazing training from Matt? Give me a quick thumbs up if you can. I don't know if the comments are enabled yet or not, but we're going to jump into another amazing segment here with an amazing guest of ours in about 2 seconds. Let's do it. Come on, guys. Keep the energy. Let's roll.
Evan's unparalleled competence emerges from his experience building multiple 7 to 8 figure companies. His work alongside powerful influencers, professional athletes, high-level executives, and political leaders has helped shape the future of business and has had an impact across the globe. Through a unique blend of professional, personal, and spiritual development, Evan Stewart is sought after for sound counsel regarding clarity, purpose, giftedness, calling, and obsession. In addition to his expertise in scaling companies and driving profits for small, mid-market, and corporate organizations, simply put, Evan's work transcends cultural, physical, economic, and spiritual boundaries to stir the soul of the people and businesses with whom he works. As the founder and chief evangelist for Obsessed Academy, Evan helps others build a life they can be obsessed about through private events, hosting thousands of world changers at the Obsessed Conference, and impacting lives through the Obsessed podcast, speaking to the world's most forward-thinking companies and more. This is Evan Stewart.
So we're so excited here to have our brother Evan Stewart. Evan has been with us real quick at our previous boot camps that we do, because we do boot camps. We were doing them every month until the COVID thing happened. Evan's been such a powerful part of our community, so engaging, so helpful, and just being able to really bring it home for a lot of folks who need help with, their mindset, need help with tactical. This guy's an absolute beast, so we're so happy to have him. So brother Evan, welcome to the virtual summit, man.
So glad to be here. Glad we could make this work. We talk about the beauty of what you're doing, and why I'm always so excited to be in stuff like this is because real estate by default is about switching and navigating ebbs and flows. And this is the most physical manifestation of navigating ebbs and flows to where we can still put on a really good, valuable opportunity for your community to learn, online. So this is really cool. Thank you. I love it, man. Well, we're going to give you the stage and let you take it from there. Guys and girls, get ready. This is very powerful. I told you before, Evan's already sold multi-million-dollar business. And, this guy is 26 years old, I believe still 26. And just an absolute stud at his age. There's going to be an amazing, next half an hour with my man, Evan. So Evan, take the stage, man, and do what you do best. Folks, let's go. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me. If we haven't yet had the opportunity to meet, well, first of all, that's my fault and responsibility, but I'm glad that we're here now. Man, I'm excited to be here because Ben and Matt, what they're going to do with their tactical breakdowns of real estate. My business was a real estate business, so I have experience in how to navigate that market. And they really are quite gifted at an ability to break it down. But when we were discussing this and they said, hey, we'd like to bring you on and talk a little bit about some of the things that you've done. First of all, I always like to give recognition that it's not just one individual. One thing that Ben and Matt have that we can all focus on is that it is a team, right? It's great people around you in your environment that are also helping you. But Ben just mentioned that he wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Now, I wasn't born in communism, but when I was building my companies, I had no money. I had no resources. I had no connections. I just had a drive. And Matt, in his YouTube video, we talked a little bit about what that was like actually starting from there. And I really hit a low point in my life where I was forced to look at my life and to start analyzing and evaluating what was working and what wasn't. I needed to make sure that I was building something significant and sustainable in the long run. And I recognized that I wasn't. My low point was breaking down in the Target parking lot because I wasn't able to buy groceries and I was scared about the rent coming up. And then from there, I had an opportunity to build and exit a really large and significant business before I hit 30. And so looking back in my life, there's one important thing, one factor above all else that can help you get dialed in. One thing. It's not a get rich quick strategy. I don't believe in those. I don't want to get rich quick. I want to get rich for sure. It's not a your life will be better strategy. On the contrary, I don't want my life to be comfortable. I want my life to be hard. It's the system that you can implement and incorporate to allow yourself to move through the ebbs and flows with a grace, a space of precision that allows you to come out ahead, regardless of the economy, regardless of what's happening at home or happening in your work. It's the strategy that I figured out and implemented in my life, and it's called obsession. And the interesting thing about a conversation like this, where it's camera to camera, is I can't exactly see reactions from here because I'm looking into that tiny little dot on my computer, but I know that you've probably heard of obsession before, right? In fact, you're probably thinking of it. So when I say obsession, that thing you think about that hits in the little back of your mind is probably not so good. Now, some of you, maybe you think, well, I kind of like that word. I might have heard a couple of other people throw it around, but typically when we're explaining obsession, we need to explain what obsession is not. And the reason that I use this word obsession is because obsession starts with an all-consuming passion. And as I was trying to go back through, I believe we have these little moments in our life called threads of consistency. They're moments where we touch a consistent part of our calling, our giftedness, and our purpose, a core sense of our humanity, what drives us every single day, whether or not we care to bring words to it. And for me, I recognized I would dive deep into things that I was passionate about. I mean, really deep, passionately deep, obsessed. I would get really deep into the things that I so cared about, whether it was friends, family, relationships, whether it was work or music. My first obsession was classical piano, of all things. And then that I ended that when I had learned a really interesting piece, Chopin's Grand Polonaise in E flat major for classical piano. Took almost 940 hours of practice. That's obsessed, to get really, 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 really deep. But when most people think of obsession, they typically think of what it's not. So if you're taking notes, I want to walk you through what it is and what it isn't, so you can better understand how it plays into the rhythms of your life. Because I believe that there's a state that most people live. And if you're on this stream, you're probably in this state too, because you're looking for answers. People don't plug into webinars to find answers that they already know. They plug in because they want to grow. And people that are living in that gap, I call living in the gap of ambiguity. It's a fog around you where you can't quite pinpoint where to go next. That's why you start to search and you plug into things like Cashflow Tribe. That's why you hit up Matt McKeever's YouTube channel. You start to say, man, I see how he's doing deals. I'm sitting here in this office, but I'd really like not to be. I'd love to have a little bit of stability. Maybe I don't want to be a multi-millionaire, but I'd love to have $2,000 a month coming in, so that way I know my rent is paid, my mortgage is paid, my kids eat. The way that starts is with a recognition of obsession. And if you're thinking negatively, I want you to write this down, that there's two types of obsession. We have a healthy obsession and we have an unhealthy obsession. This is where it begins, okay? The unhealthy obsession is extremely important to note. This is a linear movement, a start, a movement, and an end. Unhealthy obsession is typically what people think of when they think of obsession. Unhealthy obsession is mania. It's fear. It's anxiety. It's diving deep into one thing, but it's typically overcoming and running away from feelings of obsession, negative feelings, inadequacy, shame, guilt, abandonment, anxiousness, stress, fear. And I know I'm kicking off a real estate webinar by talking about things like shame. We're not going to go deep down that depressive rabbit hole, trust me, but we need to understand that this is the reality of a lot of our lives. And in preparing for this, it was interesting. I was talking with some people in my network, and I had recognized that there was a man in my network who was married, a beautiful wife and a lovely family. And unfortunately, over a period of time, his wife left him for another man that was significantly wealthier than he was. And money was a big part of his life. And so it's interesting because as he's moving through this changing season in his life, he's looking at his life and he goes back into work and he's working hard every single day. Maybe you're in a similar rhythm. You're just diving into your work because you don't know what to do. COVID's got you locked indoors, so now you can't leave your work, so you go deeper into your work, and now it's 18-hour days instead of 9-hour days because you just gotta move, and everything else is falling apart, so you gotta keep it together. You're diving into your work. He's diving into the gym. When he's not at the work, he's at the gym. There are two places you could pick up the phone and call him. Where would I find him? He's either in the office or in a second office. And see, from the outside looking in, you look at that and you think, man, he's starting to get healthy. He's getting his money right. He's getting his body right. He's getting his mind right. That's an unhealthy obsession. Because actually what it is it is a linear movement, a forward direction, but it started from needing to overcompensate and overcome those feelings of shame and guilt and inadequacy and abandonment. And he moves. Here's the thing about an unhealthy obsession. Always, it ends in a lack of fulfillment. and regret. 100% of the time, an unhealthy obsession will end in a lack of fulfillment and regret. The reason why this is important is because we need to bring recognition, because if you are on that path of an unhealthy obsession, it does not end in prosperity and positivity. But see, the beautiful thing about an unhealthy obsession is that every coin has two sides. While we do have this moment and this recognition of this experience that's unhealthy, right? If you think of obsession and you think of addictions and you think of, what media is putting out as mania, that's unhealthy. All of that's unhealthy. But there's another side of that that's a healthy obsession. And this is where we begin to shift. And so if you're taking notes, I want you to write this down. We talked about unhealthy obsession is a linear movement. Healthy obsession is a cycle. It's a 3-part cycle. A healthy obsession has 3 different components that, when worked properly, give you a rhythm, natural rhythm in your life to actually produce significant results. Maybe real estate isn't your end goal. Maybe it is a means to an end and not the end. And once you get to real estate, there's something else that you want to do, but you need a lot of capital to do it. And this is the vehicle to actually get there. Maybe you're in a situation where you're looking at your life and you're trying to figure out where you're at, and there's anxiety in your life because you think you should be reaping, but in reality, you're in a different part of that cycle. Healthy obsession first starts with emotion. I want you to write this down. Emotion is a stage of revelation. This is where it begins. Could be one of the reasons why you're on this call. Because a revelation is not getting hit in the face with the freight train. Like, oh my gosh, boom, we've got this new future. Revelation is gentle and consistent. Revelation is a little gnawing on your soul. Revelation is not the entire sky opening up and God in his booming voice screaming down, you need to go into this or do this. Revelation is that tiny little thing inside of you that when you go home and you talk to your spouse, you say, gosh, my time here is getting really, really hard to stay in this cubicle. It's you coming in just thinking, I really think I need to get into real estate. I really think I need to get into music. I really think we need to make some content. Revelation is a gentle and consistent gnawing at your soul for a long period of time. That's how obsession starts. This obsession is an emotion, and it begins with a period of revelation. The first step in the cycle is the emotion. The next step in the cycle is the mindset. Obsession is first an emotion, it's second a mindset. Mindset is a stage of preparation. This is important, write this down. Preparation can take the most time. The reason why this is important to recognize is so many of us are trying to reap what we've been sowing when in reality, the field is still dry. So many of us are trying to think, oh, we should have been there by now. I did one deal. Where's my financial freedom? Right? You're going to have amazing speakers. Chris is going to come on. Matt and Ben are going to walk you through additional opportunities and structures and strategies. And you're going to walk away empowered and informed. You're going to start making offers like Matt McKeever says and take action. You're going to hear some of the in-depth strategies that Chris Rude uses to do wholesale deals. And you're going to think, I'm ready to go. You do one deal. Where the hell's my financial freedom? You're not ready yet because you're still planting seeds. Preparation can look like a week or a month or years. My series of preparation when I was in real estate took 7 years. Everybody talks about the after. Oh, you're 26 years old and 25 years old and 24 years old and you've successfully accomplished building this business. What they don't see is driving a car that I didn't like, not being able to afford food, breaking down in the parking lot of a grocery store because I couldn't evaluate how to properly manage my life. And I'm moving houses, starting to move into bigger houses. And as a real estate agent, I was selling houses with closets bigger than my entire apartment, having to come back home and still feel that it could still be done. That's preparation. Preparation can take a long time. It is a long obedience and a forward momentum for a long period of time. That's the second stage of obsession. Obsession is first an emotion, which is a revelation. Obsession is second a mindset, which is preparation. That's the second step in the cycle. The third is the discipline, which is the stage of cultivation. This is why this is important. Cultivation is where you finally get an opportunity to reap what you've been sowing. Cultivation is a glimpse into that better future. The reason this is a cycle, emotion, mindset, discipline, is because the second you're in that cultivation, you typically link right back to revelation. So think back in your life. We've all had these moments of cultivation. Cultivation does not mean that life gets amazing. Cultivation is a moment. The longest periods of cultivation I've ever had have lasted just a day or two. Cultivation is where you finally get that new platform. You finally get to reap a little bit of your labor. Things finally start coming together. And then immediately you think, I can probably do more. One of my favorite sayings by Ben and Matt as they've been working through Cashflow Tribe is that the entire goal in fundamental is to turn a ceiling into a floor. That's a moment of cultivation. It's when you do one deal and you think, wow, I finally did my deal. I feel really good about myself. And then immediately, I bet I could do that again. Cultivation, boop, right back to the emotion, which is a revelation. This is why it's important to note. Is because I want to challenge you and I want to push on you a little bit. And build in some grace and some space to where you're at in your journey. Because so many of us are stuck in preparation. And the reason that we can't cultivate is because we're busy looking for opportunities to reap, when in reality, we've got a bag of seed that we still have not finished planting and watering and growing. The way that you actually grow is you dive deep into stuff like this. You dive deep into personal and professional development. You know everything you can know. When I jumped into real estate and I was 18 and a half, 19 years old, when I finally got my license, I didn't know anything. I was bold enough to be risky, challenging enough to be vulnerable with myself to know when I had failed. And I knew that education was the only way to overcompensate for a lack of experience. If you don't have experience, the very first thing you can do is get educated. The beauty of it is it's usually free or very inexpensive. Sure, you can plug into high-level masterminds, but you have to be able to speak the vernacular that you will be moving into before you can plug in and actually be competent. That's still preparation. So this cycle, we have an emotion, we have a mindset, we have a discipline. We have a revelation, we have a preparation, we have a cultivation, and it works consistently. We work, we have a revelation, we can do more, we work our land, we educate, we get better, we connect, we do deals, we learn, we make many, many offers, we fail, we try, we get back again and again and again every single day. We get to cultivate. You get one deal, and now you pop back in the cycle, and then a couple of months later, you get your second deal, and then now your third deal. It's not a single family, it's a fourplex, and now you get the next deal, and then you keep working it and working it and working it. That cycle worked consistently, obediently, and diligently over a long period of time, produces the final piece that I call saturation. Saturation is obsession overflow. And this is the beauty of it. We have revelation, we have preparation, we have cultivation, worked consistently. That's the only way to get to saturation, the obsession overflow. Saturation is where you start to hit that level of wealth that you actually feel comfortable with. There's a difference between being rich and being wealthy. You've got to have those thresholds. I'd love to make 100,000. I'd love to make 1 million. I'd love to make 5 million, whatever it is. But wealth it starts to cross the line to indestructible. Now that's what a lot of people are potentially chasing. But notice I'm not just talking about finances here. Because I know some people that are extremely wealthy in their life and they are not sitting on a $20 million checking account. I'm talking about wealth in your personal life, about being able to go home to a family that actually supports and loves you and is excited to see you when you walk through the door. I'm talking about your finances where you don't feel stressed when we get into a COVID market because you know deep down this is what you've been working for. I'm talking about your spiritual life where you have the headspace necessary. If you're of a specific faith and religion, you've got a discipline in going back to that every single day. I'm talking about your professional life to where you feel inspired, fascinated, and motivated to go to work every day and not default back to a draining scenario. The reason why I'm getting this very big overview about what this cycle actually looks like is because so many times when I'm working with people, yeah, we can get deep into strategy and here are the 3 tips you need to do to get better. But as I'm working with individuals time and time and time again, we have to first address the fundamental component of where they're actually at. Because the most successful people I have ever met and had the chance to work with, a lot of household names that individuals are throwing around right now, I know these people. We've had a chance to get together and work together. The most successful people are obsessed, consistently, emotion, mindset, discipline, worked over decades of time, and then eventually they fall into the stage of saturation. And the reason why you can challenge yourself with these steps and apply this to your life is because if you just have this fundamental tracking system for how you move, it gives you a little bit of freedom to start reaping opportunities when they're in your environment. So, and a great example that I used, I was on an interview a couple of months back, and an individual had called in and said, you know what, that sounds great, really idealistic, whatever. I want to be in music. I'm a rapper. I feel like it's my gift, but I'm working at 7-Eleven. I'm checking out people at the convenience store because as much as I love being in the studio and I love making beats and I love doing all of this, I don't have the time. I got kids with mouths to feed, and I'll be damned if I'm going to pursue music and leave my family on the curb. And I respect that because life can get in the way. So he's like, yeah, this emotion, this mindset, this discipline. Yeah, we're having these great conversations, but I am at a convenience store, not in the studio. Like, help. What do I do? See, here's the beauty of it. Preparation, you can typically be called before you're prepared, right? You can be called to be that real estate investor before you are competent. Calling and competency do not equally align. That's why you might be here. This may be the first interaction you've ever had with the concept of obsession or with this concept of financial freedom through real estate. You might have been called to move before you're competent. Revelation occurs before you're actually prepared most of the time. That's why we have the second stage of preparation. Called before you're competent. Going back to that example, speaking with that individual, I said, right, this is where we're in that season of preparation. Planting seeds for a different season doesn't necessarily look like the environment you're expecting right now. That time working at 7-Eleven, maybe you're even in a similar scenario. I got to work. I can't move. That time when you're in this season, maybe that's an opportunity to check out 200 people and practice making really impactful 30 seconds or less conversations with individuals that don't actually have weight on your future. So that one Friday you get away and you get to go to the club and you get to drop that new record, and there's a producer there and it's super loud and you've got a long line of people and you only have 30 seconds to make an interaction, you're prepared for it. Because that time at the convenience store that you were just thinking, I'm just wasting my time and I'm wasting my life, you were put there in that place to be called away from it. But first you had to be in the season of preparation, which is to learn the tips, the tricks, the strategies to actually making an impact. So when you were put in the place to make an impact, you could do so instead of sacrificing the better future because you neglected to plant in the season that you were supposed to be growing and not reaping. This is the cycle of healthy obsession. Emotion, mindset, discipline. Revelation, I'm called to music. Preparation, I'm stuck at the convenience store. I'm going to learn how to make an impact in 30 seconds or less. Cultivation, hey, Mr. Producer, you like that record? Let me tell you why this is important and why you need to hear more. The season of your life that you're in right now might not be exciting. It might be tense. It could be really great. It can always be better. Regardless of where you're at, you're always in that cycle somewhere. Very rarely do we meet people that are actually in saturation. Most people are still continuing to work this. I'm in a season of preparation right now. That real estate company, yeah, I built a multi-8-figure book of business, $35 million book of business in real estate. I exited that. I went into a different company. I was called elsewhere. 4 years prior, before I made that exit, I was called elsewhere. It scared the crap out of me. It's not your life is going to be amazing. It's a consistent, diligent rhythm to move deeper in alignment with your calling and your purpose. Because I believe that people who are living in default, that are living in burnout, usually it stems from a misalignment between a calling and a daily activity. So here are the rules for obsession. And this is so important because if you actually commit yourself to identifying where you're at in the cycle, working the cycle, getting educated, getting prepared, and moving away from the things you've defaulted to the things you've been called to, 3 things are going to happen. And this is where we get real. This is not, oh yeah, here comes the unicorn with your pile of cash. This is that obsession and working that and living that. It gives and it costs and it breaks. Obsession will give you, and that cycle will give you immense freedom. Immense freedom. Don't you know that Ben and Matt don't have to be on this call right now? I know that. I know Ben and Matt. They don't have to be on this call right now. They're doing so because they have the freedom to make decisions. The first thing is the positive, freedom. Take the family on vacation when you're allowed to get on a plane again without feeling the guilt of, I've got $2,000 left. How do I disperse it? It gives immense freedom. It gives undeniable opportunity. That's where that obedience in the same direction, exciting, fascinating, and motivating are my 3 qualifiers. When you're working that cycle, it opens your eyes to opportunity because now you're able to understand the season in which you've been planted. Obsession also gives you powerful testimony because a life that's never pressed on is usually a life that's not exciting to speak about. And the first thing that happens is it tenses the world around you because you challenge the world you defaulted to. Obsession gives immense freedom, gives undeniable opportunity, and gives you a powerful testimony. It also costs, and this is where it starts to get a little expensive. Sometimes people think it might cost too much. It costs your relationships. This is a big one. This is a big one. Because what happens is you have to release those who are infectious to your calling and your obedience to be diligent to it. I don't know what those relationships look like, but I know that it is damn hard to be in love with something and moving towards something and come home to a spouse that absolutely doesn't want you to do that. I really feel like I need to quit my job. Why the hell are you doing that? Who told you? I really think that I need to be over here, that I can impact here. I don't like how I'm living. You know what? Maybe you should just keep sacrificing for your family. I had somebody in my real estate company who worked in that scenario. She was so gifted. So gifted. She could have been amazing. But her husband didn't want her to work. And she loved him so much that she didn't. Because the cost of that relationship was so high, it was not worth it. And I respect that. I'm not saying we have to distance ourselves from those that we deeply love. I'm saying it will cost you relationships, whether it's immediate people, whether it's people that are 1 or 2 degrees removed, at some point it will cost. It costs usually your financial security. Moving out of my real estate company into the startup of Obsessed Academy cost me a pretty damn stable income. Cost financial security. See, here's the beautiful thing is that the demands of obsession are total trust. But in order to get total trust, you have to be moved through seasons of wilderness where you're no longer allowed to trust the things that are breaking your humanity. It costs relationships, it costs financial security. The most important thing, and this is the hardest for a lot of people, is it costs your self-proclaimed identity. Divine purpose and self-fulfilling actions are contrary in nature. Matt McKeever was working the books. He was a CPA. Ben Humble was just your average mortgage and real estate guy, wearing a sweater vest, right? Now look at him. I was the real estate guy. It cost me that self-proclaimed identity to where I had to be comfortable with the new season I was moving into. My question is your identity grounded in people's perceptions of your actions or your ability to move deeper into your calling? See, when it costs that immediate identity, it typically breaks off from the job title and breaks into your humanity. No longer was it, I'm the real estate CEO. Now it's I'm a challenger, a teacher, and a grower. And my identity is deeply ingrained in how I can challenge without being challenging, teach others to do better, and grow the lives around me. Everyone's life should be better because it's touched, because our lives have touched each other. That's a fundamental rule. So obsession costs your relationships, your financial security, your self-proclaimed identity. And finally, obsession breaks. The first thing it breaks is your poor habits, because by default, that cycle is a killer of mediocrity. You cannot live an obsessed life and go back to being complacent. I love Tiger King. You can watch it, right? I love this obsession with Tiger King, but at the end of the day, if you're spending your life diving into that narrative, you're not going to be able to dive into the narrative of your calling and your gift. It is contrary in nature. Obsession breaks your complacent mindset, because the first thing you have to adjust is the mind before you can adjust the body, which then moves the spirit. Obsession breaks your arrogant spirit, because you must shed your lesser self before you can build a prosperous future. The cycle gives, costs, and breaks. I want you to think about this concept that a dead branch will never produce new life. You have to be pruned down before you can bear fruit. And if you haven't been bearing fruit metaphorically in your life right now, that could be because you're not pruned down. And that's where the cycle comes in. The emotion is that time of pruning. Mindset is that time of growing. And the discipline is that time of blooming. So as you look at where you're currently at in your life and in these seasons, I encourage you to apply the rhythms of your life back to this cycle. Give yourself the grace and the space and allow yourself to be vulnerable with this intense the intensity of living in obedience to a healthy obsession. Because what happens is when you finally break off of the you that you've defaulted to, it finally gives you an opportunity with new life and refreshed vision, inspiration, fascination, and motivation to dive deep into that truest version of yourself, which at the end of the day is what people are looking for. It's what your business is looking for, and that's what your friends and your family are looking for. And so if you take away one thing from this, it's ultimately at the end of the day, yes, you're going to get tons of strategy, right? You're going to get tons of application, but you got to get yourself right before you can get the business right. Because what people don't see on the other end of me building that really significant business, I got a lot of recognition for it, because they didn't see a man who was tired. They didn't see a newlywed man who didn't have time to see his wife. They didn't see a friend that couldn't be present. That's not a life that's worth living. So as you apply the strategy, remember what you're applying it for. At the very beginning of this, Ben and Matt talked about your why. Remember what you're applying it for. The best way to define that, in my opinion, is this cycle of healthy obsession. So Ben, Matt, thank you very much, as always, my friends, for allowing me to hop on. I know you guys have some really great speakers this afternoon, so have an amazing, amazing afternoon.
Evan, thank you so much, man. Just such a pleasure having you. Folks, can we give them a big just thumbs up or whatever you got over there? It's always so important. So just hang on for a second. It's always so important to reflect on why we're doing this at the end of the day. Because truthfully, remember we talked about the nuts and the bolts and the tactics. And yes, they are important to implement. But if you don't truly understand why and what you're trying to accomplish in life. And one thing you said, which I just love, is that it's okay to be obsessed. In fact, you need to be obsessed. I think sometimes we're just too comfortable, and that's why we don't do it. We need to become more obsessed behind what we want. Grant says, be obsessed or be average. And I agree with that concept, but I love how you just broke down this is a healthy and an unhealthy obsession. So folks, double down on yourself. You are the asset, not the real estate. Double down on yourself, your education, your willingness and ability to invest in yourself is directly tied to the income that's going to come from it. So Evan, I'm so thankful. Folks are giving just a massive, massive thanks. Make sure you follow my man, Evan. We're going to have some information. Some of you guys need some more of this. Again, the mindset is so critical. There's only so much we can compress into one weekend to give you. So that's why I'm asking you here. If this is something that resonates with you, you need to come join us at Cashflow Tribe. This is what we're all about. Mind, body, spirit, all of it. And the income is a byproduct of who you become. And the more you develop, the more that you grow, the more the income is going to follow you guys. So listen, if you're enjoying the stream, please comment below. Please tell us. Please drop your comments in here, and we're going to make more time to share. So I see a lot of folks. Evan, completely touching, man. Thank you so much for being here, being willing to share with us. And dude, we look forward. And just so you guys know, Evan's actually on our board of advisors for Cashflow Tribe. So he's present at our events. So if you want to hear more of my man, we're going to have some more information for you guys in the stream and connect. And Evan, such a blessing, dude. Folks, awesome stuff, right? Are you happy with the event so far? Okay, are we on the right track? Okay. Yes. All right. Awesome. I love it. I love it. All right. So we're going to jump right into our next segment here. Folks, get ready. Let's go.
This world has stopped and the breeze is up. When the time is right, it's a new soul. Hey, I hold ground. Hey, I hold ground. Hey, I hold ground. Hey, I hold ground. I hold ground. I hold ground.
What's going on, everybody? It's your man, Daniel Blagrove, aka Daniel Invest on Instagram. I want to hit you up about Cashflow Tribe Alpha. I would highly recommend this because it has helped me immensely on my mindset, on my personal development, and as a result, I've been able to do a deal this year where I've done none of my own money in it, none of my own resources, and none of my own credit. And you can do this too. The difference between me and you is I'm being held accountable. I'm being taught by people who are where I want to be, and it's not just a course where you're being given a course and then you're gone. They are here week after week after week, delivering value, content, answering questions, and they are actually concerned. And it is important that you achieve your results and be successful. So check out the tribe. It is 14 days free. You have absolutely nothing to lose, and I'll see you on the other side.
Back. Hope you guys had a little bit of a break here, and now we're ready to roll here, guys. We've got Mr. Daniel Blagrove in the house, which is one of our Cashflow Tribe Alpha members. And hey, we just wanted to bring Daniel on because he's brand new. So how many of you guys in the stream, again, were brand new? Give me a quick thumbs up if that was you. Blagrove was brand new, and Daniel's up in Oshawa area, and Daniel was trying to kind of figure this stuff out, so we connected. So I just wanted to share kind of from his perspective, because we really want to give you some clarity this weekend. Daniel, from a first-time perspective, what were some of your fears, man, before you did your first deal?
Yeah, some of my biggest fears was, one, I can't invest anywhere outside of my hometown because I can't invest virtually. Another is I would need to save money for a down payment, and I also have to take time to build my credit, so it would take me years to actually get into my first deal.
Why did you think that? Like, what led to that, would you say?
Just looking at regular home buyers, seeing everybody who buys one house and then when they want to upgrade, they sell their previous house and move on to the next one. So all I saw was saving for the down payment, refinance the equity, and using it for another primary residence. So they're not looking to invest, but just to buy another house. And so as a perceived investor, I thought that's exactly what you had to do, and it was going to take me a long time.
So you were trying to go the traditional route to buy a property, like, save your money, go to the bank, save 20% down, put it as a down payment, and you thought it was going to take you quite some time, right, to buy your first deal. How long did it actually take you to buy your first property, like once you joined Tribe, though?
It took me a few months.
A few months? Okay.
Yep.
So would you walk us through that? Because I'm sure, folks, I'm sure you guys want to know how Daniel was able to do that. Just walk us through here, man. So what did you do to get your first deal? Did you have to go to the bank? Did you have to provide proof of income? Did you have to qualify? How did you find the deal? Like, just kind of walk us through that journey a little bit. By the way, somebody's saying the volume is down. Let's try to get the volume up here, folks in the house. Walk us through your journey a little bit, man. I really like to kind of hear that methodically.
Yeah, so the biggest thing that I really learned being a part of Cashflow Tribe is a real investor has this idea of leverage. They understand how to use other people's resources, pulling them together, not just so that the investor can win, but everybody apart. And so for me, it was about building relationships, understanding my unique ability, and pulling those two things together. And so in order to do my first deal, I did not use the bank. I did not get my credit pulled. I did not have to get a pre-approved mortgage statement. All I had to do was connect with other people who are looking to invest in real estate. So for me, it was looking for people who have deals available, connect with people who have money ready and available to invest. And as me, the active partner, I strategically put that deal together in order for all of us to make money on the back end.
So let's kind of pick this apart a little bit, and feel free to jump in here, Matt. But so the first thing is, how do you find a deal? Because I think a lot of people in this market, maybe they talked with a realtor before, or they talked with their cousin who's maybe thinking about being an investor.
And so your first deal you did pre-COVID, right? When the market was really hot, when everyone was saying you can't find deals, there aren't deals, you need to wait until the market cools off. How did you get it?
Yeah, so from my experience, there are many different ways where you can get deals. It's not just on the MLS or talking to your average realtor who's your cousins, uncles, aunts. But for me, it was about finding other investors who are in the game and just seeing what they are doing. I started asking questions. For me, I'm really big on not reinventing the wheel. I just want to see the path that leads to success and follow through it with hard work and dedication. And so for me, I started picking up the phone and calling other wholesalers, other investors, and saying, hey, do you have any deals, or do you know anybody who may have deals available? And from there, it led me to talking to people just like you and Ben and Matt, and having conversations with people in your office saying, hey, do you guys have any deals available? And at one point, I was looking at different deals. I spoke to Kelly, which is on Ben's team, and I said, hey, do you have any deals available? I'm looking to buy. I'm looking to pick up a single family home. I'm looking for this much profit. I'm being very detailed and so that we can move the needle really quickly. And so once those pieces were aligned, I was able to pick up a deal from Ben's office. And then guess who I went to? I went to a private lender, not a bank, to get the funding for this deal. And in order for me to make sense of getting private lending, I had to make sure that the amount of money or the interest that would be calculated into the property still preserved the portion of money that I wanted to make as a profit. And so once I was able to do that, I put the money together with the deal and I was able to execute it.
So you had a pretty big mindset shift, I would say, Daniel, right? Because when you and I talked at the beginning, like months and months ago, you were like, hey, I want to get a property, but I have to go to the bank and qualify. And my conversation to you was, why do you have to qualify? You see, my whole thought is that if you have to qualify to get a mortgage, then you're not an investor, you're just a buyer. Because that's a buyer's process. That's a retail buyer's process. And a lot of people use the same process that they would to buy a home for themselves to go ahead and buy an investment property or invest in real estate and make money. But the truth is they're not designed for that. Your local retail TD Bank isn't designed for you to go and buy 20, 30, or 40 properties. It's designed to help you buy one home, maybe a second little investment property. That's why they cap it at 4 or 5 doors typically, right? So we have to start thinking differently about how we invest. So how did your mindset shift? Did you, because I know the answer here, but I want you to explain it. Did you feel like it was just a matter of like it was a puzzle piece now and just plugging in the right puzzles versus having to qualify for stuff? Or how did your mindset shift about the whole finding the deals and finding the money?
Absolutely. Great question. There was one particular conversation I was having with Matt McKeever some time ago. And I explained to him that one of my limiting beliefs was, even though there are deals in Southwestern Ontario and other parts of the country, why do I have to look at those deals? I mean, I'm sure I can get deals from here. There are people that are doing it anyway. So why do I have to look outside of my hometown? But one thing he challenged me on was, why are you in real estate? Are you looking to be the person that takes up that phone call at 2 a.m., cleaning the toilet, going to the property and manually fixing up yourself? Or are you looking to invest in real estate for the purpose of freeing up my time so I can spend it with my family, with other things that I enjoy, or for a bigger purpose outside of me and myself? And once I understood that the second, what I mentioned was the real reason, he had told me, well, if that's the case, what does it matter if the house is across the street or across the country? Right. And so it really helped me understand, okay, it's about systems. It's not about what can I do, but it's rather about what can I pull people to do so we can holistically create something that's bigger for everybody together. And so that was a huge mindset shift for me.
So I hear you talking a lot about togetherness, communities in your language. I'm going to challenge you a little bit because I want to get to the bottom of this whole mindset. It's almost like it's not even what you know, but it's who you know, because the truth is you picked up the phone, you called, you asked if somebody has a deal. You know, there's a lot of different wholesalers that have lists. How many people here spend the time to build a relationship with people who are in a position to help them grow? You see, a lot of us are looking for a transactional answer, a nuts and bolts kind of answer, versus looking for, it's not the what you know, it's the who you know. Because you picked up the phone. Let's call it what it is. You picked up the phone. You actually called my office. We had a deal that we were selling. I didn't even know, unbeknownst to me, you spoke with somebody in my office, Kelly. She's like, yeah, we have a property for sale. You said, okay, cool. I'd like to buy it. Then you decided to go figure out the financing component, started making phone calls to private investors to see who would help you fund the deal. You actually called me. And the truth is, like, I don't even realize Daniel got financing on a property that was in my own office, but he was the only one who bothered to ask. Yeah. So when it comes down to creative deal making and deal financing, the truth is there are plenty of wholesalers and people who have access to off-market deals, or you can become one, right, Matt?
Yeah.
And there are plenty of investors who would prefer to invest in mortgages passively than be an active real estate investor. The truth is, though, if you don't know how this works, or if you don't think that they're around, you just haven't talked with the right people. You're not surrounding yourself. Your network isn't strong enough to justify you as a real estate investor. So maybe you could chime in here a little bit about the network piece.
Yeah, so definitely, you guys know I'm a huge believer. You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So I'd love to hear, Daniel, just maybe how your thought process has evolved based upon who you've surrounded yourself with. You know, like a year ago when you were still struggling to try and get into that first deal, who were you turning to for advice or counsel?
Yeah, so for me, like I realized that in order to do things by myself, I was going to take years, just like I mentioned. Like the fact that I even have to build my credit, which is going to take some time, and then save up for a down payment. And on top of that, at the income that I was making at the time, man, I wasn't going to be able to purchase any type of property, not on my own, especially without the need of help of others. And so, like I mentioned, you really got to find rooms, networking events, different events. Like before Cashflow Tribe, I was going to the mastermind events that Matt McKeever was holding on to. I paid money to get into rooms that Ben was holding and other networking events across the city. I was doing what other people weren't, so I can get into rooms and have conversations that other people weren't. And so the questions that I didn't know the answer to, I just straight up asked. I just said, hey, how do you do this? Who did you go to? What was your biggest mistake here? What would you change, or what would you do differently if you had to do it again, or if you were in my shoes? And then as I continue to ask questions, I always ask them, what can I do for you to help you accomplish your goals? I always wanted to make sure that I was giving value. I wasn't just sucking blood out of people or picking their brains. I was really just doing what I can to bring value to the table and making sure that the pie is bigger for everybody.
So the truth is, Daniel, like, were you trying to earn your way as an investor before versus now trying to create deal opportunity? Because here's what happens, folks. We got to be honest. You cannot earn your way into deals. You'll never be able to earn enough. So if you're trying to qualify to become an investor, you might as well just keep the job, because that's what people do in a job. They qualify, they earn. Real estate investing is not about earning. It's about creating. I know. See, the thing is, it doesn't feel good sometimes to say that, because you've worked hard in your life and you've had, success at your job, and you've worked really hard for the money that you have. So you're like, well, if I don't struggle for it, or if I don't earn it, it's not worth as much. But the honest, hard truth, the transparent fact is that it's an entirely different game. We're not in the earning game. We're in the putting deals together game. And in the putting deals together aim, it's not about earning, it's about creating. So I find a deal opportunity. I have a skill set by which I can go ahead and get that deal for, 80 cents or 75 cents on the dollar. I then find a guy like Matt who has money and he'd love to invest in a real estate deal. And if I approached him and said, hey, Matt, I want to buy this deal and flip it for a profit, I'll split the profit with you 50-50 if you bring the money in to buy the place in the first place. He says, okay, because he's a passive investor. So Daniel's walking in and he's using other people's resources to do real estate. But that's the way this game actually works. There's a whole book on it. It's called OPM, Other People's Money, OPR, Other People's Resources. And I think that's where your biggest radical shift, Daniel, like we touch on this.
I would love to jump in because you covered it really quickly there, Daniel, but let's talk about the cost of borrowing from private as well, because one of the biggest limiting beliefs I come across is, well, the bank will give me 3% interest rate. And I'm guessing that your private lender probably isn't charging you 3% interest rate, but you kind of mentioned you just had to make sure the deal worked. So earlier today, I was actually talking about the fundamentals of real estate investing and how important it is to buy the property right. So how did you make sure you were buying right? And do you mind just touching upon even maybe how your mindset's evolved in regards to the cost of interest or borrowing?
Yeah, one of the biggest mind shifts when it comes to interest was it's not about the interest, it's about the margin. Are you able to maintain the spread no matter what type of money you're borrowing? And so when it comes to me buying properties, one of the biggest things I learned is you want to make sure the financing that you secure for the property will not just work for one strategy, but for other strategies that you may need to pivot to, because you don't want to be underwater. Like I learned, one of the biggest reasons investors who fail or tried in real estate and no longer are around is because they had one exit and it didn't work. And so when I looked at the deal, I had to make sure, does this work at 3%? Okay. Does this work at 10%? Okay. Does this work at 15%? Now, if it works at those different intervals, now I know which money lenders to talk to. Why? Because I was in the events all beforehand, making relationships, picking up the phone. One of the biggest things Ben taught me, and I'm pretty sure it was from his mentor, is when you do this, you make money. When you do this, you don't make money. And so now that I knew what my margins was, I knew which people to have conversations with. And so it obviously you can save money with the bank financing at 3%. But for me, that would have not only would that 3% have taken me 3 years or more, I would only have had one property because all that time I would have been saving up for a down payment. So it's about speed and it's about relationships.
Yeah, and we think about it, folks, just to give you a clear example, real estate investing, the way we think about it is a business. And when you think about a business, there's going to be expenses, overhead, product, client relationships. Think of yourself as Amazon, right? Amazon has to source a product cheap enough and then sell it to a buyer for a higher amount so that you can make a profit. That's the game we're in, sourcing deals, selling deals, bringing in money partners to finance those deals. That's what a true investor does. So then you're really not limited, because if it's really a business, there has to be one factor, which is scalability. And if your business isn't scalable today, it's because you're not in a real business. You're trading time for money, which is what Daniel was trying to do. Daniel was trying to be a real estate investor, trading time for money. He was exchanging his 9-to-5 for a different 9-to-5 called real estate. So what I'm saying is that we're not here to trade anything. We're here to create opportunities by understanding the market has inefficiencies. When COVID happens and the market has what we call volatility, a lot of volatility, meaning that they can trade up here, it can sell up here, it can sell down here, depending on what's going on in the world, depending on people's motivations. There's price asymmetry or market asymmetry, as Matt would talk about, meaning that you can buy it for 80 cents and sell it for 95. And that transaction can happen like that. But you got to understand how to find it down here and then how to go ahead and sell it up here. And raising money is the same way. There's always going to be a cost somewhere. So if it costs you 10% interest to borrow, for a lot of people, that's very scary.
Yep.
But what if you make a 40% profit? See, it's all relative. A lot of people want to invest and they want to borrow money at 3% because they lack the confidence to make 20 or 30% return on that money. So we're always trying to borrow for the cheapest. It's not about the cheapest. It's about creating a spread. It's about getting the money at this price and being able to sell whatever it is at this price. That's the way true business works. So as we kind of wrap this up, Daniel, what I'd like to know is, how long did it take you from the time you really got involved to get your first deal done? How long did that take you?
Man, that was within a month. Like all it took was me attending an event where I was around you killers and other people, great investors. And it's the rooms I live to be in, because those are the places I level up. I love being the dumbest person in the room because that's where I accelerate the most.
That's awesome. And I understand you're still working on that deal. Like, it's actually, you're getting ready to close it, right? To sell it. But when does it close? When's the selling date? And how much are you going to net profit on this thing?
So today's 18th. It will close on the 21st. So next week, Monday or Tuesday. And I'm going to be making $10,000 in 30 days.
So $10,000, dude, that's awesome.
That's amazing, man.
That's thinking awesome. So $10,000 profit in 30 days, because, and honestly, I know why. It's because your mind is operating here as an investor versus operating here as an investor. I don't think that you earned $10,000. I think you created it by finding an opportunity. So what we're talking about this entire weekend is, can you spot an opportunity? Or do you drive by them every day and it just becomes like anything else you don't recognize? And we're going to be jumping into wholesaling in a little bit later this afternoon, but jumping in exactly how to find those opportunities. So Daniel, you created it, right, my brother? What advice would you give as we wrap up to people that are maybe brand new, that have never done a deal? What would you tell them? Where is your mind different than where it was 3-4 months ago?
Man, the biggest advice that I would give somebody is to really get in those rooms, join the tribe, get on those calls, start learning, and start seeing how other investors who are doing exactly what you want to do, how they're thinking about it, and start to ask questions. Okay, well, because you want to address your limiting beliefs. You can only go as high as your personal development. So once you start working on your personal development, that's when you'll be able to start taking higher action. And the only way to do that is to get around other people who are at that level.
Love it. I love it. Daniel, thank you so much for hanging out with us, man. Appreciate you, brother. Have a blessed day. Folks, let's get rolling. We got a next segment coming up right now. Let's go. Hope you're ready for this one.
Cashflow Tribe is the fastest growing community of real estate investors in Canada focused on results. Cashflow Tribe was created by Matt McKeever and Ben Humble in 2019 when they realized there wasn't a successful real estate community offering accountability and results. Ben and Matt live an abundance mindset and believe that by serving people, we can grow as human beings and investors. We can have more impact and create more wealth by working together as a tribe. Ben and Matt have both experienced freedom through real estate investing. The foundation of Cashflow Tribe is as follows: transparency, community, results, and impact. For real estate investors, by real estate investors. Cashflow Tribe provides our members with proven strategies to accelerate or even start your real estate investing career. There's daily video training, 2 weekly accountability calls to track your progress, a video library that features a variety of on-demand training, unlimited access to an active community of investors, and invites to masterminds, dinners, networking events, parties, and much more. Are you ready to get that boost you've always needed? Text TRIBE to 226-773-1145 and instantly receive a 14-day trial to Cashflow Tribe Alpha. Shift your mindset, hone your strategies, and get results.
Chris Ruud, born and raised from Louisiana, has made a huge impact in the real estate market in the United States of America, becoming one of the most skilled wholesalers in the game, with special tactics such as wholesaling, which has earned himself the title of being a multi-millionaire in real estate. Chris Ruud is a platinum sponsor for 10X GrowthCon, also has his own show on Grant Cardone TV. This is Chris Ruud.
All right. So welcome back. And I've actually got my mentor in the house, somebody who is a wholesale just master, especially in the United States. And I've got my mentor, Chris Ruud, who's also a phenomenal personal development coach. He was the Platinum Growth sponsor for Grant Cardone's 10X 2 years in a row. So Chris, welcome so much, man. Welcome to the summit here. How are you, my brother?
Thank you, man. I feel like you got a little miniature 10X going right here. It's an honor to be able to get on this virtual stage with you and just help people and give value and just, man, this is awesome. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate you. So for folks that don't have the full backstory here, when I first got started, I was a completely different person. Would you say, Chris, a couple of years ago? And I met you at GrowthCon and I told, I walked right up to you, said, hey, man, listen, I am the baddest Canadian you've ever met. And I don't know what I don't know, but I need to make something happen because you're obviously doing something I'm not. So, Chris, why don't you jump in and kind of talk to us, man? And for folks that have never met Chris, chrisruud.com, he's been very, very inspirational. He's had a lot of mentorship students in the States, and Chris knows why people don't succeed. Chris has been at this game long enough. So maybe, Chris, would you start with a little bit of your story, brother, to just kind of get people caught up to date here?
Yeah, serial entrepreneur, my whole life, very hard-headed, couldn't really conform much. I, always was, an outlier, always doing, when everybody went right, I went left. And I've always had that entrepreneurial spirit and drive in me, always wanted to help people and just had a big purpose to do something bigger than myself and help people do the same, right? So I was like, look, I'm gonna get massive attention. I'm gonna get noticed. The only way to get noticed is to, buy your friends, right? Buy your friends. You probably, what did Chris just say? Buy your friends? Yeah, buy your friends.
Clarify that for us, man. What do you mean buy your friends? Because I know this is a hard concept for some people when friends are usually free.
You got to pay to play, guys. Anything that's free is not valuable. Like what I just said, your friends that you have for free that don't add no value, they're not valuable. They're not helping you. They're probably giving you a bunch of hangovers. That's the value they bring to you. Your friends you pay for help you make money. They provide knowledge. They provide value. They help you live a better life. And those kind of friends cost money. And those will be the best friends you'll ever have. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about. I'm here to talk to you about people, circumstances, your environment, personal development, how you as an individual are probably not going to be successful. And that's the hard, cold truth that 9 out of 10 entrepreneurs are not successful. And there's a big reason why most entrepreneurs are not successful.
So
and
So let's jump into this, Chris, because what makes somebody successful as a real estate investor? Because you've been extremely successful with mobile homes and multifamily and even in the wholesaling space. And there's a reason why Grant was willing to have you on the show and have a video with you. What makes somebody successful, and what are the traits of the people that try and maybe don't succeed?
Well, what makes somebody successful is it's not one thing, right? It's going to be a combination of things done consistently over time. And, your biggest problem is probably confidence in yourself and belief that you can actually do something of substance. But if you undercut that and you back that up, what what causes confidence and belief? And a lot of that boils down to your personal development. How much personal development have you had before that? Some people are born into families where they've been raised in a sense where they're always brought up and they're nourished and they're like told they can do anything. And they're like, hey, that they grow up with a belief system, knowing and thinking that they can actually do whatever they want to do. But for the majority of us, we get beat down, we get, told we're stupid, we get told that we're no good. And we end up thinking that and carrying that along with us. So we believe that. And we were not necessarily primed enough and personally developed enough to implement information that we're given to actually be successful, right? So what I'd like to talk to you guys about today is the importance of personal development. Like, yeah, this is a real estate conference and all that. And that's great. Real estate is just information. It's specific knowledge on how to make money. But most of you guys won't even take that information and run with it. Why? Because you don't believe in yourself and you're not confident enough to actually take that information. Most people are not personally developed enough to implement the information they're actually given. So, Chris, how do you probably say, when you're talking all this shit, Chris, like, be specific. What can I do to actually get more personal development? Well, that's what I'm here to tell you. So I'm going to run through this. This could probably be a 2-hour thing for me, but I have to kind of condense it into 20 minutes now. But I'm going to give you as much content as I possibly can. The first thing you need to do, guys, is you got to work on mind, body, spirit. That's the cornerstone. That's the basics of who you are. You have a body. You sit in a body right now. You have a mind that you think with, and you are a spiritual being. And some of you guys that are atheists may be like, hey, I don't have that third one. I just got that. Hey, whatever is your belief. But most people on this planet believe that you're a spiritual being. Most religions believe you're a spiritual being. So if you break those things down individually and you work on them, let's take mind, right? Let's take the mind. Your mind is like your body in a sense. It has to eat. It is hungry. It is hungry for content. What kind of content you put in that mind is going to depend on, how you were raised and what you're interested in. So if you're consuming content, like maybe you watch freaking video, you play video games all day, that's going to be the content you're experiencing. Dude, the product of what you're eating, video games, is going to be a byproduct of what your life's going to be, right? So if all you do is consume video games, dude, your life's going to be shit. You need to be reading books, right? You need to be reading books on how to get better. I recommend there's a few books like The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy that goes over, your routines and habits. The Slight Edge is a phenomenal book on how to change your life. Grant Cardone's 10X Rule is a phenomenal book. The Science of Getting Rich is a phenomenal book. Psycho-Cybernetics, all these different books so when you're reading these books, words is food. Words are food. And when you digest these words, they stick in your subconscious mind and you start acting on what you're reading. Now, body, guys, if you're not taking care of your body, dude, you're gonna dramatically slow yourself down to where you're not gonna be able to keep up with high performance people, right? When I say high performance people, somebody that I don't work out for muscles. I don't work out because I want to go to the beach and try to attract females and all that. Yeah, when you're younger, you may do that. But guys, when you are exercising, you're taking care of yourself, you have way more energy. And let's just face it, at the end of the day, like if you ain't got a lot of energy, you're not going to be a high performance entrepreneur. It takes so much energy to do what you do. Look what Ben and what Matt are doing. Like this is a lot of organization, a lot of energy, a lot of focus. And if you're maybe grossly overweight, and this is not a knock on people that are overweight. I used to be overweight. I think everyone in a lifetime for the most part might have been overweight, right? So you have to get yourself in line. Like you need to look at maybe doing fasting. I'm a big intermittent faster, right? Total game change. You don't need to eat 6 meals a day, guys. You don't need to eat 6 meals a day. You could live off of 1 or 2 meals a day, and it'll give you so much energy. When you freaking eating 6 meals a day, you're taking, every time you put food in your stomach, it takes away energy from your body to digest all that food. When all that blood and energy could go to your mind and to help you think, right? Now that takes, I'm not here to give you an intermittent fasting disposition on all that because I don't have enough time. Look into it. Spiritual side of it, guys. Like, dude, you're going to have to get your ethics right. I look at the spiritual side as an ethics thing. You can't see it, but you do it, right? The spiritual side of ethics is helping people, right? Doing the right thing, having good intentions. If you don't have all three of these corners lined up, maybe you're a real religious guy. Get right with Christ or your God, whoever it is, right? And that's going to help you, those three corners. Now, the next triangle I want to talk about is knowledge, ethics, and environment, right? knowledge. You got to get the right information on how to be successful, right? You guys are listening to freaking sometimes YouTube stars who have 500,000 followers, but they ain't even got $500,000 in their bank account or $500,000 net worth. You know, that's a problem, right? That's a problem. You need to be listening to people that are actually doing stuff, that are actually making money, who can help, who are actually good at what they do, right? So make sure you get the right information. If you're here, you're getting the right information. I know Ben and Matt personally. They're both great guys. They both do really well, and they both have what you're looking for. So you're on that track of finding, because there's information and there's knowledge, guys. There's a sea of information. Information is just like basic facts and statements. Knowledge is the applied information that actually gives you an outcome or an effect that you're looking for. There's a difference, right? Then you have, you know, that's one side of the triangle. Then you have ethics, right? You get people that get the right information, they start implementing, they start doing well in life, but then they start having an ethics issue, meaning they can't do the right thing, and they end up screwing people, or they're snakes, or they do shit that's unethical. And what happens? They wreck their whole life. You ever meet those people that actually do really well? They start making millions of dollars, and it goes to their head, and they start doing cocaine and going to the titty bars and freaking cheating on their wives. They wreck their life. Why? Because they lost ethics, right? So it goes the right information, knowledge, ethics, and then this is the most important part of the triangle at the top. It's called environment, right? This is probably the single most important, environment. You have to be around the right people. Like, if I could tell you anything out of all these, like if you're maybe feel like, man, I'm just not that smart, I'm not that talented, I feel like I can't do anything right. If you put yourself in an environment where everybody's doing well and who are high performance achievers, you will level up by default. Like, there's no way around it. Like, you can't be around a bunch of people without, there's an old story that goes, and there's a story that said that there was a boy one time, a little boy that got dropped off in the woods. And I'm not making this up. You can Google it. It may be fantasy, but it was told to the degree that basically a little boy was dropped off in the woods with a bunch of wolves, with the baby wolves. And the mama lost the baby for a year. And after a year, they found the little boy. And what happened? He was barking like a dog and acting like a wolf, right? So you are your environment. Like, if you put me around a bunch of gangsters, I'm gonna turn into a gangster, right? You put me around a bunch of billionaires, I might turn into somebody that's worth a couple $100 million. Maybe I turn into a billionaire. You have to stay around the right people, right? Stay around, because let's go back to knowledge. You have the right knowledge, you have the right ethics, you have those two in sync, but then you get around the wrong people, you could be making a bunch of money, they're gonna wreck your life. How many people you've heard of, you know, they partner up with the wrong people, or they get around the wrong people, and that group of people or that individual person wrecks their life because they're not around the right environment. So there's not one thing that you're going to do, guys. Like, you got to learn all these separate things to really improve your life, right? And if you work on these things and you stay disciplined, and that's probably the biggest thing that you can take out of this, you know, for personal development too, besides your environment, is there's going to be a sacrifice, and there's going to be some discipline involved in trying to evolve yourself. Like, because you've been told your whole life, you know, once you're a certain person, you always got to be that person, or you know, you don't want to change because you may outgrow your friends. Guys, if you got the same friends from high school, I'm sorry, but you're on the struggle bus. You have to evolve. You need to get new sets of friends. You need to buy into groups. You need to buy your friends, buy into masterminds, buy Ben's program, get around high level guys, because the people that you're looking for are looking for you too, right? They're looking for you too. And you guys are not gonna because if you're on this, you're trying to get better. You're trying to do something bigger than yourself. And you feel like you can't find people that are like you. Dude, everybody that you're looking for is probably on this webcam right now, and they're trying to do the same thing you're doing, because it's hard to find high level achievers. Dude, if you get around to somebody that's not trying to think big, they will bash you, right? They will criticize you. You can't hang around a bunch of you can't hang around a bunch of clowns, right? Because you're gonna turn into the clown show. You can't have high level conversations with low level people, and that sounds kind of shitty, but it's the truth. Try to go have a conversation with somebody that's not reaching for the stars or reaching for their potential. They're gonna look at you like you're crazy. Now, the conversations I have with my friends, we don't talk about the past. We don't talk about the present. I don't care about what the ice hockey did or the MLB or the football. I don't have those conversations. I don't talk about the rookie of the year or this. I don't care. Like all these people worried about statistics of sports and stuff is because they're not living to their greatest potential. They're not living in purpose. And they're looking at other people that are living up to their potential and they freaking glorify those people. Sports athletes, all these people. Like, I don't care about all those people. Like, I'm worried about my own athletic achievement in the entrepreneurial world and living up to my potential, right? All these people worry about other people's stats in football. Dude, worry about your own stats. Get around people that are actually trying to improve their own personal stats in their business and in their life, right?
Hey, Chris,
So
would you say, Chris, that a rising tide lifts all boats? And I heard this thing that, you know, poor-minded people, and I'm not saying financially, but poor-minded people, they talk about people. You know, middle-class minded or middle-class people, they talk about the stuff that they have, the cars, the houses, whatever. And then wealthy people, they talk about ideas, they talk about growth, mastermind, collaboration, revenue. So I've heard that you can gauge who you're talking to by the level of conversation. So you don't have to tell me you're talking to broke people. I'll just know by what you're talking about. So for what happened for me was I just got tired of, I couldn't find the people in my circle here locally that could talk to about these high level things and push me to grow. Because you're right, when you get into the right room, you're going to be forced to level up. That's just how it goes. So that's the issue you have, is you just don't have the right friends or the right people around you. So would you agree with that concept though, that if you're talking about stuff or other people or Tiger King, then you're not talking with the right people? Like there's no way you're going to be able to become a successful real estate investor or successfully financially if you're not talking about successful real estate investing or with successful people who have done it.
Yeah, listen, crazy people talk about the past, guys, and they talk about people, like Ben said, you know, people that are just living life that exist are usually talking about the weather or their problems or the present time. People that are super sane, people that are actually trying to live up to potential, talk about ideas, the future, circumstances, possibilities, and their potential, right? That's just how it is. You, just like Ben said, you can gauge somebody's overall demeanor by what they talk about and what they want to talk about, right? You got to have certain conversations, right? Have the right, when I get on the phone with my friends, which I want to make that clear. I don't have any friends. I'm saying that word to make it clear. I have allies. I don't need friends. If you need friends, you have low self-esteem and you want people to make you feel good about yourself. You need allies, guys. You need people to help you make more money. You need people to help bring value to life, and you need to do the same to them. Like I said earlier, your friends probably, what's the byproduct of having a friend? They give you a hangover. They talk about this, or they're not honest with you. They don't tell you the truth. You need people like Ben and Matt who are going to actually tell you the truth. If you're fucking up, excuse my language, they're going to tell you, hey, dude, like, get your head out your ass and do this, this, and this, and watch what's going to happen to your life. You need to be told that. But the problem is you have such low self-esteem. You want to be told what you want to hear, not what you need to hear. There's a difference. Your allies and people that you're going to network with in a mastermind are going to tell you what you need to hear, and you'll be better for it in the future, right? But it takes some humbleness. It takes you to come down to zero and realize, man, I know that I don't know. And once you know that you don't know, you can then grow, right?
Chris,
and that's personal. Yeah,
could you walk us through like your story a little bit? Because I think this is so powerful, and as it ties in your overall journey there. Like, you were an entrepreneur basically as a little kid. You were ADHD, ADD. They pumped you full of drugs. Like, talk about maybe some people who think, hey, this looks like it's pretty easy or good for Chris, but I can't relate to him, or I can't relate to Matt and Ben, or I'm brand new to the country, or I've been working at the same job for 30 years. So maybe it's not relatable. Could you just walk through your past a little bit? I think it's so relevant in this.
Yeah. I mean, look, I wasn't, I didn't have the perfect upbringing. I was a very, very energetic kid, lots of energy, couldn't really sit still. And, I got labeled ADD, ADHD, too hyperactive. They put me on Adderall and Ritalin at like 8 years old, which is what is Adderall and Ritalin? It's like legal crystal meth. I can't even believe they give that to kids, right? And it literally like almost warped my mind. Like, I was like a zombie. I could never be who I really was because I was just so strung out on drugs. Let's call it what it is. It's legal crystal meth. And I almost had to, from there, like I was searching for something to help me get back to my normal self, because I never felt normal up until 8 years old, right? When they pumped me for that stuff. And I knew I was entrepreneurial. And when I was in 4th and 5th grade, I was selling basketball and baseball cards out of my book sack trying to make money. And I knew that I knew something wasn't right. Like what I was being told in school and by just the normal everyday Joe, it didn't make any sense, right? It didn't make any sense. And from there, from when I got it right out of high school, I became a soul searcher, and I started becoming a seeker of knowledge. And that's what you guys should start. You need to become a seeker of knowledge. You want to start trying to find the truth about things. And how do you know when you find the truth? You start doing well in life. Listen, what I just said, when you have the truth, you'll start doing well in life, because it's the exact path that you need to take. And your life will start aligning, and you'll start being happy again. You'll start doing well, right? If you have misguided information, you won't ever do well. Like if you're on this live and you're like 30 years old, you're like, fuck, I've been fucking up. I haven't been to get my life right. Dude, you got the wrong information. You got the wrong information. That's all it is. And you're around the wrong people. You got the wrong knowledge. Maybe you have an ethics problem. Maybe you're overweight. Maybe you're consuming too much garbage in your mind. Maybe your spirituality is out of whack. Like all these different things I just talked about, like you have to get these things in order. It's not about the game of real estate. It's not about the game of entrepreneurship. Whatever your game may be, your game may be a landscaper, a lawn service guy, a window cleaner. That's just the game that we play. How well you play that game is going to depend on how well and how personally developed you are to implement information that you are given. You're going to have to be super disciplined, right? You're going to have some courage. You're going to have to be able to handle criticism. You got to be massively responsible. You're going to have a lot of willpower. You're going to have to be super consistent. You're going to have to be persistent. You're going to have fanatical focus, right? You have to have good ethics. You have to have good intentions. You got to have take massive action. You're going to have to execute. You're going to have a massive work ethic, right? If you're working 40 hours a week, I remember when I had a part-time job, right? You're going to have to be able to handle time, right? Time management. Right? You have to be able to make decisions. You're going to have confidence. You're going to have to become more aware. And that's all personal development does. It makes you more aware. Right? So those are some of the things that you're going to have to work on. Like it ain't just about the information about real estate or entrepreneurship. You need to have the basic fundamentals, the foundation. It's like trying to build a house without having a foundation. What is the foundation? The foundation is you. The best asset you have is not that apartment complex or that single family home you're renting out or that short-term vacation. It's rental. It's you. You are the best asset.
Let me ask you this, Chris. Was it hard when you got started with wholesaling? Because I know, just give people some perspective. You've done hundreds of deals, right? Hundreds of deals. You've got 5 children. Was it hard when you got started in this business? Did you struggle with it? And what was it like doing it with a family?
It was relatively... I'm being completely real with you. I always say it's hard because for most people it is hard, but for me, I'm gonna be honest with you, it wasn't hard at all. It was not that hard for me in a sense that I was willing to put in the work. I'm super disciplined. I had 5 kids. I had, I was married, but my work ethic and my overall will to succeed superseded the barriers of how hard wholesaling is. I mean, is wholesaling hard? Yeah, it's hard in a sense if you're not personally developed enough to implement the information that you're given, right? Most of you guys go and put out 10 bandit signs and send out 100 letters and be like, man, this shit don't work.
Right.
Ben's program doesn't work. That shit, I quit, right? You're just not personally developed enough. And I know I keep repeating myself, but it's like, dude, you got to work on yourself, get around the right people. But wholesaling is going to be hard to the degree that how personally developed you are.
So it is people are going to have to get uncomfortable though. Am I right, Chris? Like to get out there and make offers sometimes is hard. To get out there and ask people for money sometimes is hard. But I mean, what's harder, like continuing to go to the 9-to-5 job or right now with COVID sitting at home? I think sitting at home is hard. Like how many of you folks are sitting at home are completely bored right now? And maybe right now you're restless. Maybe you're upset. Maybe you're thinking, I'd rather be at work than be sitting at home. But maybe you're frustrated and thinking, I never want to be in this position ever again. I don't want to be told you don't have a job now because something happened in the economy that I'm completely have no control over. What's harder, Chris? I mean, they're going to have to go through a little bit of discomfort now, to be able to position themselves and their family financially later to never have to worry about another COVID. Because listen, folks, right now, I don't worry about COVID. My family's been financially independent for a while now. And that's my desire for everybody in Cashflow Tribe, is that you don't have to go through this mental anguish and depression. But it's going to take some work, right, Chris?
No, I love that, you know, I always like to say you got to get comfortable being uncomfortable. To the degree that you can stay uncomfortable, you're going to scale your life, because on the other side of fear is what you're looking for. Think of, just reverse engineer everything. Ask yourself right now, everything you want right now, you will not do. Why? You're scared. It's fear, right? And you're not willing to get uncomfortable, right? That is a skill you have to develop to put yourself in uncomfortable positions. I constantly put myself in uncomfortable positions so that I can grow, right? You know, there's growth in the struggle, guys. The struggle is healthy. You need to put yourself in a position where you're going to struggle mentally, because you will grow. Look at the body when you work out. What do? You break down the muscle when you work it out. You're putting the struggle on the weights, trying to pick it up. What it's doing is breaking down the muscle so what it can rebuild. They ain't no different than your mindset, guys. It's no different for your mindset. And that's what you're working on, your mindset. That's 80% of this game. Break down the mental barriers in your mind and realize that you can go a lot further than you think you can, but it's going to be a little uncomfortable. You're going to struggle, but the struggle is healthy. I don't care what your college professor told you, or your mommy or your daddy. Okay. You need to struggle. It's called character building, and do it on a gradient scale. Maybe you can't confront investing in yourself. Just do it on a gradient scale, right?
So just about anybody can get started, right, Chris? Like, regardless of where they're at in life, the truth is they can start with one. Get that first deal done. So if you're at home right now thinking, man, I would just love to get one deal done. Listen, Mr. Humble and Mr. Rude, this sounds great, but I don't even know if I have the confidence to do real estate. Well, folks, when you get that first deal done, something magical happens in your mind. All of a sudden it goes from, is it possible, to now it's possible. And then you get excited, and then you want to do more deals. And we're going to jump into the tactical here in a few minutes of how to do wholesale deals. But when you finally get that first done, you become like Daniel Blagrove. It's like now you have massive confidence. And then you look back on before and say, wow, I can't believe I wasted so much time just getting to that first deal.
And can I be politically incorrect? Can I be politically incorrect right now?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're Canadian, but go ahead, do what you got to do.
I'm from South Louisiana, guys. So we get real politically incorrect, right? It's no different than when you're trying to get laid for the first time. Like, man, I don't know if I want to do it. I'm scared. What if I'm not good at it? And you finally confront it because you want it bad enough, and you realize, man, that was awesome. And I want it all the time now. There's no different than getting your first deal, guys. There's no different than getting your first piece of ass and getting your first deal. Once you get that first deal done, it's like getting your first ass. Like, oh my goodness, what have I been missing all these years that I was so scared of?
Well, dude, there you go, folks. That's the honest truth, though. But once you have it one time, though, like, the other thing that happens too is that first deal is so coveted, right, Chris? It's like it has luster. It's like we really we have a lot of desire about it. We have a lot of questions about it. We have a lot of maybe confusion about it. Once it's over though. Now you're just on to deal number 2 and deal number 3. And there you go. Now you're building an empire. You don't even have time to think about the way you felt about deal number 1.
Yeah. It's like having, like me, having 5 kids. It ain't no big deal. You just keep having babies, right? After you get the first deal done. But no, guys, this is exactly right. Once you bust through that barrier of like, oh, I got a deal done, you realize, oh man, that was an invisible barrier I put up in my mind, not Ben or Matt or the real estate commission or this guru. Dude, it's all in your mind.
Yeah.
But it's going to be hard. Embrace the hardness. You want it to be hard. That's what keeps the value up. The harder something is, or the more valuable, or the harder it is to get to, what happens is it stretches the value proposition of it. Why is gold and diamonds and oil and all this so valuable? Maybe not oil right now, but toilet paper is more valuable than oil. But why is gold and diamonds so valuable right now, just in general? Because it's hard to get. You got to mine for it. You got to go through the shit and all the crap and the barriers to get to. But once you get to it, it was hard to get to, and it's valuable. No different than real estate. I'm mining for gold every day, looking for deals like you are. But the problem between you and me is you don't mine long enough, and you're not willing to mine far enough to get to the gold, which is a deal.
Yeah.
You have to create You have to become more valuable internally so that you can provide value externally. You're just not, you don't think you're valuable enough. Scale your personal development, build massive confidence, keep moving through this shit. It's going to suck. It's going to be hard. You'll get there.
I love it. And as you would in life, the confidence starts coming, folks. So what's really cool is that in the middle of doing the work and as you move through it, you gain more confidence because you gain more clarity. So you have a realistic expectation when you're in the middle of it. So after you write the first offer, the second offer, the third offer, then you know what that process is like and it becomes commonplace. It becomes comfortable. So it's about taking the uncomfortable, making it comfortable, and then taking the uncomfortable, making it comfortable. So I have this thing about pushing towards the pain. You know, Ben, I don't want to make calls. It's tough. Hey, listen, right now you're sitting at home. You really like everybody's got an hour right now. Everybody has an hour to sit around and make some phone calls and try to make $5,000 or $10,000 a month of income. Because let's be honest, folks, for a lot of you, $5,000 is life-changing. It really is. $5,000 a month means that you don't have to go back to that job if you don't want to. So when it's that important, what's the consequence of not doing it? The struggle, the consistent, you know, I'm afraid because I can't put food on the plate this month, or I'm waiting for my government of Canada subsidy check because I don't have my income, or I've only got 55% of my income, or I'm sitting on EI at the moment, you know, waiting for, like, instead of waiting for the income, I really suggest and I really push you, let's go create it. Let's go make it happen. There are plenty of deals out there. There's plenty of opportunity. You just have to be willing to put in the effort and make it happen. So Chris, any kind of last words of advice for folks? This has been such an awesome conversation, and we really appreciate you, man, for you being able to share your heart and your honesty with folks. And guys at home, I know the comments are turned off here. We'll turn them on for a second here, Hans. But hasn't Chris just been absolutely amazing? Just such a great guest to be here and give so much value. Chris, what would you say as folks are kind of, you know, thinking about all this stuff and processing the words that you're saying?
Yeah, guys, the last thing I can tell you is just look, work on yourself harder than you work on your business, and your business is going to grow by default. That's what I've always done. That's why I've been able to do what I've done as an entrepreneur. As a real estate investor, does it mean that everything I do is perfect? No, but I make a lot more things go right in my life by me working on myself harder than the actual business, right? And then from there, you need to work, once you get a team or you got people around you, help them get more personally developed. It's almost like getting pulled out of the matrix, right? You realize, man, I can change. I can get better and stop being sheep. Because guys, at the end of the day, there's a bunch of sheep out there and y'all following the sheep herder.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the sheep are broke, man. They're all going over a cliff. So as we kind of chime in, they're walking over the cliff right now. Let's be honest what it is. 3-4 weeks ago, they're all bad. And now they're all coming over the cliff. And maybe you realize, maybe you thought you were a wolf. You had a good job. You were making good money. You know, you're providing stability for your family. Now your income is cut. Now you're worried if you're even going back to work. And maybe you woke up today and you realize, man, I'm actually a sheep. I'm not a wolf. So I would push you. It's time to become a wolf. It's time to really set yourself apart. And wolves don't wait for other people to give them the opportunity. They go out and they create it themselves. They take hold. They take control. At some point, it's about ultimate responsibility. Listen, if my family starves, it's my fault. If something happens in my circle of influence, it's my fault. When you take that level of commitment, just like Evan said, hey, I apologize for not meeting you up until now. Or I'm sorry that you're broke. It's my fault. Because you take ultimate responsibility for what's around you. And I think, Chris, you've done this. I think that's why you're so successful. So what does that look like, in your opinion, for folks that maybe are thinking, May, I need to level up my commitment here?
Oh, you broke up there. Say that one more time.
I said, what about folks who are thinking, like, I got to level up my commitment here and really take action, you know?
Yeah. You need to skill up, guys. Like you need to work on every aspect of your life. You're going to always fall back to your degree or level of training, right? At the end of the day, like there's no magic pill. Like you got to train, right? Personal development is training. Reading is training. Exercising is training. You know, working on yourself spiritually is training. You know, getting around the right people. You have to train. Like there's no easy way. You're all looking for the skill up, train up, and you're going to fall down to the level of a degree that you are skilled and trained, right? And that's all personal development is just skilling up on yourself and your environment and wanting to be better than who you are, right?
I love it. I love it. Chris, thank you so much for being here, man. Folks, for those of you that have got massive value so far, give me a quick thumbs up if you got massive value from my man, Chris. Talked about the book, The Slight Edge. By the way, Chris wrote a book called The Source of the Deal. sourcethedeal.com or chrisrude.com. You can grab a copy of that book. We're going to have these links and stuff for you guys throughout today. We're going to be jumping into some really tactical, wholesaling driven conversation here. So for those of you guys that have been looking for the tactical stuff, we're going to roll right into that right now. Chris, thank you so much, my brother. Appreciate you sharing your wisdom with us. And listen, folks, make sure you follow my man on social media, on Facebook. And this is the kind of people that you get around when you decide to level up. So I would really encourage you, join us at Cashflow Tribe, because these are the conversations we have, and these are the kind of people that we have. Right, Matt?
100%. This is just, again, the tip of the iceberg, but you are the average of the people you spend most time with. You are the sum of your inputs. I think you want guys like Evan and Chris to be part of your inputs.
Absolutely. All right, let's hit it. You ready? Okay, here we go. Hans.
What does Cashflow Tribe mean to me?
We're a group of people, a family, a tribe.
We were originally linked through real estate. However, we've become a group that has been set apart from traditional society.
It's been a blessing for me because I found a group of people that I can connect with on a higher level, and means where our conversations are about goals, it's about purpose, and it's about growth, and it's been amazing so far.
After really digging deep and leveling up within Cashflow Tribe, my acceleration has just gone to a whole new level.
Cashflow became an accelerator for my investing goals. I received counsel and direction to correct my aimless wandering onto a straight path.
What my real estate business has been prior to joining Cashflow Tribe was me looking for deals for 7 straight months and getting nothing. And once I joined Tribe, I understood the point of unique ability, understanding leverage, OPM, OPC, OPR, other people's money, other people's credit, other people's resources. And once I started using those skills and putting those together, it allowed me to do my first deal really quickly. And so I was super excited. It allowed me to accelerate my business, where I'm now only focusing on the things that generate revenue. And it's been a blessing so far.
What's been amazing is both Humble CEO Ben Murasan and Matt McKeever, who I consider great friends and mentors of mine, they strive for excellence.
Cashflow Tribe has contributed to this success largely due to the mindset changes that were required on my behalf.
It is a clear road path that really depends on me to make sure I walk through it.
I still have a long way to go, but I know there's no place that I'd rather be.
Ben Murasan was born in 1985 in Romania, at a time when the country was under communist rule. His family escaped before the revolution and landed in an Austrian refugee camp in 1990. After emigrating to Canada and eventually reuniting with his siblings, Ben developed a passion for life and a gratitude mindset. He discovered his passion for music at a young age, playing piano in church, which continued into his adult life. Always challenging the status quo, Ben is always pushing boundaries and asking, what's next? 20 years later, he has developed the largest private mortgage company in southwestern Ontario, with a mission to serve young families and make home ownership possible. Exiting the rat race at 30 years old was just the beginning for Ben. Ben's mission is to serve others at a high level. He believes in being a faithful steward and practicing an abundance mindset. Ben considered his faith his greatest asset and recognizes the power of always staying humble but hungry. This is Ben Murasan.
All right. Here we go, guys. Welcome back. Okay, we're going to jump into a topic here. Canadian wholesaling. Let's figure out how we can make $5,000 or $10,000 a month. So are you guys ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're back, if you're ready to roll with me here. I know we've had a pretty cool couple of hours. We're going to jump into some really high-level tactical stuff on wholesaling. We're going to jump into some details. I'm going to show you how I did several deals, but kind of back-to-back here. And I want to outline my process for doing that, outline how you can do it, how you can find literally deals for free. So we're going to start the PowerPoint over here. What do we got to do? Boom, boom, boom. Bring it up here. Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Boom. Okay, we got the comments on. All right, awesome. So here's how we're going to find off-market hidden deals, all right, for free. I'm going to show you for free how I found these deals. And I'm going to show you how you can use wholesaling real estate in Canada to make money, $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month. I'm going to walk you through a lot of the stuff about wholesaling because there's some misconceptions. So here's kind of my promise to you guys. I'm going to show you my exact process for finding these deals. And I'm going to show you how you can structure win-win deals, like ethically win-win deals, how to negotiate so that you can go ahead and start doing wholesaling without investing time, really a lot of time, without investing a lot of money, and you don't have to have any previous experience to be able to do wholesaling. In fact, if you do it the right way, it's an entry-level strategy. So just about anybody can do wholesaling, okay? Now, listen. If you failed before, I want to let you know something. It's not your fault. This is complicated stuff. It can be anyways. If you don't have the right teacher and the right information in front of you. There's a lot of courses out there. Most of them are American-based courses, and the information just doesn't always apply to Canadian laws or rules. So if you've been confused, I get it, okay? However, if you thought that you can't do this, I want to show you how you can do it today. Now, a lot of other people will tell you it's not possible. You know, sometimes agents, sometimes friends, sometimes family. The truth is a lot of those people telling you it's not possible just don't know any different, and nor do they win if you win. So if you buy off-market deals without a realtor, he doesn't get paid. So they're probably not inclined to tell you that it's possible, okay? Most of them just don't know. I've spent money learning this process. You just met my mentor, Chris, whom I spent money with to learn how to do wholesaling. I brought it here. I adapted it to Canada. I got all the data from my lawyer, and I started applying this stuff, okay? So a couple things I need you to do. Number one, let's raise your level of awareness right now because you might be thinking about real estate the wrong way. So I'm going to show you how you can think completely differently about deal finding. You saw Daniel a little bit earlier talking about creating deals versus trying to earn it the old-fashioned way, okay? Real estate and business is a very logical business. So when you think real estate investing, I want you to think logically and not emotionally. Now, some of you guys and girls are probably going to have some rebuttals or some objections or some different emotional things. We can deal with it. We're going to have a Q&A at the end of this panel so we can talk about these things. But I want you to go and look very logically at what we're about to talk about, okay? Real investors use OPM and OPR. That's other people's money and other people's resources to do deals. You have to understand that is the game. You have to use credit. And if you're afraid of using credit and you associate credit with something negative, it's probably because your credit that you have is attached to a car payment or to a liability or to something that doesn't produce any income. When we use credit, the only credit that I have is credit that is tied to more income. So if I spend $1, I want to make $2. That's the kind of environment we're in as real estate investors. That's a skill set that you have to develop. This entire brand is skills get the deal because he understands that the more your skill set is, the more awareness you have, the more deals you can do. Okay? And something I learned from Chris right off the bat was this. He said, man, you just don't know what you don't know, man. Okay? You just don't know what you don't know, folks. And once you start knowing this is powerful. So I'm going to show you how you can make $5,000 a month, even $10,000 a month. You got to be willing to invest some time. You have to be willing to invest some time because if your expectation is to spend 5 minutes and make $5,000, it's not real. If you're willing to spend 5 hours a week, 20 hours a month to make $5,000, very doable, but you got to be willing to put in the work. Okay, so here's my goal. This following information is for 2 people. I'm going to go granular here, okay? It's for brand new people to learn how they can get started right now with no experience, no credit. No credit check, no job. I don't care if you're brand new to the country. I don't even care if you don't live in the country. You can speak English. You can do this business. All right? And then for experienced investors, I'm going to show you exactly how you can start growing your portfolio through equity capture strategies that you probably aren't using that wisely right now. Because if you don't have a professional wholesaling business within your real estate investment business, you're probably not capturing enough equity, and that's probably what's making your real estate investment process move so slowly. Okay? We still good, folks? You guys good? All right, awesome. Vinny, throw the comments on here. I just want to see my folks here in the background. All right. Here's some lies. I'm going to tell you honestly right now. These are things that you've got to start realizing that are just not true. Number one, people tell you need money to buy real estate. No, you don't. You need knowledge, confidence, and access to money to buy real estate. You do not need to have your own money. In fact, the more money that you use of your own, the less sophisticated of an investor you are. That's the truth. Okay? So it's a direct correlation. The more of your money you use, the less sophistication you have. There it is. Boom. Okay, we got lots of echo. Guys, is the mic okay? Is the audio sample okay as I keep moving forward? Okay. Give me a thumbs up if the mic is good. Better now? Okay. Cool. Now it's good. Okay, awesome, guys. Great. Okay. You also don't need a license to buy real estate. Folks, realtors have a license. You're not a realtor. Okay. You're an investor. You want to buy real estate. You don't want to broker deals. Now, if you're already a realtor, can you still do wholesaling? Can you still be an investor? The answer is yes, you can, but you need to make sure that you follow within whatever ethical requirements and follow within whatever fiduciary responsibilities that you have within your brokerage and within whatever, body of realtors that you're a member of, whether it's CREA, which is pretty much everybody in Canada at the moment. Okay. Now, is real estate only for rich people? No, it's not. In fact, people have become wealthy because of real estate. We're starting from the bottom. Now we here. We have to start from somewhere. And I started from the bottom. And folks, you're no better than I am. So if I can do it, then you can do it, right? This is how it works. The other thing I want to help you understand is, how can you possibly, Ben, make $10,000 a month on one deal? Isn't there a fixed price for everything? Isn't there, isn't there somebody who comes along and tells you this is all it's worth? The answer is no. We live in a world of information asymmetry. So what this means is that you can buy something for $100,000 or you can buy it for $95,000 or $105,000. There is no judge and jury of what that thing is worth. A product or a house is only worth what a buyer is willing to pay. It is that simple, okay? So if you make an offer and get it accepted, that's what it's worth. So you're like, well, you mean you could just make up the price? Absolutely, yes. You just make up the price in relation to what you're willing to pay. If you don't believe me, I want you to go to Kijiji and I want you to go and try to buy a used piece of furniture. Okay? Because you can make whatever offer you want on that furniture, and very few people, I think, pay full price for a piece of furniture. Okay? And if you do and you love paying full price, this may not be the business for you. Okay? Price is all negotiable based on a person's idea or based on what it is. So let me give you an example. A lot of people, when they want to sell their cars, are going to go and try to put it up on Craigslist or Kijiji in Canada, right? But you may wait a long time to get that car sold. I had a BMW 6 Series that was like this. I put it up because I wanted top dollar, but nobody called me in 3-4 months. I'm like, man, I'm getting kind of annoyed and frustrated with the process of trying to sell this car. How much easier is it to walk into a used car dealership, trade that car in, and leave with another one that same weekend? You see, there's a price for convenience. And we in Canada have a lot of debt in our country. In fact, there's $1.80 of debt for every dollar of income in this country. So what that means is this. When you can offer convenience, like I will buy the property, I can close quick, I can fix your solution, people will just buy that convenience, right? And they'll use credit to go and buy something else. So if they sell the property to you for $20,000 less than what they wanted, they're going to use credit to go and buy another property that's more suitable, more desirable, or less boring to them. That's the world we live in. Very few people pay for everything cash, and then when they sell, they're selling and losing cash. They don't. We're just trading equity for another thing. So that's the way the world works, folks. We got to understand that, all right? So that's the case. So if you can wrap your mind around that piece, then it's going to be very helpful to you to understand that, hey, all I need to do is be a bargain hunter and find deals. So real quick for me, I was doing renovations. There's me. That's chubby me. That's like 40 pounds heavier me, okay? Before I kind of got my weight in check. I was trying to do little renovations. I was buying properties off the MLS, and I was trying to fix and flip them and sell them the old-fashioned way. It was working for a while, and I was watching a lot of HGTV. Some of you guys watch HGTV, right? Thumbs up if you guys are all about that, HGTV life. Well, the problem was at some point, I couldn't get any more deals. I went to my agent's office. I was making offers. I wasn't getting any of them accepted. So what happened was my small little business with a few employees, I was stuck. I was literally stuck, could not find any more deals. So I literally had to get out of that and figure out what the heck was I not doing right. I finally met Chris and he said, man, you're paying too much. In fact, he said, you're paying too damn much for real estate. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, are you buying it directly from sellers or are you paying a middleman? Are you going through an agent? I said, well, I'm going through an agent. He says, well, don't they make 5%? I said, yeah. He said, who do you think pays them? I said, well, the seller. He said, but who do you think actually fronts the bill? The buyer. Because you see, if the seller needs a certain price and he has to pay an agent, he's probably going to charge more for the property so that he ends up with the same net result. He's like, wouldn't it be more straightforward to just have a direct conversation with the seller, make an offer, cut out the fees, and be able to get that property for less? And I said, yes, it would. So I started a professional wholesaling business as a result of that. I didn't know about this until I learned it literally from Chris. So what wholesaling is you find a property that you can get a discounted price on, whether the seller is motivated, the property itself needs a lot of work, There's a whole bunch of different reasons why somebody would sell something for a discount. Again, your used car with an old battery and a bad transmission, you probably want to likely to change that in or turn it in for another car which doesn't have those same problems. A house is the same way. An old furnace, an old roof, an old basement, a leaky plumbing. All those things are factors that may be motivating reasons why the seller doesn't want to keep that property anymore. Now, some people assume, hey, why wouldn't they just fix the whole thing up and get top dollar? Why wouldn't you just fix up your car and go and get top dollar? It's the same reason. They don't know how. They don't have the money. They don't feel like it. It's not their core business. They have no interest in learning it, right? So you find a discounted property. You enter into a purchase agreement. So it's a contract, okay, with that seller. Once you've done that, you find a cash buyer who actually wants to buy that property. Now, you've got it at a discounted price, so you have to have a markup on it when you sell it. And you basically sell that contract. It's called assigning the contract for a fee. That is what wholesaling is, okay? Now, you don't need an agent, again, to buy a house or sell a house, just like you don't need one to buy or sell a used car. So do you have to use an agent? The answer is absolutely not. Now, in Ontario and most provinces, you already have a lawyer who's responsible for closing the deal. So what that means is when you get ready to go and close the deal out, usually there's a closing date. When that happens, it has to go through a lawyer's hands. So what that means is there's already somebody responsible, a fiduciary, for making sure the paperwork and the registration is done properly and according to the laws. You adding an agent is adding one more middleman and one more mouth to feed that you don't need in that transaction, okay? So think about it this way. You know, if a seller is going to sell a property for $100,000, they has to pay an agent $5,000, which is the standard commission is 5%. Couldn't you just buy it for $95,000 and the seller is in absolutely the same case? The answer is yes. Or couldn't you just go and offer $90,000 and the seller doesn't have to worry about listing it on the MLS, doing open houses, doing viewings? Right now, is it easy or is it hard, folks, to show and sell a property? Do you know right now most people are not doing open houses because of COVID? So the offer that the agent was able to do with so the agent is a marketing service. The marketing service that the agent has been offering up until now is losing its value because they can't. And I'm not attacking agents whatsoever. I'm just being very realistic and transparent with you, right? Knowing that there is a middleman and knowing that right now that service is not the most viable for a lot of sellers that want to be out. Now, here's my warning. Ready? Here's the warning. Do not broker deals. And we're going to talk about this. You cannot represent anybody but yourself, or otherwise you're broker. This is a fine line. You need to understand this line, okay? Now, so you have to use the right paperwork to represent yourself and no other party. You should be using a lawyer for every assignment and wholesale deal, okay? You should be negotiating ethically. And by ethically, I mean creating win-win situations for you and the seller. It's not about taking advantage of people. If you have ethical issues, you shouldn't be on this training period because this is not for you, okay? You should be upfront with people, state your intentions, and so that you can work out a win-win deal. So ready for some examples? Give me a thumbs up while I grab a sip of coffee. You guys ready for some examples? Thumbs up? No? Just go home? Okay, I can just go home. Are you sure? All right, let's jump into this, guys. Okay. Everybody has Kijiji. You guys have all used it to buy whatever you've looked at in the past, cars and stuff. Who's a Kijiji shopper? Some of you guys are Kijiji shoppers. You're on it every day, all day. I know because I used to be one, or Auto Trader, same thing. Go to Kijiji, right? You can find deals. You go to the house for sale section, and there's typically two sides to Kijiji. There's the professionals, and then there's the owners, right? Or private sales. You want to go to the private sales on Kijiji and find basically properties that are being listed directly by the owner. Anybody ever do this in the past? You do it all the time with everything else on Kijiji because very few other items on Kijiji have a broker or an agent. So I don't think anything else does, frankly.
Yeah, agree.
Okay. That's Matt's contribution. Yeah, agree. So go to Kijiji to find the deal. Okay. You're going to start picking up the phone and making phone calls. So here's an example. I found this deal on Marion Street. Okay. I had a conversation. Now, this was an as-is kind of property. So here's some pictures, folks, right? And needed some work. The guy that was living there was thinking about going back to school. He wasn't happy with the job that he had. He was thinking about listing it with an agent. In fact, he had a conversation with an agent about putting it up for sale. But by the same token, he also decided to throw it up Kijiji and see what happened. You see, he was kind of shy. Maybe even like didn't want to deal with the house. He didn't really want to clean it. He didn't really want to he just wasn't in a place where he wanted to do much to it. So he had it up on Kijiji to see if somebody would buy it. I went there and I made him an offer to buy the property. I actually made an offer to buy it for $109,000. And the way that I figured out what I was going to pay for it was pulling what we call the comparable sales. Those are other properties that sold in the same neighborhood for the same condition, the same location, right? And finding out what they sold for. And I found out those properties were selling for about $125,000 to $130,000 or $120,000 to $130,000, depending on the condition. I bought it for $109,000. As soon as I did, I got on the phone and I found a cash buyer who wanted a deal. See, a lot of times we're like, where do we find cash buyers? There's plenty of them, just like you're a cash buyer looking for deals, right? And when you're a cash buyer, you may not have the cash, but your job is to find the deal because there's plenty of people who have cash. Like I just told you, we have a lot of debt in this nation, which means that there's a lot of people that have money sitting on lines of credits. There's people who have money sitting in checkings accounts. There's people who have money sitting in RSPs. And all those people can buy real estate and essentially pay cash for it or not get bank financing. Those people want a deal just like anybody else wants a deal, but they're not going to create a professional wholesaling business, okay? We'll jump to questions a little bit at the end, guys. I see some questions popping in. Save them because I absolutely want to hit all of them, okay? You have to enter into a purchase agreement to buy the property. You have to have a contract, and you have to be the sole interest has to be you. You're not brokering deals. So as soon as I have a contract, I own this contract, I'm saying I'm selling this contract, okay? I will close on the property with private funds. However, if somebody wants to buy the contract off me before I close, I'm willing to exit this deal with this exit strategy versus me closing on it and maybe flipping it strategies. There's multiple strategies here, okay? I sold this contract and I made a $6,000 profit within 2 weeks. How many of you guys and girls would love to make a $6,000 profit on a property they found on Kijiji for free? Nobody? Oh, okay, everybody. Got it. Okay, there it is right now. Me, let's go. Okay, cool. This guy too, and this guy did. Now, just a little bit of perspective, folks. This guy was going to sell the property. He was going to sell with an agent. Had he hired an agent and paid the standard commissions, he would have paid $6,500 in commissions anyways. So is it any different if you sold it for $109,000 with the MLS to the public who had to go through home inspections, financing conditions, multiple showings, picky buyers, or he sold it to me and I was in and out in basically 10 minutes? He actually got more money selling it to me for $109,000 than what he could have got selling with an agent for the same price. Now, could he have sold it for more money? Maybe. The truth is you never know. Maybe he could have. But the question is, was it worth it to him? The convenience that I gave him was worth the price that he gave me. Now, the truth is he paid a lot less than $109,000 for it. So even though he could have sold it maybe for $110,000, $115,000, $120,000, whatever that number is, he paid about $75,000 a few years behind. You got to remember, the real estate market in Canada has been up for a number of years. Most people who sell a property right now that have purchased in the last 10 years are in the green. They're in the positive. The difference is they might be 50 grand ahead, and have a quick, convenient sale, or they could be maybe 55 or 60 ahead and wait a month, 2 months. Who knows? Because with COVID, the answer is who knows. So quick recap. Found the deal for free. I made a win-win to buy the property within 10 minutes of having a conversation. And yes, you have to understand that conversation. It's a skill set. I found a cash buyer who wanted to pay more than I did. In fact, we had a little pipeline of cash buyers that were looking for deals, and we can show you how to build that out right back on Kijiji as well. I sold the contract. I made $6,000 because I was savvy enough to find a deal. And the truth is, do you see how quickly I did this? My return on time was so much higher than me having kept the property and me maybe trying to do rehabs and stuff. If you're not a professional rehabber, folks, I don't think you should be doing rehabs. I mean, you can do one if you want to learn the process, but the likelihood of you making money on every rehab, and a lot of money, is slim to none because there's so many variables, okay? Now, the person that I sold it to was also an investor. See, a lot of people think that because they're used to selling on the MLS, they're selling to retail buyers. I'm not usually selling to retail buyers. I'm not selling to people who need to get a mortgage. I'm selling to people who don't. I'm selling to other cash buyers and investors. Where do you find investors? Cashflow Tribe. That's where investors live. In fact, all of them are at Cashflow Tribe. Okay. He was willing to buy the property, and he was actually a rehabber. So he bought the property from me. And this property here, once he does the work, once it was fully rented and everything else, he was going to invest about $20,000. So from the price that I sold it for him would have put him, it was worth about $160,000 when he was done. So he would have made a little bit more money than me, but he would have had to get the renovation, do the work, get the materials, and go through the process. Okay. Questions. Here we go. Does Kijiji have actual deals? What if you suck at negotiating? Where do I find cash buyers? What if you don't know the paperwork? And do I need a realtor? Answer: yes. New properties get listed on Kijiji every day. There are deals if you look for deals. The truth is, if you spend 2 minutes, though, I can't promise you're going to find a deal. Remember, I told you if you're willing to invest 5 hours a week into your business, you could sit at home on your couch and you could be looking at deals every day, but you have to put in the time, okay? What if I'm not good at negotiating? Here's the good part. You don't have to be. You have to be willing to listen. You have to be willing to find a solution, right? A win-win. Mr. Seller, how much do you want? I would like this much. Let me see if I can make it work. Boom, boom, boom. So there has to be a process there. It's not about grinding people down. It's not about taking advantage of them. There's a lot of people, I'm going to claim it right now. A lot of people say, you're taking advantage of sellers. And my answer is, how ignorant of a response is that? Because you have no idea what's best for the seller. The seller can decide what's best for him. We as investors make an offer, folks. We make an offer. That's it. Nobody's obligated to take the offer, but the seller should have a choice. Well, the seller always wants top price. No, false. That is not true. Money is not everything to all people, okay? Convenience is important, okay? Being able to, if somebody's very private, doesn't want anybody in their home, do you think they really want to go through a sale process, listing it on the MLS with thousands of eyeballs? If somebody's going through a divorce, do you really think they want a for sale sign on their front lawn telling the world they're going through divorce? False. You have to ask the seller. A private, convenient, confidential sale a lot of times is more valuable than a public sale for a few $1,000s more. So let's ask the seller. That's the only answer I can give you. And people who say it's not fair to the seller, they're not in the seller's shoes. So again, remember I told you at the very beginning of the day, people they're making assumptions instead of making offers. And that's the investor's plight, right?
Yes, 100%. I find way too often people are just like making excuses to not take the action, not put in the work, not make the offer. And you don't know what's going to happen until you actually get over that fear and go in and start negotiating and making an offer.
Yeah. Now, people say, well, where do I find buyers? Folks, there's plenty of buyers, including in a hot market. You know, what I'm saying is there's always cash buyers. And in fact, even when the market corrects, there's still money in the economy. The money just needs a place to go. The bigger question is, do you know where to find the cash buyers? Where are they hanging out? I guarantee you where they're not hanging out, they're not watching Tiger King. All the cash buyers in the world are probably focused on finding deal opportunities, joining communities like Cashflow Tribe, and just being honest with you, they're hanging out with other cash buyers. So you have to go to them. Every time you want to get into a new environment, you have to go to them. They can't come to you. We can't expect people to come to us, okay? What if I don't know the paperwork? Here's the good news. The paperwork is actually standardized. You can use the paperwork. You can use realtor paperwork. There's very simple forms that you can learn to use. In fact, we've got a whole training on paperwork, which can break down every single syllable that needs to go into that contract. Once you practice it a couple times, then you'll know the paperwork. It's really not as complicated as it seems, but there is a template. There is a training that you can grab, and it'll make your life so much easier. Do I need a license? Let me clarify something. You have to put the property under contract in your name. You have to have explicit rights to that deal. That's the difference in brokering and not brokering. You can't go, hi, Mr. Seller, meet Mr. Buyer. You guys sort it out and give me a fee. That's a realtor's job. My job is I am the buyer. I only represent myself. I don't represent any other party. I'm putting this deal under contract with the faith, the ability, and the confidence that I can close the deal. And if I need to raise capital, I'll go get a loan or I'll partner with the JV private lender. I'll put the deal together and close. However, I also want the explicit right to be able to wholesale the deal at any given point prior to closing. If you make it that clear and that evident at the beginning of your conversation with the seller and you use the right language in the agreement, guess what? You're in the green. You're good to go. But if you hide your intentions, if you don't put the right things in the contract, if you don't set this up the right way, then you could be accused of all sorts of stuff. But truth is truth. This is why I'm very big on being super transparent. The way you have that conversation is important. The language you put in the contract is important. How do I know? I spend a lot of money getting the language right with my lawyer to make sure that it was done properly. Okay? Is this good so far, guys? Thumbs up if you like it. Thumbs up? Good? Okay, anybody not like it? Anybody thumbs down? If you're thumbs downing me, you're going to be in trouble in a minute. I see you guys all. All right, here we go. Deal number 2, guys. So I showed you how to use Kijiji to find a deal. All right, so far so good. So here's another deal I found on Hall. This one was actually on the MLS. This one gets a little bit more complicated, but let me walk you through the steps here logically. So pay attention here. This is going to be important for you guys that are very nuts and bolts seekers. I was on the MLS. I started making offers on the MLS every day, all day. Remember what Matt said at the beginning of this call? I went and I was making 10, 20 offers a day, 10, 20 offers a day. Did I get a deal every day? No. Did I get a deal every week? Hell no. But I was making offers every day, all day. Do you understand the significance of getting up to swing that ball? This property, they were asking $99,000. I'll get to the questions in a second. A JV partner is a joint venture partner or a money partner, by the way. They were asking 99 grand. Why would they ask 99 grand for a house that looks like this? Because they wanted a quick, sure sale. This was a bank-owned property. The agent who put it up for sale, they play this game called list low, sell high. We've all seen this if you've ever made any offers on the MLS. They're going to list it down here so they can attract as many people as possible, and then they're going to try to drive up the price to try to get a much higher sales price. This is called clickbait selling, okay? This is what agents do. Guess what? It backfires sometimes. Because when they do it, a guy like me sees it pop up the very first day, and at $99,000, I walk up and I offer 105. Why would I offer 105? Because I did my due diligence and I knew that it was worth at least $125,000 in the condition that it was in. Now, this property also wasn't in great shape, but it was an okay condition for whom? The answer, an investor. An investor would buy this all day long and do the rehab. So I bought this for $99,000. I got a joint venture partner. Here's what that means. I found a guy like Matt McKeever. Pull up Matt McKeever on the screen real quick. A guy like Matt McKeever has money sitting in the bank, and Matt would love to take his money and do what? Invest it into deals. Now, he may be a passive partner, and a passive means he doesn't want to run around all day, every day looking for properties because he has more money than I do. I have time and energy. He has money, the three commodities of life. He says, hey, man, I'll joint venture with you, meaning I'll give you all the money to buy the property because you are able to get a deal. Do you think he would have given me the money if I didn't have a deal? Answer, no. So I had to get a real deal under contract, show my joint venture partner. By the way, I'm a joint venture partner. Matt is also a joint venture partner. This is the benefit with being in a community like Tribe, is they're joint venture partners with money. You don't have to find money. You have to find a partner with money. Just clarify that. Anyways, I get this property. I actually bought it and closed on it. All right. Meaning I bought the property off the MLS and I closed on it with the private investor money. As soon as I did that, guess what I did? I put it right back on the MLS. You heard me right. I bought it from the MLS, meaning the multiple listing service where all the agents list their properties. I took the property because I bought it the first day. I snatched the opportunity. I put it right back up and I sold it for 130 grand. Pretty cool. And then I basically, so after I paid closing costs, okay, and some fees like that, a few $1,000, we made about $20,000. I split half and half with my partner. I made 10, he made 10. Was that a good deal for my partner?
Seems like a win-win to me.
Was that a good deal for me? Did I need any money to do that deal? No, I needed Matt. So when you don't have money, you need a Matt. When you don't have money, you need a Matt or a Ben or a Steve or a Mike or a Jenny or a Jeanette. You need somebody who's got access to money, who wants to make money on their money. Because if Matt put up $105,000 to buy that property, okay, and he's making $10,000 on that, is that a pretty good deal? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
100%. Okay, so here's that property. Here we go. So just to recap, I found the deal making offers on MLS. Did that cost me anything? Nope, it was absolutely free, right, guys? Okay, I locked up the property. I got a JV partner who had the cash. I closed on the deal and put it right back up on the market because I was first. Remember, I told you, speed to lead. The early bird gets the worm. The early bird gets the worm, okay? So you have to be speed to lead as fast as possible, okay? So I made $20,000 profit, which then I split with Matt. Now, had I had the money, okay? I would have closed the deal myself. Just to be clear, Matt brought the money in at closing and we closed the deal. So Matt became a lender partner, which we'll talk about that. I know I'm going a little bit fast, guys, but I'm just trying to show you how creativity actually works. I did not earn the money to buy this deal. I simply found. So it's not about what you earn. It's about what you learn and how you can apply it. Okay. We'll jump into some Q&A. I know there's going to be a lot of questions on this stuff. Now, what if the MLS has no deals? Some of you guys are thinking, hey, man, sounds great, but what if MLS has no deals? Or how did you even know what to offer? Or maybe you're thinking, did the agent make money? Or are you thinking, how did you even find a partner like Matt? Or how is it possible you didn't have to qualify for a mortgage? Well, let's cover it. Number one, what if the MLS has no deals? My answer is, what if it does? See, until you make enough offers, you truly can't gauge what the MLS is like. If you make one offer a month, you're trying to get fish in the barrel here, and you can't throw darts at a board. You have to keep throwing until you find an offer. So you have to get into a rhythm of non-emotional offer making. Non-emotional offer making, meaning I will make 5 a day regardless of how I feel today, right? Because if you get into that rhythm, guess what's going to happen? You're swinging. Sometimes you might not get a deal for a month, and then you get 3 in a row, and then you look like a genius, but all you did was make offers when somebody else didn't, okay? How did you know what to offer? Again, I looked at what other properties were selling for, and I recognized that this was a motivated seller. You see, this bank wanted this property gone, so the agent put it on the market for a lower price than even what the bank wanted because they just wanted it done. Okay, now I jumped on it right away, so you have to be quick. Did the agent make money? Yes, they did. In fact, the selling agent made money. When I put it back on the MLS, the buying agent made money. So I was able to pay the agents. In fact, the seller paid the agent the first time, right? We paid the agent the second time. So my point is you're making money on the deal even if other people get paid. The price is what's important here, okay? How did you find a money partner? Folks, I told you at the beginning, building relationships with people is very, very, very important, okay? So you have to build relationships with people. You've got to take the time to get invested in communities, get invested in groups of people. You got to go where the money is. If Matt's in a group like Cashflow Tribe, I need to be in that group. So what Chris was saying is you have to literally just get around the right people and then level yourself up. If you're the smartest person in your circle, you're in the wrong circle. Did I need a mortgage to qualify for this deal? Okay. Okay. So no, I didn't, because I had Matt here who was going to close the deal. He had the cash. When you have the cash, I don't need to qualify. Only people who go to the bank need to qualify for a mortgage. Okay, that's the way that works because you're trying to qualify, purchase the property, down payment. So I bypassed the payment by having a private money partner. Okay. Oh, just did something there. Let me bring it right back. All right. So here's the term that we use. Driving for dollars is a term for investors to describe a technique for basically driving around the city. Here's the technique that we use. Drive around the city, find all the neglected properties, okay, or properties that look neglected or run down. You want to take advantage of the address, make sure write it down, and then you want to start contacting, door knocking, or otherwise. Right now, during COVID, you can do Google Maps for dollars. You can sit at home. You can pick the areas in your city that you know are kind of run down. You can get on Google Maps, and you can essentially start scrolling through there and walk down the little streets and see which properties are neglected. Now, if you do that and Google Maps is outdated in your town, getting into a car physically or having somebody else get into a car physically and driving it now and comparing the two, if it was neglected or dated 2 years ago and that property is still dated today, it's probably been dated for a while or probably been run down for a while. That may be a motivated seller opportunity. Your job and my job is to find the properties before they go to the agent or go to the MLS, okay? Here's the deal that I found. I was driving literally to my office one day. I saw for sale by owner sign. I called the number here on Hall. Turns out this property was listed on the MLS, but the guy took it down about 2 weeks before. You see, what happened was it was listed for a much higher price. I think it was in the 150s or 160s. It didn't sell. He got frustrated. He had a tenant living in the basement, so he was tired of dealing with showings, and he took down the property in anger and decided to try to sell it himself. Does this happen? Yes, it does. Do you think he wanted to go back to an agent and relist it with another agent? No. He was tired of dealing with agents. And some people, listen, just like anything else, there's good agents and bad agents, just like there's good doctors and bad doctors and good investors and bad investors. And what happens is if you have a bad agent experience, you're not likely to go back to an agent. It's just like anything else, right? So I made a deal with the individual here, the seller, to buy this property for $139. As soon as I did, I started getting on the phone again with my cash buyer saying, hey, I have a property. It's got a secondary dwelling unit. There's actually a tenant living in the bottom. This is a nice little property. It needs a little bit of work, but it's worth about $150,000 right now. The guy tried to sell it prior to for about $155,000, $160,000. It didn't sell. So I have the deal. Do you want it for $150,000? Person, I sent him some pictures. I took a video walkthrough. Again, I made this very virtual, so it didn't take a lot of physical inspection of the property. Okay. By the way, if you get a home inspection report before you go ahead and try to sell the property or that contract to somebody else, you're doing a lot of due diligence, making that person's job easier. So I worked about 5 hours on this deal. 5 hours, I made $11,000. Would anybody like to do this, to work 5 hours and potentially make $11,000? What if you got it completely backwards and you only made half of that and you made $5,500? What if you completely dodged it and you only made $1,000? See, are you starting to see how this is really possible? It's not fictitious. It's not made up. Your city, the prices will vary. Okay. The timing might vary. The general concept is absolutely the same. Find a deal, sell a deal. Find a deal, sell a deal. Okay, that's the job. That's what we're supposed to do. Okay, so questions. Can I do this with expired listings? Okay, how can I negotiate directly with the seller? Should I drive my entire city looking for buyers? How did you sell the contract? How do I determine the profit? Okay, let me go into this real quick. So can I do this with expired listings? When a property's on the market, typically if they list it with an agent, they have what's called a holdover clause, meaning other agents can't necessarily go and door knock and solicit that business. Okay, but as a seller, he makes a decision to take his property off the MLS and puts a for sale sign. His listing with his agent has nothing to do with me as the buyer. I'm going in saying, hey, you want to sell it? I want to buy it. Okay. Now, if the property is listed on the MLS, currently his agent would be entitled to commission. He had an expired terminated listing. Okay. Can I negotiate directly with the seller? Yes, you should. And you should create a win-win scenario. See, folks, even now, when I want to buy a property that's on the MLS, one of my conditions is that I get to talk directly with the seller, even if his agent or her agent is there. I want to know the story and I want to know the seller. When you make real estate personal with people, there's a better chance of you getting a deal. If you throw an impersonal offer at people, your chances are going to be worse. Okay. In fact, the way my dad bought his very first home, he was making $12 an hour as an electrician, and he had 9 children to feed. And the bank manager told him, take a picture of your family and attach it to the documents. And when they saw they had 9 children to feed, you know, they put the deal through. So you never know until you ask directly with the seller. Okay. Should I drive my entire city? Yes, you can drive your entire city or have somebody else drive it for you or walk around the street. Make a list of all those properties and then mail them, door knock, and follow. This is a follow-up game. You have to follow up with leads if you expect to get a deal, and you might not close it on the first time, just like people might not be ready to buy a car the first time they look at it. It might take some thinking on it. It might take some price shopping. They might want to think about it, talk with an agent, and then they might call you eventually sell that property. Right now in COVID, if you put in the work up until now, for example, I have over 2,000 leads in my system right now. We're following up with those people all the time. And what's happening is now people's motivation is changing. They're, the way that they're trying to figure out what they want to do is changing. They're running out of options. And we're only 3 or 4 weeks into COVID. I'm not here to predict the economy. I'm here to be prepared for it. If this does drop, there's going to be a lot of homes available. And are you positioned to take advantage and to become an investor and to do deals or not? That's the decision you need to make, right? I'm going to be ready to do deals. I'm going to be ready. I'm going to have my money partners ready to go, and I'm going to go raise more money, okay? Now, how did you sell the contract? You can use what's called an assignment agreement, okay? There's standardized forms for this as well. AREA Form 145 is one of them if you're in Ontario. Okay, you can use a standardized form to do that. How do you determine the profit? Now, this is different for every deal. The way you determine the profit is simple. Make sure that it's a deal for the end buyer, and only the end buyer can tell you what it's worth. So you need to ask him, hey, if it's worth 150 based on the comps, where do you need to get it at? If they say I need to get it for 140, anything under that and the price you paid is your profit. That's how I negotiate. I don't sit there and just slap a fee on it. I figure out what the difference is and I go from there, okay? You can charge whatever you want so long as you bring value to the seller and bring value to that buyer. Does that make sense? Now, why are people not going to do this? 3 things. Limiting beliefs, okay? Either you don't believe the vehicle works, which I'm hoping after I showed you today, you see that it does work. Number 2, you have external limiting beliefs, meaning you have scarcity mindset. Not enough deals, not enough money. Some kind of scarcity exists in your mind. Which one of you guys are scarcity driven? Like there's not enough deals, opportunities, whatever, okay? Some of you guys are. And then the hardest one to fight is this one, which you're going to fight the rest of your life to a degree. Internal limiting beliefs. Matt and Ben can do it, but I'm not good enough. I'm not smart enough. You have some kind of internal self-esteem or confidence that's holding you back. Or maybe it's people around you that are making you feel dumb and saying, you shouldn't even be at this weekend. What are you waiting for? What are you doing this for? Maybe you got a bunch of negative Nellies in your life and you need to say, you know what? I'm done with the bull. I'm done with the nonsense. I'm done with the bullshit. Keep it to yourself. I need to get in an environment of people who are winning and succeeding. I don't just need information like Chris said. I need knowledge. I need confidence and knowledge. And if those are one of the 3 things. So I just wanted you to recognize, I learned this concept and it makes so much sense. Every time I'm afraid to do something, it's because I struggle with one of these 3 things. Okay. Now, is it just me doing this? Nope. Let me tell you a quick story. This guy, Dan, is in my town. Dan made $11,000 in 2 hours by wholesaling a deal with using none of his own money. How did he do it? Let me walk you through it. Dan bought a house. So Carl, the original seller, bought this house on Geraldine in 1998 for $140,000. Now pay attention. This is important. Okay. Dan, who's a wholesaler, right, found this property and he locked it up for $258. Okay. In 2000, for about 78 cents on the dollar. The ARV, which is the after repair value, is about $330, meaning if somebody would have bought the property, did the work, based on it being in good condition, the property is worth about $330. Repairs that were needed were about $30,000. Sweat equity in this position would have been about $42. Well, 4 days after Dan got the deal under contract, he agreed to assign the agreement over to Bill and VO for $269. Why would he do that? Number one, because he can make a quick 11. And sometimes a quick nickel beats a slow dime. So a quick 11 grand is better to him than 42,000 by being in the deal, right? And he made this money with 4 days later, okay, with a couple hours of his time. The buyers were happy with the house because now the buyers gained about 30 grand in equity. And Dan walked away with assigning the deal, never closing on it, never getting a mortgage, never qualifying, never proving income. It didn't matter, okay, for 2 hours worth of work. The seller was happy because they got a zero commission sale, right? This was a tenant property. The tenants were actually going to the university here locally, and it was kind of beat up a little bit, kind of trashed. And they got out of it saving over $17,000 in commissions. So it was a win for the seller, a win for Dan, and a win for Bill and Vio. How do I know this story? Because Bill and Vio are my parents. My own parents bought a house from another wholesaler. Does this make sense? They bought a house from another wholesaler because they got a good deal. Has nothing to do with me, right? So my point is that anybody can do this. This is Neon. He's part of our tribe. Neon joined Cashflow Tribe and did his first deal within his first 60 days. And he just wanted to share a little bit. So I'm going to play his video for you guys real quick. This is Neon in his own words, about kind of his experience with Tribe so far. Or not. There we go. Well, I guess that one's not loading. Anyways, that's Neon. I'll connect you with him later. This is Shahir, and Shahir actually he's a wholesaler with Matt. He's also part of Tribe. And maybe talk about Shahir real quick.
Yeah, so if you guys aren't familiar with Shahir's background, in September of 2019, he actually dropped out of third or fourth year of university to go all in on wholesaling. So he joined my environment, my ecosystem, and went all in, put in all the work necessary. In order to get his first wholesale deal within 60 days. That wholesale assignment contract was for $20,000. Now, again, like everything we've been telling you about throughout this entire process, you do need to commit. Shahir put in a lot of his time, a lot of his energy, because he didn't have a lot of money. So he surrounded himself with like-minded individuals, exactly what we're trying to do with Cashflow Tribe community. And it's like, to me, this is literally the most rewarding thing about everything I do, is seeing the results through Shahir's eyes, because he gets so excited. That first $20,000 assignment deal, that's the world to him. It can be kind of easy for myself and Ben to get a little jaded at this point, because one more wholesale deal doesn't necessarily move the needle for us in regards to our investing career. But to see it through the lens or the eyes of Shahir, that to me is like the greatest reward that there is whatsoever in regards to real estate investing.
I love it. Here's a couple other folks. Thomas Scott was actually part of our boot camp we just did recently. And, he was there and so awesome. He's doing deals. Harvinder did her very first deal, made a $40,000 assignment fee. I'm proud of Harvinder because she's kind of been hanging around for a while and she finally took action. Danny Joseph Carroll did a deal, San Diego. So folks are doing real life deals in Cashflow Tribe. So this is possible for you as well. Okay. So here's the action steps. You guys ready for the action steps? Okay. Determine your why. Number one, you gotta know what you're trying to accomplish, folks. Because if you're not going to put in the 5 hours or a few hours a week, it's going to be hard for you to accomplish this. Okay. Now you can do it smartly, right? Right now you can do it 1 hour. You have to actually put in some level of effort here. Reverse engineer the actual goal that you're trying to accomplish. That's an important component here. Because if you know you want 5, Some of you guys might want 10. So do me a quick favor in the comments. What do you want? What are you trying to accomplish? Is it 5,000 if you know? Is it 2,000? Is it 10,000? What is the monthly goal for you? Why did you come to this weekend? What is the number you're trying to get to? Let me know, because it'd be super valuable to have an idea. And your number is your own number, so you don't have to guess from other people's. Okay, I see the numbers popping in here. All right. Next thing you need to do, connect with a mentor, join a community that provides real accountability, because if you want to make 5 offers or 5 hours a week happen, somebody has to keep you accountable for that. So time to crush some of those limiting beliefs that we all struggle with, and you don't have to do it by yourself. So I want you to take the action this week, and you know what? Work harder than the next person. You see, the local investor that maybe is in your town that's trying to do wholesaling and you're trying to do wholesaling, the fact that you connect with somebody and have accountability gives you a much higher probability of winning, okay? So here's how we're going to do this. I want you to get your first deal in the next 30 to 60 days. It has to happen as far as I'm concerned, because you know by now I'm very results driven. So we're going to have a 14-day free trial we're giving you guys that has live weekly training. In fact, we go live 5 days a week in a small environment. It's usually 30 to 50 people in one environment, directly with Matt, myself, Adam, Andrea, and different Cashflow Tribe instructors. I'm talking live calls, so questions, answers, and very in-depth information. We do this every week. We've been doing this now for a couple months. So you can expect when you join Cashflow Tribe that you're a member of our community and you're doing live training basically any day that you want it, I think, except for 2 days a week. Now, if you're not available for that, so you get live weekly training, which is included. The second thing here is our unique alpha face group. There's over 500 members in there right now. We're posting questions. We're posting deals every day. We're posting, different things going on in the economy. There's constant updates. And here's some folks here that are in alpha right now. For example, some people here that are working on deals.
And also on that Facebook group, we actually release exclusive content that you won't find anywhere else on the internet. Yeah. So literally every weekday morning, I do a Zoom call with my wholesale team. We're actually sharing pieces of that call now with Tribe again, just because we want to level up the entire tribe.
Yeah. Absolutely. So that's $197 value. So when you join us, you get weekly live training, access to the Facebook group. And if you can't make the Facebook group or you can't do the live training, we have tons of on-demand recording. Matt's recorded over 500-600 videos. We have a lot of training that's going to be on Cashflow Tribe that you can go and consume at your own pace whenever you want on any topics. There's a lot of granular detail in that. That's a $497 value. So again, weekly live training, the Facebook group, the on-demand library. We also do events. So right now with COVID, we're obviously not doing an event in person. We're doing one online, but we do in-person event, which you get access to. Here's a recent one that we did up in London, Ontario. We were in Toronto last month.
Yeah.
So we're kind of going all over the place. We're looking at Toronto as kind of a staple for us, or Ottawa region, or even like looking to grab on a flight and
we're
head out
constantly
west.
looking for an excuse to travel across Canada. So it really for us comes down to, do we have a tribe there? Do we have a tribe in Alberta? Do we have a tribe in BC? And what's really exciting is we're seeing those tribes start to form right now.
Yeah.
Because we had someone join us in Toronto all the way from Alberta for our last in-person event.
It was powerful, especially with the online stuff. If you can't make the physical, we also stream all of these events online, so you'll be able to get access to it. So that's a $97 value right there. So again, weekly live training, access to the alpha, access to on-demand recording whenever you want it. The exclusive network is $1,280 value. And if you guys have been waiting for some freebies, that's an amazing value to join us. We're going to be doing some special things here today for this weekend only. This is a pretty unique thing we put together. So the 5 real estate investment guides that Matt spent a lot of time putting together, there's an entire wholesaling guide. If you're brand new and you want to use one of these strategies, these are going to be massive help for you. Wholesaling, vendor take-back mortgages, basically private mortgages, top 10 clauses for real estate writing contracts, the joint venture contracts and agreement that you can use there, and then the Airbnb tactical guide. These are amazing 5 tactical guides that each individual usually sell for $100 typically. Yep. There's $500 worth of value right there. That's going to be bonus number 1, because listen, guys, we want to give you 0 excuses this week and why you don't at least try. Simply try alpha and see if it's a good fit. So weekly live training, on-demand recording, Facebook groups, private events access to, and you get the tactical guides. For a lot of you, one of the big problems is I don't know how to do the paperwork. I don't know how to do it. So here's what I've done. I've put together an entire course. I'm talking it's 3.5 hours long on every piece of nuance that goes into a contract. Included in that is the top 5 clauses, which came from Matt, that goes into your wholesaling or purchase agreement, your amendments, your purchase agreements, your wholesaling agreements, your assignment agreements, all these other agreements are all included as part of your, you're just checking out, Cashflow Tribe today. That's going to be included there. So again, weekly on-demand recording, Facebook, the training, the 5 tactical guides. There's a lot of stuff going on in here. Okay. Also, I have a wholesaling course I typically sell. It's $297. Okay. Anybody who signs up for Cashflow Tribe and checks it out, I do sell this for $297. If you want, you can go to the website and buy it there. I'm going to be putting this in, and this is an intensive course that I did over a course of, it was a 6 weeks. So it was about 24 hours of content specific to Canadian wholesaling. There's no reason you're not doing a deal after this. No reason. I'm going to put this in here as well. So live training, Facebook group, on-demand recording, public invite, real estate tactical guides, all the contract paperwork, the virtual training course. And for those of you that are thinking, hey, I want to get started tonight. I need to start doing deals. I need the marketing. I need to know exactly what to put in that Facebook ad, what to put in that Kijiji ad. I have my 4 killer lead secrets training, which I spent a couple $100,000 on marketing just here in this region. So I know what works and what doesn't for me. And I put all that stuff in a training. I'm going to be including that for anybody who wants to check out Alpha Cashflow Tribe today. So again, the bonuses alone are worth a ton of money. We've got the tactical guides, the purchase contracts, the virtual wholesaling course, the 4 killer lead secrets, not to mention the live recordings, the Facebook group, and the on-demand library. And then for anybody who's getting started this weekend, guys, I can't make it any easier than this. Matt's also decided to include his landlord starter kit. Tell us about this. What's this going to help them with?
So yeah, this is specifically designed for Ontario landlords, but even if you're not an Ontario landlord, there's still a lot of best practices here. So what this starter kit's going to do is it's going to save you a lot of time. It's going to save you from having to learn through the school of hard knocks. So specifically, I'm going to share with you 5 of my favorite clauses that we include in all of our standard form leases here in Ontario. We also talk about the importance of having a separate parking agreement, the importance of having a separate snow removal agreement if you're going to have your tenants do it. So this is all stuff that we had to learn the hard way by going through the landlord tenant board and really just experience. And we're trying to save you that time by sharing our experience here in this starter kit.
So that's going to be included here for you guys. So again, you get the weekly trainings, the on-demand recordings, the Facebook group, the invitation to the group access, and then all the bonuses, the 5 tactical guides, the contract training, which you'll never have to worry about figuring out the paperwork again. In fact, you'll also save the commissions because you don't need an agent to do the paperwork yourself. The virtual wholesaling course, which is 24 hours of content, the 4 killer lead secrets, which I spent hundreds of thousands on marketing. So I've dialed it down to 4, and the Ontario landlord starting kit. And anybody who joins today, people have been asking me for the replay for the whole show. I've been seeing that comment in here. Listen, I'm going to give you the entire replay for the whole weekend so you can go back and watch this at your own convenience. That's going to be part of it. This is $97 value for that. That's going to be included. So the on-demand course, the Facebook group, the library of content, the networking events, the tactical guides, the purchase and sale agreements, the virtual course, the 4 killer lead secrets, the Ontario starting kit, and the replay. Okay. And I'm going to throw one last thing in. All right. This is my book. I just wrote it. It's called Real Estate Secrets Exposed. It's the truth about Canadian wholesaling. In my first year as a wholesaler, Chris Rude didn't bring this up, but I did $750,000 in deals thanks to Chris Rude and wholesaling. I've taken all that stuff and I put it in my book, and I'm going to be including that book in here as well, which is usually $19 value. So one last time, weekly training, on-demand Facebook group, on-demand library of tons of content, private event access, 5 tactical guides, purchase and sale contract training, virtual wholesaling course. We got the 4 killer lead secrets, the Ontario starter kit, the 2020 summit replay, and the virtual ebook on wholesaling. Guys, that's going to be amazing. Anybody who's been on the fence, it does not get easier than this. It does not get more dialed in or more amazing than this. I'm telling you. And anybody who's signing up today, I've got one last bonus tonight right after here. I'm hanging out with people, and so is Matt, and so is our speakers, Chris. So if you guys want to hang out and have conversation, we're going to have some people in there. We're going to be limited to how many people can be in that room. But if you want to be in that room, we're going to basically have an after party on Zoom. So grab a drink, grab whatever you're eating, and we can connect, talk, and just have life back and forth dialogue. Here's the deal. Normally people pay for that stuff to have access. So this is over $3,000 value. Here's the whole thing. No crazy pitch. This is my deal. I'm giving you a 2-week trial, absolutely free. 2 weeks, absolutely free. All you need to do is go ahead and you can do 2 things right now. You can go ahead and click the link that they're going to put in the comments, or you can go ahead and send a text over to 226-773-1145 if you want the link that way. That's it. Check us out. See what it's all about. Test drive the car. Do all the stuff you want to do for 2 weeks. Okay? And if you're not happy with it, God bless you. Have a nice day. Don't worry about paying a penny. If you decide to stick with us, Tribe membership is $59 a month. Like, it doesn't get cheaper than that. I know with Matt, we want one thing. We want to develop relationships with people that want to be in this business. And whether you pay a little bit or a lot to get in, if you pay something, you'll take it seriously. And if you take it seriously, there's probably a good chance you'll do business with each other. You'll strengthen our community and you further our mission of helping people. We've got over 500 people in Alpha right now that are there doing deals with the right mindset. So if you need a new family, if you need a community to plug into, take advantage of this offer. It's absolutely free. Listen, free for 14 days. Yes, you're going to have to give us your contact info. Yes, you're going to have to sign up. That's the trade-off, okay? You have to sign up for it. But get all this stuff. And if you're not completely stoked within 14 days, you're not going to get charged a penny. Keep the free tools. Keep the free guides. Keep the trainings that are available. Consider that my gift to you for hanging out with us this weekend. So we're going to take some Q&A for the next 20 minutes, all right? And for those of you guys that are on the fence, grab it now so you can come and hang out with us and Chris Rude in just about 20 minutes from now. All right? Grab this stuff. If you have a comment or a question, throw it in and we're going to jump into some Q&A. By the way, did you enjoy everything, guys and girls? Did you enjoy today's training so far? Was it the best free training you've ever received? Let me know. Let me know in the comments if you were stoked to get it. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, we're going to take some comments here as they kind of come in. All right. So we're going to throw some comments on the stage. We got a whole bunch of Q&A window that's opening up. Open up the chat bot if you could, or the chat box back for us. There we go. Oh, there we go. Everybody who's signing up, give me a big thumbs up if you guys are signing up for Cashflow Tribe and this is your first time. Tell me I'm in if it's your first time joining us at Cashflow Tribe. Okay. Boom. Look at all these people. Boom. All right. Love it. Just signed up. Boom. Boom. Guys, I promise you, this will be the best financial decision you will make in 2020. I have seen every other course. I've been in Rich Dad. I've seen, Keyspire. And if you're a member of other companies and courses, listen, it's totally cool. It's totally fine. If you get value from those companies, stay in those companies. But come and join our community. I promise you, you've never been a part of a community like this. There's so many people that are in our community that are actually on the conversation here today. If you're an existing Cashflow Tribe member, give me a thumbs up if you're already in Tribe. Show me some love, Tribe members. And my Tribe members are coming back to everything we put on because they get so much value from our team here. And folks, it's not about me and Matt. This is about a community strengthened. We need to strengthen and come together right now. If you're a landlord, you know the pain of being an Ontario landlord because right now the landlord tenant board is closed. They're not evicting people. You need allies, like Chris was saying. You need allies right now to strengthen with. And it's not about what I can do for you. I'm not here to give anybody a hand out. We're here to offer a hand up to people that want it and the people that are going to be a vested, valuable member of our community. And we can't make it any cheaper than free. All you need to do is check it out. And yes, you're going to get all this stuff, okay, as being part of what we're doing. All right. Today. So again, the 5 tactical guides, the purchase and sale agreements, the virtual wholesaling course, the 4 killer lead secrets, Ontario starter kit, 2020 virtual summit replay, the secrets exposed book. Come hang out with us tonight. And all the training you're going to need, over $3,000 of value free. Just click the link. Okay, we got some folks. Let's grab some comments here, some questions as we dive into a Q&A section for the next. We got 17 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock before I'm heading over to the VIP party. Matt, let's go ahead. Hit the comments.
So I saw one of the questions there being concerned about cancellation fees. So just to let you know, there are no cancellation fees with Cashflow Tribe Alpha. When Ben says if you sign up and cancel in your first 14 days, you won't be charged anything. He means literally just that. We're not going to charge you a single penny in regards to being a member for those 14 days. So all you need to do is cancel in the first 14 days. If you feel like you didn't get value, you're not going to hurt our feelings. No harm, no foul. And again, you get to keep all the free bonuses.
Yeah, let me say this to you folks. If you get a lot of value, all I would ask you to do is, like, you get 14 days. That's awesome. Hang out with us for a month, man. If it costs you $50, $50 to get all this stuff that we're putting out here, All I'm asking is a little bit of faith and confidence from you. If you just apply what we're talking about, especially right now, imagine you only did one deal in the next 60 days and made $5,000. Would it be worth it? Listen, if you could actually take this stuff and apply it to your real estate investing, and you could start a professional wholesaling business when the rest of the world is covered under COVID-19 and not sure if they're going back to work, if you started doing one deal a month and it was $5,000 a month, would it be worth it? So you have one of two options. You can take everything you've learned today and you can go about your business and totally cool, or you can make a decision to simply press that click button, try it out, have a little bit of faith for 14 days. If you think that, like, if you're paranoid that we're going to screw you for $50, I promise you, if you're not happy with this in 14 days, I have so much confidence in me and my team that I reckon, like, no problem, not a cent charged. Okay. I want to just take it for a trial run. I've invested the weekend here. So have you. Just invest a little bit further, take the extra little leap to just join us. Matt, question?
Yeah. So I see another question about how do I get invited to the VIP Zoom call? So all you need to do in order to get your invitation is literally just sign up for your free 14-day trial, and you're going to get an automated email afterwards. That'll give you your private link to join the Zoom. And we'll see you guys on that private Zoom where we can dive even deeper into Q&A questions.
I love it. So we got about 15 minutes left. Let's grab some questions while we're here. Let's see, pull it up here. Can you explain what the kind of virtual training, the workshop thing is? So the virtual training we have, so first of all, we have on-demand training, which is stuff that all the trainings we've done. So we do training every day. There's live training for the past basically 60 days. We've been doing live training in Tribe. All that has been recorded and put into a digital training platform, so you can go back and watch it anytime. In addition to that, there's all kinds of other training that's there. And that training is going to be super helpful in going through the course content. Now, we also do virtual bootcamp weekends. So we get in a room like this with about 30 to 50 investors. In fact, we were in one last weekend. All right. When we get into those rooms, it's very, again, focused on you. So the more one-on-one time you get, the smaller the room gets. Now, when you join Alpha today, if you want to join us for that, I believe it's usually $499. It's $500 to be in one of those segments, one of those rooms. I believe if you join Cashflow Tribe this weekend, you're going to get access to that entire training for $299. That's one-on-one with me and Matt for an entire weekend and about 30 people. We bring your camera on. We bring your voice on. We dialogue. It's very interactive. Not like this. We've got a lot of people on here, so we can't be that interactive here. But that is extremely interactive when we did one last weekend. So if you want to take it up a notch and you want quick access into doing deals, I recommend once you join Alpha, there should be an offer there for you for $299 to join us for the virtual training that we're doing. And that's happening next weekend. So go ahead and click, join us for that. This will be the best money you're going to spend this year. I know it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Okay. It's not about us getting rich or you getting poor. I know that if I had two options, we could charge a lot for this thing, or we can make it free and give the right people an opportunity to step up. And with a little bit of confidence, if you're willing to step up, the amazing thing is we'll match your commitment and we'll make sure that you've got all the tools to be successful. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just going to mention, I see in the comment section here, it looks like Evan Stewart's in there, and he's going to be hanging out with us in the VIP
sweet.
Zoom
Okay,
call
Evan
as
Stewart's
well.
going to be in the VIP.
If you needed one more incentive other than hanging out with me, Ben, and Chris Rude, well, now you also have Evan that's going to be joining us on tonight's VIP call. And again, all you need to do is sign up for the free 14-day trial. You'll get an automated email with your login to join us on that Zoom call.
So we've got 12 minutes and 54 seconds left here, folks. Just make sure you grab it. If you've been on the fence, listen, just check it out so you can come hang out with us tonight. You can literally join us tonight, enjoy it all weekend long. And if you're not happy by Monday, let us know. Don't worry about being charged. Can you take this question here? Somebody wants to know, how do they analyze a deal on a fully rehab property?
Yeah, so great question. So the question is, how do you analyze a deal that is fully rehabbed? Where can you negotiate price? So the first thing I'm going to really question about, what are we buying this fully rehab property for? What's the value add? What's the play? How does it fit into our bigger why? Remember, we've been discussing the entire day today just about how you need to get really dialed in on your why. So does buying a fully rehab property really fit within your why? If your why was to flip a property, well, obviously there's no room if it's been fully rehabbed. If your goal was to have a rental property, again, there's no value add strategy. So does the property cash flow? If the property cash flows, well, then I can understand the desire to buy potentially a turnkey, fully rehab property. But again, way too often, I think we find people trying to, use convenience. So they stumble across an opportunity and they decide that they want to buy that property, rather than letting their guidelines and their business model dictate to them which properties they should be offering on. So for me and my business model personally, and I think Ben's in a similar boat, we wouldn't be interested in fully rehab property if it was being marketed at full fair market value. So sometimes when we're, looking to find private off-market deals, we come across a seller that has, a beautiful property and it's turnkey, it's ready, it's market ready, all that great stuff. And we'll literally say, hey, look, I can still make you an offer on this property, but understand you're going to make more money just on the open market. I don't really see how we can create a win-win here because, you want top dollar, your property's in top condition. So there's really no value add here for an investor. I'm a real estate investor. I'm in the business of making money off of real estate. So if there's no opportunity here, it doesn't really make sense for me to make an offer or for us to even get into a negotiation because I can already kind of foresee how that's going to result.
Yeah. So one other thing, let me add here as we're kind of chiming in here, folks. Some of you guys just might need a new circle of friends to hang out with. Some of you just need more positive influence like Chris Rude and Evan Stewart in your life and people who are highly effective. And tomorrow we've got some amazing guest speakers and we're going to talk about this. And you might be somebody who's, hey, I need a positive community to plug into. When the world around you is negative, when the world around you is so news driven and scarcity driven, you might just need an outlet. Come back, come to us every day. Come and plug into your new family, your new community. And that alone is worth the price of admission to just be able to get around other positive, aspiring people. When you put yourself in an environment with winners, like Chris said, you're going to start winning. Now, it's not going to happen just through osmosis because you're there. But what's going to do is it's going to trigger something in you and it's going to say it's possible, it's ready, it's available, and other people do it too. A lot of times in our life, we just want to see somebody else doing it next to us. Because if we can see somebody doing it, he gives us confidence to do it, and then we can start really applying it. So listen, you might just need an environment. So join us, right? Join us. All the other bonuses, these are great. These are amazing. They're going to help you with your real estate investing. Everything in this course here can help you make $100,000 in the next 12 months if you use it. Absolutely. I guarantee you. You just have to apply it. But maybe you're just like, I just need a positive influence first. Maybe this is all very overwhelming for you. And maybe you just need to get into an environment with people who are just supportive. Just come as you are. Come where you are and just get that support and encouragement. And when you're ready to apply and do some deals, then do that. Because I understand some people need to work their way into it. And they're not like sharks out there trying to close every deal. And that's okay. Just be yourself. What I want you to do is find a goal that makes sense for you. And once you've done that, then you can reverse engineer what you need to do to get there. And it might be one deal every 6 months. It might be one deal every week. Everybody's different, but just give it a shot. Just come and hang out with us. I promise you, it's going to be an amazing experience for you. So we got about 8 minutes and a half on the clock. If you haven't yet signed up, click the sign up button now. You can head over to cashflowtribe.ca or you can text us at 226-773-1145 and get the link to join us. Matt, let's keep taking questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to make a little sidebar here. Sam just let us know over 50 people have already signed up for Cashflow
awesome.
Tribe Alpha.
Welcome,
so
guys. Welcome to
amazing.
Cashflow Tribe. That's awesome.
Welcome to the tribe.
Welcome to the tribe, folks.
And so I saw a bunch of different wholesale questions kind of filter in as Ben was talking about wholesaling. So let's just rapid fire those real quick. Land transfer tax in regards to wholesaling. If we're not closing on the property, there's no land transfer tax. So land transfer tax, not part of the equation when we're looking at wholesaling, not a cost that you're going to incur. Now, as far as like getting your lawyer to draw up the legal contracts in regards to wholesaling, again, if you choose to have your lawyer draw up a contract, there will be a cost associated with that, but most wholesalers are literally just going to use the contracts and forms included in our free training that you can access again for free through the 14-day free trial, and they're not going to pay a cent to their lawyer in regards to contracts.
Yeah, so think about it this way. It's like a university lets you go and hang out for 2 weeks and learn as much as you wanted, attend every class that you wanted, give you all the paperwork, and if you wanted, you can stay and pay the price of admission or not. You can get all the contract and training guide that I spent hours putting together. You can learn all this paperwork in 2 weeks and just say, hey, I'm good. I'll do it on my own. See, what I'm trying to figure out is not that you're going to take it and not pay, because I know if you're in this game and you're serious, you're going to stay with us. What I'm giving you the 14 days for is to see if you even like real estate. Maybe this is brand new and you don't even like this real estate thing, but you want to try it out. You want to test it before you drive it. You might say, hey, real estate's not for me. In fact, I realize I like my job. I like what I'm doing. Totally cool. But if you're a real estate investor, this is going to save you thousands of dollars. Now, in terms of legal fees, when I do my closings, I still send all the money to the lawyer and I facilitate it through him. I pay about $700 to do that per transaction. Okay. But in terms of drafting up my agreements, I draft it up myself. So hopefully that gives you guys some information. Okay.
Love it. And so I saw,
one thing, somebody's saying they put their information in, but haven't got an email yet. The email comes when we're going to close out the stream here, folks. So you're going to be getting emails as soon as you enter your info in for your free membership. We're going to close this thing down in 6 minutes and you'll be getting an email with all the details, folks.
Love it. And so I see another question. Is there any potential in markets like Markham where the average house prices are touching, $1 million mark for both renting out or wholesaling? So the first thing I want to discuss here is people can make money in any market and people can make money with any strategy. Sometimes we can't make money with a specific strategy in a specific market. So in a market like Markham, where you're looking at $1 million purchase price, the only way that I would want to get into that and be able to have a cash flowing rental property would be if it fits the 1% rule. In order to fit the 1% rule, that means I'm going to have to rent out that house for $10,000 a month. Realistically, I'm probably not going to be able to rent out that house for $10,000 a month. So it doesn't make sense as a cash flowing rental property. However, there are a ton of wholesalers and flippers every single day in the GTA that are making tons of money off of those investment strategies because those investment strategies work better in a high-priced market like the GTA. It's very difficult to get cash flowing rental properties right now in Toronto proper. Now, you may be able to get some deals on the outskirts like Hamilton, St. Catharines, Brantford, Oshawa, Durham region. But again, it's really important we understand what's our goal as an investor. You shouldn't be starting with the market in mind. You should really be starting with your why. Why are you looking at investing in real estate? What are you trying to accomplish? And then we can figure out what strategies, what markets fit within those goals. So again, way too often, I think we find aspiring investors trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. I happen to live in Markham, so I want to invest in Markham. Well, does it fit your goal? Does it fit your why as a real estate investor would be really what I'd want to dial in before deciding to invest in Markham.
Yeah. So folks, we're talking about virtual investing. There's a book out there called Acres of Diamonds, and it talks about learning your own market. Like anything in life, if you want to be successful with something, you have to learn the lingo, you have to learn the business, you have to learn the market that you're going to be vested in, but it doesn't have to be your own physical market. In fact, you don't actually have to leave your home, but get good in one market. I know Chris, he's actually investing in 7 markets at the moment. I'm investing in several markets at the moment. So you can actually start growing your business across multiple cities if that's what you decide to do. So, folks, we've got about 3.5 minutes left here. If you're having some issues here logging in, you can either text in right now, 226-773-1145, or you can go to cashflowtribe.ca. If you're having an issue, just go help. Just put up a help, and we'll make sure to connect with you right now or as soon as we're done this call to connect with you guys. Remember, we're doing the live party, the VIP, right after this. I'd love to see you guys in that room and gals. So, again, we have all the training, daily content that we're going to be doing, training with you guys in a one-on-one environment. You're going to have the on-demand library where there's going to be tons of content. We're actually getting ready to roll out a couple thousand hours of content. So I'm kind of keeping that on the back burner, but that's coming out ASAP because we've been putting that together for the last couple months. We've also got exclusive stuff that we're going to be doing, like next weekend's event is going to be accessible only to people that are alpha members because we have alpha-only events. And if you're like wanting to come and join us there, it's usually a $500 event. We're going to be doing it for $299 for you folks that are here. And I promise you, if you come to that event, it's going to be life-changing. In fact, I will put you in contact with at least 3 people that were there last weekend that would love to talk to you and share how awesome it was because I know how powerful it was. And we got the 5 real estate tactical guides, the entire training contract guide. Again, 3.5 hours of contract training. My virtual wholesaling course usually sells for $300. It's almost 24 hours of training. So you're never going to be able to get more nuts and bolts than that. I guarantee you how depth I want in marketing, finding deals, selling deals, finding buyers, paperwork, all of it. Okay. The Ontario Landlord Starter Kit when you join us today. The 4 killer lead secrets to learn exactly how I go and find deals. You know, you can use paid traffic. You can use unpaid traffic. You can do push or pull marketing. We talk about all that stuff. The virtual replay is going to be there. The Real Estate Secrets Exposed. And if you sign up right this second before we're done in 2 minutes, you come and hang out with me, Matt McKeever, Chris Rude, and we probably have room for about 50, 60 people in that room. Well, I don't even know what the capacity of that room holds here. Hang out with us. Come have conversations. Get to know who we are and start really starting your business. So we got about 2 minutes left. Matt will take 2 more questions, and then we're out of here for the night, folks.
Absolutely. So the other questions I see kind of coming up are there's one, I'm in Bainville, the first city after Quebec border. Okay, so this question's really about how do I virtually invest in real estate? So we've touched upon it high level today, but in fact, I'm going to go through, and Ben and myself will go through tomorrow, another 45-minute training, just breaking down for you guys really how to bust through those limiting beliefs about virtually investing. So we're going to show you how you don't have to drive to, say, Cornwall if you're in Bainville, in regards to doing deals in Cornwall. If you currently live in Vancouver and you want to invest here in Windsor, you can absolutely do that. We know investors. We have Cashflow Tribe Alpha members doing it, and we're going to break down for you exactly how you can figure out how to do this virtual investing, whether you're looking at wholesaling, buying turnkey rental properties, BRRRRs, or anything and everything in between.
Yeah, so folks, we're going to be wrapping up here in about a minute. So what's going to be awesome, I don't know. You asked me a question back there. Okay, he's like, man, we need to hurry up. We're running out of time. We got to get to the VIP party, folks. We're gonna have an amazing, powerful day tomorrow. We're gonna have some awesome content. We're gonna be diving in. How many of you guys liked the wholesaling training that I did? Was that pretty accurate? Was that helpful to you as a community? Okay, if so, tomorrow I'm going to be tackling OPM in the same capacity, other people's money. We're also going to be tackling, what's the other heavy topic we got here?
So we're going to be discussing COVID-19 and really how to virtually invest. So that's a big thing right now. I'm coming across so many assumptions, misinformation. A lot of people have a lot of confusion around the subject matter, and we want to squash those misunderstandings.
Yeah, so we're going to help you guys take advantage of it. So again, as we're wrapping up here, we're going to head over to the party. As we're doing that, what we're going to do is we're going to throw up a really cool, hey, we got over 80 people have signed up right now. Listen, folks, if you're on the fence, I promise you, 80 people have just joined Cashflow Tribe. That brings our membership from 520-ish members to about 600 members right now. We are Canada's fastest growing community. You do not want to miss this opportunity to really partner with us. Get informed right now when it's significant and important. It's going to be powerful where the next few weeks and few months are going to lead, and you're either going to be positioned to take advantage of it or you're not. So I really encourage you. It is a free 14-day trial, right? You won't have to pay a penny if you don't like this course, okay? But come and learn with us. So every day we're going to be doing training. We actually have 5 days a week of training. We have tons of on-demand recording. You can start right now after this, and you can watch hours and hours of content if you want, okay, at your convenience and your discretion. Instead of binge watching Netflix, you can binge watch this. We have an on-demand library. We have exclusive events that we're doing, like next weekend is an exclusive event only for Alpha. Yes, the recording will be available for Alpha members. We have the 5 tactical guides. There's never been a better value in real estate history. I promise you. I know what's out there. I've been through tons of different trainings. That's why Matt and I got together and made Cashflow Tribe the most comprehensive community in Canada. We're the fastest growing community in Canada. And I know that the people who get in on the ground floor, there are over 30 million people in this country. There's tons of investors in this country, most of which don't do much business because an 80-20 rule of life, 20% of investors will do all the business. You are part of the 20% if you're in Cashflow Tribe Alpha. I guarantee you that's the way this works. And I'm here to help you push and grow with all the confidence I have. So 4 killer lead secrets. Again, transparency. If I wasn't full of transparency, I wouldn't be giving you all my secrets. But 4 killer lead secrets, Ontario Starter Kit, the virtual summit replay, real estate secrets exposed, and come and hang out with us, folks. Results, transparency, impact, community. This is what we care about. This. If one of those resonates with you, press that button and just come and hang out with us. All right, we're out of here. Thank you so much, folks. We're headed over to the after party. If you haven't got your link yet, you haven't joined us, 226-773-1145. Don't regret not doing this. Join us tonight so you can be on the after party, so you can start your real estate education now, not tomorrow, not next week, now. Start it today. Listen, for every day you push, for every day that you don't sign up and commit to something right now, it's another day you're going to regret. Don't let today pass. This is the greatest offer you've been to. And if I sound salesy, I'm just full of passion. And I know you need to do this, and you know you need to do this. So do yourself a favor. And if you don't do it for you, then do it for other people who are going to meet you and say, where were you a month ago? I needed your support, your help. Let's do it. Let's push together. So we're out of here, folks. Have a great night. Be blessed. Click the link right now if you haven't. I'm going to be putting on a video for you guys. Actually, we've got Daniel Blagrove recently just got that deal closed.
Yeah.
And we put a video together to show you guys in real life what Daniel's experience was like. We're going to play that while we head over to the VIP party. We'll see you guys at the VIP party. Otherwise, enjoy this clip. God bless you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
What does Cashflow Tribe mean to me?
We're a group of people, a family, a tribe.
We were originally linked through real estate. However, we've become a group that has been set apart from traditional society.
It's been a blessing for me because I found a group of people that I can connect with on a higher level, and means where our conversations are about goals, it's about purpose, and it's about growth, and it's been amazing so far.
After really digging deep and leveling up within Cashflow Tribe, my acceleration has just gone to a whole new level.
Cashflow became an accelerator for my investing goals. I received counsel and direction to correct my aimless wandering onto a straight path.
What my real estate business has been prior to joining Cashflow Tribe was me looking for deals for 7 straight months and getting nothing. And once I joined Tribe, I understood the point of unique ability, understanding leverage, OPM, OPC, OPR, other people's money, other people's credit, other people's resources. And once I started using those skills and putting those together, it allowed me to do my first deal really quickly. And so I was super excited. It allowed me to accelerate my business, where I'm now only focusing on the things that generate revenue. And it's been a blessing so far.
What's been amazing is both Humble CEO Ben Hassan and Matt McKeever, who I consider great friends and mentors of mine. They strive for excellence.
Cashflow Tribe has contributed to this success largely due to the mindset changes that were required on my behalf.
It is a clear road path that really depends on me to make sure I walk through it.
I still have a long way to go, but I know there's no place that I'd rather be.
Learn how to make $10K per month investing in real estate virtually. This might be the push you've been needing for 2020, even if you have no cash and no experience, over this 2-day live workshop with Canada's leading real estate investors. Seriously, you do not have to leave your home. This is a 2-day training with Q&A, high leverage private Facebook group, and a private chat network. But wait, there's more. You'll also receive for free Ben Humble's virtual wholesaling course, where Ben teaches how he runs his wholesaling business virtually, so you learn all the secrets behind a 7-figure wholesaling company, which means you will eliminate years of trial and error. Also, you'll receive a group follow-up call. Still wondering exactly what you'll learn? Here, you will learn how to build a $1 million business mindset, how to leverage other people's money for investment deals, finding new and highly profitable deals for yourself, and how to master your marketing channels and more. This is a 2-day life-changing real estate investing digital workshop. To learn more, visit cashflowtribe.ca/workshop.
Are you looking to fast track your real estate investing journey? Consider signing up for Cashflow Tribe, the fastest growing community of real estate investors focused on growth and success in Canada. Our mission is to provide our members with massive value through daily video teachings, 2 weekly accountability calls to track your progress, unlimited access to an active community of investors, and invites to our pop-up parties and Cashflow Tribe events. Text Tribe to 226-773-1145 and instantly receive a 14-day trial to Cashflow Tribe Alpha. Shift your mindset, hone your strategies, and get results.
How did Blagrove get this deal? No money down, right? You quit your job on Friday.
Yep.
No money down for this deal. No bank loan, no down payment, no credit check, none of that stuff. How did that work out? Give people the numbers.
Real estate popped into my mind a couple of years ago. Well, okay, so the idea of real estate I've had for many years, in the sense that I've always noticed that no matter what people made their money in, whether it is from professional sports or starting a business or whatever the case may be, they often parked their money in real estate. Or if they never started in real estate, they would always have real estate play a part of their portfolio in some form or fashion. And so that really intrigued me. And that was something I saw consistently across many different individuals in many different fields. So I've always thought of it in a long distance perspective, like, oh yeah, maybe I'll start looking at it sometime down the road. But more recently in the coming years, I had a conversation with a friend of mine from my church, and it was a conversation on wealth. Essentially, he was asking, how serious am I about building my wealth at a young age? And the question that he kind of posed really got me thinking, because he defined wealth as the amount of days that you can survive without working.
So I'm in the Lamborghini today, and I'm gonna go meet Daniel and Tanya today. The weather is beautiful. We finally have a little bit of sunshine, so I figured why not grab the Lamborghini and just hang out. So I'm excited to go and visit with these guys. Check out their very first rental property that they bought. In fact, they're getting it for under market value, which is great. And I think they're getting about $15,000 of instant equity in the deal. They were able to use private money, and I think they got 100% financing on this, which is awesome. So this is gonna be a pretty cool deal. I'm excited to check it out with these guys. Hey, what's going on? It's Ben Humble here. I'm here with Daniel and Tanya. They're in Windsor. The Blade Groves are finally buying their very first deal today. They're closing on it. We're about to grab some food, and then we're going to roll over and see the property. Y'all excited?
Oh, I'm super excited. I'm ready to go.
Ready to get your keys?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay. First of many, right?
Oh, yeah. First of a lot to come.
All right, guys, stay tuned. Let's go. So today's the first deal. I love it. Finally closing. Feels good though, right? I remember that moment. Back in my day, I closed my first. I remember that like it was yesterday. It was exciting. It was like you finally owned something. Like I got something.
I acquired an asset.
All right. You got something to show for all your anxiety a little bit, right?
Yep.
But now that you've done it, does it seem like it was easier than you thought it would have been?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have all the answers, but looking at the back end of it now, yeah, it's not that complicated. I think oftentimes I learned that I'm the person that complicates the process, really.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Mm-hmm. And so the more I get out of my own way, the faster and more efficient I'm able to get through the process and scale things a lot faster with speed. You know?
100%. Because you bring emotion into it.
Yep.
That's what we do. We overcomplicate it. And we don't even know what resources are available.
Mm-hmm. We don't ask.
We're too afraid to ask, right? Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's so crazy because like, you always hear like, it just takes the first deal. Do your first deal, and it's so true because like now I'm like I mean when I'm like we're hungry, like already like trying to make
steak.
Other.
Want some steak? You're not that hungry, but you're right. You're hungry though for what?
Yeah. It's just about how can I expand it.
Because you only got to start winning a little bit to want to know that you can win more, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I think being in a winner's circle is also important. Like, we ain't doing this on our own.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we need people, mentors, accountability, right? We need a community of people who are doing deals and people who can learn from us, because we're all growing together in some form of fashion, right?
That's right. That's right. So just leaning on people is huge.
Yeah.
People are willing to work with you.
Yeah.
We all want longevity. That's what we want.
Mm-hmm.
So we need each other so we can create that longevity of relationship. Again, we got to get out of that transactional thing. It doesn't help you. Trying to do this on your own, like by yourself, is the biggest lie anybody's ever told you.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are not bold enough.
Well, I know for me, comfort was a big thing, ironically.
Mm-hmm.
Like, me having a steady paycheck, working a job that had benefits. It was the most money that I had ever made up until that point. But, it was then like trying to detach myself from the comfort of stagnancy into the chance of abundance if I take action. I think some people aren't willing to let go of that in order to get the greater. Mm. Whereas for me, it was I am more driven by the opportunity to have more. Because at the end of the day, like I said, like I don't want to live with regret. I want to know that I gave it all. I want to do the absolute best. Some people will call it crazy,
right?
But I say that's crazy is what changed the world. You know, and if I can do something that crazy that ends up changing my family, changing the future of my kids' upbringing, you know, like there's no price tag to put on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right.
I think it's also there's the huge separator is that 100% of people try. Like maybe let's say 95% of people try. But why there's still only like a 2% that are actually successful is because in the process of trying, what I was saying before, like people give up before the actual upswing of the success shows. So like while you're like, you know, growing and every day, you know, going to networking events, you know, every week, looking for making another call, every day making another offer, you don't see any of those results, right? And at first all the no's come and you're just like, oh gosh, like everyone tries that. Like, you know, they all do. But the thing is that before they give up, before they see the actual exponential increase. And the thing is, it's just about trying again and again and again until it comes, because it will come. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Right. It's true, because failing is not failure, right?
No, it's part of the process.
And when I think about it, I'm like, yo, like, Daniel, how long have you been going to networking events, trying different stuff, you know? Months.
Building connections.
You know?
Talking to people, just going out there, putting myself out there, you know?
How many lawyers and realtors and all these different people have we called? And
well, it's just
crazy.
That's what it takes, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, and you know, I kind of pulled my inspiration to a lot of the different people that I love, that I look up to. You know, like you know, like Stephen Curry, right? It's the same thing in his realm where he was undersized, he had all these different disadvantages, wasn't well recruited, wasn't well sought after, but he put in the work and beat the odds. And that same principle about his mindset and his approach to making it to the big leagues is the same approach that I can take in the business of real estate. It's really like, that's why for me, I've learned that when it comes to doing deals, you don't bet on the investment, you bet on the investor.
Yeah.
And it's about becoming the person who can be counted on with confidence and competence to execute what you have in front of you. Right?
Yeah.
Would you say it's not about the dog in the fight, it's about the fight in the dog?
Boom. That's it.
Mic drop.
100%. So when you think bigger, you think more long term, you gotta ask for help.
Mm-hmm.
People are so afraid to ask for help because they think it's a sign of weakness or the pride's gonna get hit. If you don't ask for help, how do you know what's available to you?
Exactly.
It's like you're starving for opportunity, but yet you won't go to the shelter and get some shelter or get some food. It's crazy to me, but you know what? It happened to me too. I thought I was gonna do it on my own. You know, try to run, boom, 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 get hit, get up again, boom, 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 do it on my own. So I found out, hey, other people can help, and then it's amazing. That's the beauty of Tribe, though.
Yeah,
is people who understand that other people do generally want to help.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a result, y'all get deals.
Yeah.
Proud of you guys.
That's right.
It's about.
As I was going through my university education, I always considered doing a number of different things. So at one point, I was doing a lot of YouTubing. I was doing a lot of social media as far as like growing, you know, Instagram accounts and doing a number of different things like photography and videography. Like I actually had a passion to do a lot of these different things. And so I always realized, now looking back on it, I always wanted to do something as far as business oriented, something along those lines. I just didn't have the framework or the desire to really kind of take it as a business per se. It was more of a solo operator. But yeah, throughout my university education, I always thought that I would get into an engineering job and then I would work there until whatever I was working on the side would be built up enough for me to kind of switch and kind of do that full time.
Advice for people? What'd you say, man?
Advice, man, honestly, like just get in these rooms with people who are making moves and figure out how you can add value and win together. That's what it's about. Use your unique ability. Use your unique ability and partner with people who can do deals together, create relational, long-term partnerships, and that's how you win. That's what I'm doing. So it's working for me. So
That's right. Give me that.
100%.
Okay, y'all. Time to get real. Look at Dino's property. We're going to be dropping details soon about what my man did. So Tanya, you excited?
Of course I
Look
am.
at her. She got her own Instagram stick and all that. All right, y'all look good. Let me see that hat though real quick. Okay, Blagrove. Okay. You gotta keep it one time. Boom. See y'all. We're at Daniel's house. My man's excited. Tanya's excited. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Only one thing left to do. You know what it is?
What is it?
Give me the keys. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's
I'm
go.
ready.
Come on now.
Let's do it. All right.
Yeah, you know.
Good job.
You know what I know.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, you have to make some extras. Okay. Look at you excited?
Of course.
Let's go. We're gonna see Daniel's first crib right now.
Oh, might be this one.
Oh, these houses that you can put a boot to it.
Oh.
100% finance, you know, the locks work. You want some counsel?
Yeah, give me some
Okay,
counsel.
can I see this real quick?
Oh! What the heck?
Counsel, not advice.
Let's check this out, bro.
Okay. Welcome, Daniel.
Here we are.
Yo, you like that smell? You know what that smells like?
Are you looking to fast track your real estate investing journey? Consider signing up for Cashflow Tribe, the fastest growing community of real estate investors focused on growth and success in Canada. Our mission is to provide our members with massive value through daily video teachings, 2 weekly accountability calls to track your progress, unlimited access to an active community of investors, and invites to our pop-up parties and Cashflow Tribe events. Text Tribe to 226-773-1145 and instantly receive a 14-day trial to Cashflow Tribe Alpha. Shift your mindset, hone your strategies, and get results.
Let's check this out, bro.
Okay. Welcome, Daniel.
Here we are.
Yo, you like that smell? You know what that smells like?
It smells like.
That smells like money right now, dude. That smells like money right now.
Yes, sir.
You know, because most people, when they come in here, Daniel, they ain't gonna want to do all this.
They come right in and walk right back out.
Dude, this is a gorgeous house.
Yeah.
You know how I know?
How?
Right, you got oak trim
Okay.
everywhere.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Like, you can't even really find this stuff in the house. When you get this cleaned up, you've got an upgraded staircase. Somebody at some point put in these oak treads and stairs and nosing. So this stuff is nice. A little bit of clean, a little bit of spick and span makes this great. And then all your trim is also wood as well. It's beautiful, Daniel.
Nice.
Dude, I love it, man.
I like it too, man.
You got dual pane argon gas windows. So a little bit of clean. You worried about this?
Nice.
This is a weekend project, y'all.
Wow.
It's painting, cleaning. You could resand these hardwood floors.
Okay.
And just put a couple coats of urethane on this.
Okay.
And then it would look like $1 million.
No way.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Some neutral wall color.
Yep.
I mean, I know some people like the Jamaican vibe, but either go
Not here.
all the way or don't go here. Okay. So what we do these days is we just go with a really nice light gray.
Yeah, I like that.
Keep it nice and clean.
Within, yep.
Okay. What you think?
I love it so far. This is just right on my alley. I'm
ready to roll, right?
I'm ready to roll, man.
What you think,
Looking
Tanya?
good.
I'm here for it. Like
You're
I
here?
said, all day.
She's down, right? Okay, what do you got? A front room too? Oh,
Yeah.
beautiful. Look, you got this little room up here as well. This is a great little nook, though. So it's like a +1 on this side of things.
A reading room.
A little reading nook. That's right. That's right. Now,
I don't know what that all would be all about.
well, you know what this is gonna be?
What?
I can probably almost tell you what it's gonna be. You see how this got all this like hair and fur and stuff? I
Yeah.
wonder if they didn't have a piece of carpet out here. This wasn't like the cats, like the cats area. They would jump up and down. You definitely had some cats up in here.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And Blagrove, I know it's legal, so I made it available.
It came with the house?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they come with a joint.
Oh, man, they did for real.
They come with the joint.
Bruh.
Pun intended.
But let's go look at the rest of it.
Let's
though.
do it. Let's do it, man.
After you guys.
All right, so now we in the kitchen. I see they like to run the lights in the daytime.
Okay. This is like an episode of MTV Cribs. Show us your fridge, Daniel. Or what it's supposed to be, anyways. Okay. What you think, Tanya?
This is juicy.
It's easy, right?
Yep.
It's
Oh,
light
yeah.
work.
Yep.
See, there's so much cosmetic stuff in here.
Yeah.
You got a little bit. You got to deal with this situation.
Yeah.
So, more than likely, we just need to, Come in, just double check for any kind of moisture. Just make sure the roof doesn't need replacing, which it might. Older homes usually need a roof. These in Windsor, the way this works, so basically every 13 years is kind of the average life expectancy of a roof here. And the way you know if it's a good roof or a bad roof is if you look at the west side of the roof, it's going to wear quicker than the east side. So if you go to the west side, if there's any kind of curling, kind of switch it up. Okay? So change the roof, new drywall, you're good as golden. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it's real good.
Man, I like your place, dude. I like it. The layout is fresh.
It is.
What do you got? You got a back room here too?
Yeah, this is some like, I guess, little room that goes into the backyard.
Yep, exactly.
Got a lot of broken bottles.
Okay, that's okay. Broken bottles equals money.
That's right.
Okay.
A lot of profit opportunity that leads into the backyard.
Dude, there's some cosmetic things here. Yeah, I mean, you got a little cleanup.
Yep.
Look at the size of this yard, though.
I know. Big, man.
You see, you have the glass half empty or glass half full, right?
That's right. A lot of opportunity here, man.
You think this would scare a lot of people off?
Oh, it would.
Everyone.
Of course. Okay, not you though,
I
right?
run to this. This is good.
Dude, this is compared to some of the stuff I bought over the years. This is amazing.
Wow.
Like, look at the condition of your siding.
Yeah.
Look at the big ticket items, right?
Yeah.
You're talking roofing, mechanical system, structure, foundation, exterior.
Yeah.
Like that's what costs a lot of money.
Right.
Interior cosmetics in the kitchen, it's not that big a deal.
Right.
I think you're right on the nose here for 20 grand.
Yeah, I like it.
You need a new patio door.
Yeah.
We should get that covered right away.
For sure.
I don't think this black
It's not
curtain
really good for security.
is doing a whole lot, right? Nope. Oh, can't go in there. You got black curtain in the way.
Oh.
Okay. Better luck next time.
Nah, this is the first time I saw a real crawl space, like a real one.
By the way, there's counsel and there's advice. Y'all get some advice. Okay, so you have an exterior crawl access?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I think that's where all the mechanical stuff be at.
Right.
I don't know what that's all about, but okay.
I probably just came off from there.
Yep.
Oh, right. Yeah, that probably did.
Again, just a distressed property.
Right.
The nice thing I like is that you got a brick home next door. Usually you have a higher value, especially when he has a garage like that.
Yeah,
so
that's
people show up here later. Yours is probably the most neglected property in the mix.
Yeah.
You always want to buy, the least property in the area because these properties are more expensive than yours, which will drive up the comparable sales later on.
For sure.
Yep. And the desire people to want to live up here.
Yeah.
This is great. One piece of siding.
Oh, I'll take that.
It is the easiest piece to put on.
Oh, is it?
Because it goes bottom to top with siding. So
Oh,
if you got only one piece, that's the
one I
job.
want, yeah.
Imagine it was the bottom piece.
Oh,
You peeling it all the way back.
Oh, no.
Oh, hello.
Hey, buddy.
Yo, that's the previous tenant. Yo, pay your rent, bro.
I had to get my
Look at it, he's gone. He's like, did you hear this Lambo parked out front? Where? This girl.
Here's the missing back thing.
That's right.
Love it. No, a lot of yard space. This can get turned around and look real nice.
That's right. That's right.
At this point in the game, real estate is definitely the thing that I'm focusing on full time. Outside of that, really, I'm really passionate about ministry, serving in my community, serving my local church, and things of that nature. That's kind of the biggest things I'm looking to do. But yeah, like real estate, I've kind of found that is my lane. I really enjoy that a lot. I really love enjoying spending time with talking with people, professionals, sellers, doing deals, connecting with other like-minded people. That's definitely how I like to spend my time, and to have that opportunity is something I'm definitely looking to do. For sure.
How long is it going to take you to do this project?
45 days.
45 days to do this project. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Honestly, you could clean this up, just get all this garbage out of here, polish it up, and there'd be somebody who might even buy it to finish the rehab if you don't want to do it.
For sure.
When the market's so hot, you can just throw it right back on the MLS
Right.
and do a wholesale strategy, right?
Yeah,
I like it, man.
absolutely.
Come on now.
Yeah, everything's
You
possible.
go make some money. Bathroom?
Yeah, it's the bathroom situation,
Okay.
so let's check this
Okay,
out
you got a
here.
little sliding door there.
Yeah, that's a little fun. All right, so this is what we're looking at. It's an interesting play here because we got the...
Hold on. You don't need to worry about no Halloween costumes. I got you.
I'm covered.
Playground.
I'm good.
That's you.
There it is, baby.
Homegirl. That's you. I don't know how you get a giraffe and whatever this thing's supposed to be
Some
together.
Tyrannosaurus Rex or something? Tyrannosaurus, wow.
Yo, you got all kind of
What?
friends. I'm just saying, they're all here.
Oh, man, they're ready to party.
And you know what? You really can't do no laundry these days without a good old box of borax. Very nice. How much?
Sick.
See, you might taste that.
Very nice.
Nice. And you know it's good because the girl and the thing's holding the same box. It's double good.
And then in the box, you see the girl doing the same thing.
Dude, that's an optical illusion right there.
Yeah, this is the situation. The only bathroom in the house.
Okay.
So yeah, 4-piece.
You know what? The size is awesome.
Yeah.
Like you could probably, get a contractor in here for $5,000, redo this whole bathroom.
Yeah. So like we're leaving like this.
I would.
Right
I'd
here,
take it all up.
Yeah.
No, I'd take it all up.
You would take it all up? Like, oh yeah.
Yeah, 'cause this is easy to pull up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you got the seam right here.
Right.
You little hammer chisel action.
Oh.
A little hammer chisel.
Done deal. I love it.
Right up.
That's good.
Yeah. Plus, you might want to rearrange some of this setup because you don't need all this.
For sure. No, that's not
like
necessary.
Nancy Drew ain't coming back. Okay.
It's over.
Right. So you could do like a nice. What I'd like to do is just do a shower kind of wall to wall. You could do that way.
Okay.
You could take this urinal and actually pivot it that way. So imagine you've got a wall with a toilet going this way. You've got a nice long shower with the corner entrance or a side entrance. And then you've got a really good setup here. Then you can move the sink on this side.
Yeah.
You don't need a tub and a shower.
No. One's good.
One's good enough. Yeah. And you can even do a tub insert if you want to make it for families.
Okay.
And just put it all up against the wall. You got one nice enclosure.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
And then you can
That's a lot of
repivot
space.
this even so this isn't in the bathroom. You can move this around a little bit, maybe with a different door setup here.
Or even do a double stack too.
You can do a stackable as well. Yeah, that's right. And depending on what's going on the other side of that wall, you may be able to just turn that doorway around and just
that'd be
reverse
so
it.
good. Yeah.
So then it doesn't have to be in the
Something
same
here.
area.
Yeah.
Right. Otherwise, you're gonna be sitting here trying to do your business and you have to fold the laundry.
Now you clean laundry.
What you doing, Daniel? Folding socks. Yeah, this is probably the one room I would invest the money if you want to do the work.
Yeah.
Just because it provides a more functioning space
For sure.
versus what it is right now. It's going to be hard for maybe some families to envision how they can use it.
100%. The potential's there.
Somebody got creative though in here,
Yeah, they did.
Oh yeah.
right?
Taking that advice though.
That's
Clearly.
right. Somebody got advice, not counseling.
Nope. All right.
Okay.
And then we got this little storage unit I think here that Carl's
Okay.
around the other side. So that's pretty cool. I don't know. Kind of keep it as is, I guess. Clean
Yeah.
up a little bit.
Yo, you got lunch if you want it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was looking for some noodles.
You got chicken flavored ramen.
I got floor flavored ramen.
No name. It's Borax now. How much?
Let's check this out.
Need to make sure. Dude, I love these stairs, man. Like I'm telling you, you don't usually find, treads and nose and this clean.
Yeah.
So this is nice. This is gonna help. Yeah. So you got 2 beds. Okay. Okay, Dan.
Oh, it's a 3-bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
It is.
You got the best stuff in here, man. If your stomach hurts, don't forget getting some of that no-name.
Get the Pepto. Oh,
Bismuth.
the Bismuth. Wow.
We all about the no-name in here. That's a dollar store brand.
Yup,
Right?
yup,
They got
yup.
that hard too. Oh, and actually, you know what? We got something for the kids. Got all kind of good stuff. Oliver and Company.
Check that out. They don't
Those
look
are
like that
classics.
anymore. They
You
don't
got
look
the
like that anymore.
classics right here, y'all. Oh, you got everything here. Oh, man, you got everything. Dude, I'm about to take this box.
I know.
Put that on eBay.
Oh, right?
Okay, cool, Daniel. Yeah, this works. Okay. See, this I have a hard time with. Sometimes people leave their whole babies behind.
Hey, bro.
How you leave your whole family behind,
The whole thing.
right? And this is no good. This some July 4th nonsense. Right here. This is about to just go off. They thought this was a candle wick.
No, yeah. So there's some I don't know. What you think about this? Like, what would you think is a play here?
Oh, straight up, man. I mean, I would see if I could, depending on how this dormer is set up, this wall may have to remain here, but I'd like to take this closet way back.
Mm-hmm.
Like we could take this wall way back a little bit and make the closet in here, and then this would be another accessible space.
Yeah.
You could have a whole dressing area, or you can have a bed right here,
Yeah.
and then you can have the rest of your bedroom. So this is a unique bedroom. I like it.
Mhm.
I'd see if I can just move this back. Which
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we could.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I would just take it back. You only need a few feet, right?
Right.
Bring your closet up to here.
Mm-hmm.
Now this opens up the rest of the bedroom. So if you go 2 feet back, I like it. Look at this. Got the cats, bro. Some people love the cats.
Jeez.
What you say, man? You think these people like cats?
They love the cats. Just look at the eyes.
Meow.
Second window over here is pretty cool.
Well,
They got
Dude,
all the
this
windows
is a Saturday. It's
Yeah.
not even like get a shovel, man, and get a garbage bin out front and just I like it. I like it, man. So this, because there's no closet, this is typically a plus.
Mhm.
So it'd be a 2+1.
Okay.
And if you created a closet in here, it's a closet and a window. That's what we need to have a full bedroom.
Okay. Okay.
So this might be a 2+1. That's still valuable because a kid's bedroom, it works.
Yeah.
Man, a little bit of paint, flooring, TLC.
That's all you need.
Believe me, that's all
it.
she needs.
That's it.
This is almost rent ready, dude.
Wow.
I would just adjust that bathroom, that kitchen a little bit.
Yeah.
The rest of it's gold. Money, 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 money.
And then they also have this closet, this front area here. Just kind of just rip off more so we can clean it up. It's all good. So,
Clean it up.
what's your situation with this though? Do you think I should rip this up and just make this whole thing, or would just that keep like what you think?
Oh, I mean, if you're gonna wholesale it, no, I just leave it alone.
Okay.
Just wash it down, clean it up, and I'll just leave it alone. I would just put a coat of urethane on this. Like you could go with a minimal renovation and probably get out of here with just cleaning, painting, and a little bit of cleanup on the flooring. Or you could attempt to do, let's say the kitchen and bath, and that would be a big deal. So with 20 grand, you could really make this place stellar.
Yeah.
You could probably put it back up retail for just 20.
Okay.
It's just the kitchen and bath.
Yeah. Oh,
So
yeah.
those cabinets, hardware, the rest of it, depending how you set up, will be about $4,500.
Mhm.
The bathroom materials and stuff aren't that expensive. It's more the labor for ripping it apart. That'd be a good project if you want to learn how to do a bathroom. This is a good one
Okay.
to learn it at. So you could do that, or you can hire a whole contractor to do both, maybe for about 10 to 15. You could paint the house for about 2. You're at 17. Clean up garbage, whatever, is another 3 grand. So plus incidentals and whatnot.
Yeah.
Probably $25,000, given that there's no roof.
Right.
If there's a roof, you're at 30.
Yeah.
So for 30 grand, though, you can make this place top notch. It's got a lot of good features already. There's a lot of stuff that's here.
Yeah.
And that's just assuming the furnace and AC and stuff is okay.
For sure.
Electrical panel. Did you see electrical panel?
No, it's
Yeah, I saw it on the way here. I got excited for you. Electrical is no joke in Ontario, man. So you've got a nice panel here.
I got a nice panel. I ain't worried about it.
Dude, we're always looking for the service, right? So you have 100 amps, and you have a breaker panel, which is great. You've got a Square D model, which is a pretty generic brand, and you still have a couple of different slots left if you want to add anything to this existing panel.
Yeah.
Right. This thing probably is just change this out so it's a little bit more specific. But you got a great panel here, and it's nice and clean and touch to the wall. So
Nice.
you miles ahead.
Yeah.
Some of them have the old breaker panels, or they have old fuses,
Right.
or they have old knob and tube wiring, and then you're talking 5, 10, 15 grand to replace that stuff.
Yeah.
You have clean up, paint, maybe a kitchen and a bath.
Love it.
And what you can do is you can do a gradual improvement and test, right?
Okay.
So you can do cleaning and paint, put it on the MLS. You do that. And then if it doesn't go or you want more money, then come do the kitchen and bath. And then put it back on MLS.
Right.
It takes 2 minutes to pop it up, and
Yeah.
2 minutes to take it down.
Right.
So you can just test.
Love
That's
it.
what I would do.
100%.
The one thing I'd probably do is make sure we get that back thing covered with
That's
something.
gotta get taken care of ASAP.
Yeah. You know what we could probably do for now? Yeah, we could take one of those mattresses though.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, all day.
Okay.
I'm more concerned about animals than people.
Oh, true. Oh yeah, that's
You
true.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
So we can take one of the mattresses and put it up there, and then you're not getting Skunky McGee coming in.
That's it.
Amen. Your boy don't mess with a cat piss mattress before. It's not the first time. You ain't sleeping on it, right?
Nope.
All right, let's go, Blake girl. Go. And there's the Okay, hey, well, it's good. Just put it back on MLS.
Call that a hotel.
And we're done.
Boom.
It's the quickest hotel ever.
That's what you call sweat equity.
That's right.
Boom.
Sweat equity. You got light switch. Look, you got furnace. Hey, look, you've got actually a decent little furnace setup. Usually, if they take the time to put in a decent thermostat, the unit's probably decent as well.
Yeah.
I see you got 14 2-gauge wiring back here, which is again the standard. I
Yeah.
like that. And we can just test it. Right now, it's off. Flip it to on. It's running. You
I
can
hear
hear
it.
it
I
is
hear it.
running. And we got air.
Boom. Forced air. I love it.
It's that easy. Forced air system is great. Heat off, on. We keep the fan on auto. Okay, man. So talk to me. Give me some numbers. Everybody's dying to know. How did Blagrove? We'll stand next to the paraphernalia. How did Blagrove get this deal? No money down, right? You quit your job on Friday.
Yep.
No money down for this deal. No bank loan. No down payment. No credit check. All that stuff. How did that work out? Give people the numbers because I know they're really interested.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So I purchased this entire property for $145,000. I got 100% financing from your boy Ben Humble, and funny thing is the deal I got from Ben Humble is really just about relationships. It's about connecting. It's about figuring out how we can use our unique abilities to execute on deals and growing together, right? And so I found a way where I can use my unique abilities and make a benefit to Ben in exchange for something where we can both win. And so that's how we're able to do the deal. And so $145,000 is the purchase price. We're looking at a $20,000 budget for renovations. Doing paint, floor, kitchen, bath, clean it up, and get it ready to list it. And so staying on budget, on time, we'll be able to look for listing it around $220 and make $30K. That's what we're looking for.
Dude, I love that. And obviously, we wholesaled it to you, so
Yeah.
we're making some money as
That's
well.
right.
I think we're making about $10,000
Yeah.
or so on the deal. So it's a win for me. It's a win for you. And it's a win for the end buyer who ultimately gets a renovated house in a decent neighborhood.
In a good neighborhood, for
right?
sure.
It's a share of the profit,
Yeah.
share the result,
That's
right?
right, that's
Thank
right.
you guys so much. Congratulations on your first house.
Of course.
And we keep going. Ready for number 2?
Oh, I'm ready.
Let's go.
I'm already ready.
Upon getting into Cashflow Tribe, and it really helped eliminate a lot of the drama that you kind of put into analyzing deals. And so it really gave me a nice clean structure of how to take on deals that fit your business model. So once you get clear on what makes sense for you as far as real estate investing, as far as the strategy you want to implement and the type of investments that you want to make, once you find a property that fits that area, you just look at the numbers and let the numbers tell the story. There's no need for me to wonder what I feel about it. At the end of the day, if it's a deal, the numbers will reflect it. If it's not, the numbers will show why. And it really helped me show from start to finish how I can execute a deal when I have it structured that way. So Cashflow Tribe has been really helpful in that regard.
All right.
It's good.
I need a Starbucks. Y'all want a Starbucks?
Yeah?
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
do it.
You want to do it? You want to
Yeah.
get Starbucks?
Yeah. We're here for